so much. Daily routine of business, tabling of documents. It's my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 38(3.3) of the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act, a case report of the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner. Conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 32.5, this report is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates.
It's also my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 7.3 of the Auditor General Act, the spring 2024 reports of the Auditor General of Canada. Conformément.
Pursuant to Standing Order 108.3G, these documents are deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
There you go. Tabling of documents, the Honourable Minister of Export Promotion, International Trade and Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2 and in accordance with the enhanced transparency requirements set out in the amended policy on tabling of treaties in Parliament, I'm pleased to present to the House of Commons the Government of Canada's objectives for negotiations for a Canada-Ecuador Free Trade Agreement. The Government of Canada intends to commence negotiations with Ecuador as soon as practicable, but in accordance with the policy, the commencement of negotiations will take place no later than 30 days from today.
Tabling of documents, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister and Special Advisor for Water.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32.2 and consistent with the policy on the tabling of treaties in Parliament, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaty entitled Amendments to Appendices 1 and 2 of the Convention on International Trade and Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, adopted at Panama City from November 14 to 25, 2022, and amendments to Appendix 3 of the Convention on International Trade and Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, notified on November 16, 2020, March 24, 2021, March 15, 2022, March 24, 2022, October 13, 2022, November 3, 2022, November 25, 2022, February 3, 2023, and February 20, 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done.
Tabling documents, no. Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present, in both official languages, the 15th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. This is regarding the bill that I've put forward and that my party, the Bloc Québécois, has put forward, Bill C-319, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act, so the amount of full pension. The committee has studied the bill and decided to report to the House without amendment, and I would like to sincerely thank the committee for its work to have allowed me to present this report today. Thank you. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 4th report of the Standing Committee on Official Languages, the briefing by the Minister of Canadian Heritage on her mandate and priorities. I'd like to thank the committee for this report, and I'm proud to table it today.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Shields, seconded by Mr. Leiper, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Motor Vehicle Transport Act. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise today to introduce my private member's bill, An Act to Amend the Motor Vehicles Transportation Act. This bill aims to harmonize Canadian logging device rules with our southern neighbours. It proposes a 240-kilometre radius ELD exemption from the start and end point of a journey transporting livestock or insects such as honeybees. This common-sense Conservative bill will give agriculture transporters the flexibility they need to safeguard the welfare of livestock if they are faced with unforeseen circumstances while loading, unloading, or during their journey, which may cause drivers to go over their ELD allotted hours. I would like to thank my constituent stakeholders I met with and worked with together to bring this bill forward. I also thank the work of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food for recommending the provisions of this bill in its 16th report. Conservatives always support Canadian agricultural producers to safeguard animal welfare and bring home the best quality food in the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Shields, seconded by Mr. Leipert, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture de...
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions. Presenting petitions.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Today, I am honoured to present a petition signed by more than 16,460 Canadians from every province and 2 territories, including many Yukoners, who call upon the Minister of Justice to bring forward an amendment to the Criminal Code to set out a specific framework for an advance request made by individuals who have received a diagnosis of a capacity-diminishing, grievous and irremediable medical condition and who would wish an assisted death when they reach an advanced state of decline, their suffering becomes intolerable, and diminished capacity prevents them from giving contemporaneous consent. Thank you.
Presenting the petitions, the honourable member for Mission Mascouche Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to present a petition for the people of Lillooet. In 2002, train service to the town of Lillooet was cancelled, resulting in an 82% decline in tourism. Residents in my riding are calling on the federal government to re-establish rail service to the village of Lillooet for economic and medical needs. The second petition I'd like to present today is on behalf of correctional officers who are calling on the government of Canada to stop their failed experiment noted as the prison needle exchange at prisons in my riding. It is not going to result in any better health outcomes. That is stated by the professionals. Correctional officers want it canceled now. And the third petition I'd like to raise is on behalf of residents in the eastern Fraser Valley regarding the Lettsmont Regional Aquatic Centre. Residents of the district of Kent, Harrison Hot Springs, Seabird Island, Shem, Stalos, Tehala, Skalitz, Squalhook, Popcom, and Peters First Nations and Fraser Valley Regional Electoral Districts Areas C and D want a regional aquatic centre. They just want the same thing that people have in larger communities, a pool. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, the honourable member for Calgary Skyview. Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Presenting a petition signed by Canadians that calls on the government to address the challenges transport drivers in Canada face. The petition asks the Government of Canada to make laws and regulations that protects these drivers. This includes a Transport Driver Bill of Rights, transparent industry contracts, the right for drivers to see what they will get paid, must have minimum rate of pay per kilometre for drivers and owner-operators, must have paid layover and downtime and cancellation fees, access to bathrooms where drivers deliver their goods, and a cap on brokerage fees. Work with provinces and territories to twin the Trans-Canada Highway and mandate rest stations with washrooms across the country for the safety and well-being of drivers. Transport drivers work hard to bring us what we need every day. They deserve to be treated fairly with good pay and safe working conditions. The petition recognizes the invaluable service provided by our transport drivers and ensure they get the rights and protections they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, presentation of petition, the honourable member for Regina, Wisconsin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to present a petition this morning signed by over 600 Canadians from across Canada calling on the government to list Russia as a state supporter of terrorism. This measure would allow Canadians to take the Russian Federation to court to sue for damages. It would also send a message that Russia needs to be considered a pariah on the world stage due to its illegal invasion of Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to add that this measure would be of no cost to taxpayers, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to present it here today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presentation de petition, the honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, it is a great pleasure for me to present a petition to this respected House on behalf of the members of Spanish-speaking communities in Canada, including those in my riding of Davenport. Canada is proud to be home to over 1.2 million Spanish-speaking individuals, representing a huge cultural and ethnic diversity. For those of Hispanic and Latin American descent who have chosen Canada as a new home, the Spanish language holds profound significance, serving as a vital link to their heritage, identity, and traditions. The petition has gathered thousands of signatures and has the support of Spanish-speaking communities right across our great country, asking that Canada proclaims April 23rd as Spanish Language Day at the federal level. It is a date chosen in memory of the great writer of Spanish letters, Miguel de Cervantes. This designation will serve as a symbolic gesture of solidarity and recognition, further empowering the Spanish-speaking community to thrive and contribute to the multicultural fabric of Canadian society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presentation of petitions, the honourable member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to table a petition on behalf of constituents in my riding who are calling on the Government of Canada to support Bill C-310, which amends the Income Tax Act to increase tax credits for volunteer firefighting and search and rescue volunteer services. Thank you.
Presenting of petitions, presentation de petition, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's a pleasure for me to table yet another petition in regards to Canada's airline services between Canada and India. As members will know, our Indo-Canadian community has grown significantly over the last decade, arguably the fastest growing community in Canada today. And at the end of the day, with that growth and the demand for international flights from even individuals of non-Indo-Canadian heritage, it is believed that having more direct flights from Canada to India would be a positive thing. From a personal perspective, they're really emphasizing from the city of Winnipeg to New Delhi or Amritsar would be a nice thing to see. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, presentation de petition, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, just one petition today. It is deeply troubling to see the passage of Article 23 in Hong Kong. This is another devastating attack on the people of Hong Kong. It creates a provision, for instance, which would allow sentences of up to 14 years imprisonment if an individual fails to disclose that another person indicates a, quote, intention to commit treason. This builds on the national security law of 2020, but another devastating action that requires the condemnation of the government. The government also should call for the release of Jimmy Lai. I am tabling a petition in relation to the situation in Hong Kong that calls on the Government of Canada to recognize the politicization of the judiciary in Hong Kong and therefore to create a mechanism by which Hong Kong people with pro-democracy movement-related convictions could provide an explanation for such convictions, and therefore they would not be deemed inadmissible to come to Canada under the criminality provisions of the Immigration Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Good. Orders of the day. Orders of the day. Government orders, business of supply, opposition motion on the subject of the carbon tax. Mr. Scheer, seconded by Mr. Steinley, moves that given that 70% of provinces and 70% of Canadians oppose the Prime Minister's 23% carbon tax hike on April 1st, the House now call on the NDP Liberal coalition to immediately cancel this hike. The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost. And while this Prime Minister wants to drive up the cost of literally everything, common sense Conservatives are focused on axing the tax, building the homes, fixing the budget, and stopping the crime. Today we're going to focus on that first piece of it because on April 1st, the Prime Minister has a cruel April Fool's Day joke planned for Canadians. As if prices weren't high enough already, this out-of-touch Prime Minister is going to raise the carbon tax by a staggering 23% in just a couple of weeks. Now, I know I speak on behalf of all my Conservative colleagues when I say that we sympathize with the struggles that hardworking Canadians are going through. We've seen it. We've seen it in our ridings, Mr. Speaker. I've been in grocery stores where people who are well-dressed, people who look like they have jobs and means, go through the meat aisle, pick up a package of beef, stare at it agonizingly, and then put it back when they realize they just can't afford it. That's what life is like after 8 years of this Liberal government. And what's happening on April 1st? Those prices are going to go up yet again. So common sense Conservatives are fighting all week to spike the hike, to convince the Prime Minister and his NDP coalition partners to at the very least not raise it any more. The first thing you can do to help Canadians is to hold the line on this punitive tax and not make it any worse. I want to deal with a few myth-busting of the carbon tax. Remember when the Prime Minister promised that the carbon tax would do a few things? First of all, he said it would be revenue neutral. Then he said that it would help Canada reach its greenhouse gas emissions reductions targets. And he said that Canadians would be better off with it because of a rebate scheme that he had developed. At this point, I'll just remind the House that I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas and South Glengarry. So those 3 points, those are the 3 pillars that he built his carbon tax on. Revenue neutral, reduce emissions and help Canada reach its targets, and that he would give out more than he would take in to Canadians. Let's bust all 3 of those myths. First of all, it's not revenue neutral. The government keeps a sizable percentage of the carbon tax. In fact, the CFIB, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, estimates that the carbon tax alone costs small businesses $2.5 billion. That's $2.5 billion right out of the economy, sucked right out. And those costs that those businesses have to pay, all that gets passed on to consumers. The government keeps far more they collect than they give out with the carbon tax. That myth completely busted. That pillar has been completely demolished. Emissions reductions. Well, let's take a look at what experts say about this Liberal government's plan. It hasn't helped them hit a single emissions target. The Climate Change Performance Index ranks Canada 62 out of 67 spots. Canada has actually fallen several spots on that ranking under this Liberal government after 8 years of this Prime Minister. Canada now ranks behind countries like Kazakhstan and Algeria and Belarus. Those countries are doing better than Canada under this government. The Environment Commissioner said that this government was stacking, quote, failures on top of failures. That's the Environment Commissioner that this Prime Minister appointed. His own environment watchdog has concluded that this government is stacking failure after failure. So it's clearly not an environment plan, Mr. Speaker. It is a tax plan. And let's take a look at the impacts it has on families. The third myth, that somehow Canadians would be better off if they paid this tax. That has been completely shattered. We know that it adds to the cost of fuel, heating, and groceries. So let's take a look at some specifics. Starting April 1st, the carbon tax will add 17 cents to every liter of gasoline, 21 cents to every liter of diesel, we're looking at staggering costs that Canadians just cannot afford. The food experts, the people who monitor the grocery industry and the price of groceries on the aisle are saying that Canadians are going to have to pay an extra $700 this year on grocery prices before the carbon tax hike is even factored in. When you factor in all of the secondary costs, and see, this is the ridiculous rebate ruse that the Liberals are trying to sell Canadians. They're trying to sell Canadians that somehow magically, if you pay these higher taxes, these higher carbon tax costs, and the government takes the money and swooshes it around in Ottawa and spits it back out in various parts at various times, that somehow Canadians will be better off. The only problem is that once you take a look at the scheme, it falls apart almost instantly. Because what the Liberals did was something that was very tricky, very tricky, very clever, but very tricky. They designed the carbon tax rebate to only capture the direct cost. So only when you see the carbon tax on a bill, whether it's filling up your car with gas or paying your home heating bill, and you see that line item cost, that's the only thing that the rebate scheme factors in. What it doesn't factor in is how all those costs in the economy get passed on to consumers. And we pay that higher carbon tax every time we buy something that had to be grown or manufactured or had to be transported or had to be cooled or refrigerated or warmed or heated. Anytime a retailer has to pay the carbon tax on their heating bill, on their utility bills, all of that gets cascaded on, and consumers and Canadians pay for that. The rebate scheme captures absolutely none of that. But don't take my word for it, Mr. Speaker. I know many Canadians might say, okay, well, the Liberals have a tale to tell, and the Conservatives have their perspective. Let's look at what independent experts say about this part of the carbon tax plan. The Prime Minister's own budget watchdog, the independent, nonpartisan, parliamentary budget officer, did this analysis, went through all the numbers, and he broke Canadian families into various groups. He calls them quintiles. So basically, you take all Canadian wage earners and you divide them up into different groups based on their income levels. So based on income earners, the middle group, so these are middle-class Canadians, these are average middle-income earners. In Alberta, $1,400 worse off. In Saskatchewan, $929 worse off. This is once the carbon tax is fully implemented. Manitoba, $1,000 worse off. Ontario, $1,200 worse off. Nova Scotia, $1,100 worse off. Prince Edward Islanders, Mr. Speaker, another $1,100 worse off. And for the people in Newfoundland and Labrador, $680 worse off, even after the rebate scheme. So we're talking about average middle-class Canadians. If we go one group lower, look at the income bracket, just one group below that, they're still worse off too. They're not better off. These families are still paying more in the rebate, but that middle group is significant. That's almost $100 a month. That Canadian families just simply cannot afford. They can't afford groceries, they can't afford to keep the heat on, and they cannot afford to pay higher costs through the carbon tax. And again, Mr. Speaker, these are the independent analyses of the Prime Minister's own budget watchdog. And the final point I'll make, Mr. Speaker, because I see you're telling me I'm running out of time, is the role the carbon tax plays in inflation. The government tries to say that the carbon tax is not a significant driver of inflation. Let's look at what the Bank of Canada governor himself said. I'm just going to quote very briefly from committee, and then I'll yield the floor, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Tiff Macklem, the governor of the Bank of Canada, told committee that eliminating the carbon tax would drop inflation by 0.6 percentage points. And my colleague from Northumberland asked him to clarify, because 0.6% might not sound like a lot. But when inflation is at 3.8, target is 2, and the Bank of Canada can start cutting interest rates once inflation gets closer to target. What that means is that 0.6% is about a third of the 1.8% that Canada has to eliminate in inflation to get back down to target so interest rates can come down. So in other words, the carbon tax is responsible for about a third of the extra inflation that's plaguing Canadians and forcing the Bank of Canada to keep interest rates high. If the government eliminated the carbon tax, they would be 1/3 of the way to getting inflation back down to target, which means interest rates and prices can come down. So this week, Mr. Speaker, Conservatives are going to stand with the 70% of Canadians who oppose this carbon tax hike, the 70% of premiers who oppose the carbon tax hike, and we're going to fight to spike the hike so we can axe the tax. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, oh my God, we saw the former leader of the Conservative Party kind of twist and bend and jump all over the place to try to justify statistics so that they can continue their conservative spin of misinformation. Quite frankly, let's be very, very clear. You know, there is a carbon tax and there is a carbon rebate. It's as simple as that. 80% plus will actually receive more in the rebate than they will pay in the tax. No matter how many somersaults and no matter how much of the twisting of the facts the former leader of the Conservative Party has to say, that is the reality. My question is, why does the Conservative Party not go around Canada saying, we are going to be cutting the rebate, the carbon rebate? I'll tell you why, Mr. Speaker, because they know full well the disposable income for 80% plus is actually going to go down under this Conservative plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
It's so funny, you know, the honourable member is the one who has to twist and turn and pretzel. Yeah, you got to hold up the rebate in just the right light, maybe on the second full moon of the month, and you know, if you got the right angle, you might find a way where someone's better off. This isn't my opinion. This is the independent budget watchdog, and I would urge a spitting in debate today. Okay, the Liberals are going to do this all day. They're going to start talking about only the direct costs of the carbon tax. But we know all the experts' analysis has concluded that when you factor in all the costs, when you factor in the fact that the retailer has to raise his or her prices, that the shipper has to raise his prices, that the producer has to raise their prices, when you factor in the fact that companies have to pay out lower wages because they're paying a higher and higher share of the carbon tax, when you factor all of that in, Canadians are worse off. It's the parliamentary budget officer has shown 60% of Canadians pay far more than they get back. The fifth quintile, the fourth quintile, the third quintile, all these middle income earning groups, Mr. Speaker, are hundreds of dollars worse off even after the rebate program is factored in.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-les-Metiers.
Très courte, très concise, très...
I have a short and concise question.
Rigoureux, il ne sort pas des chiffres d'un chapeau. Il prétend que 70% des Canadiens sont contre la hausse de taxes de 23% qui va avoir...
Now, the increase will occur on April 1st. But if you look at the poll, at the survey, it was about the government exemption for home heating oil in carbon pricing. It was not about the existence of the law itself. Did the Conservative Party perhaps forget to specify that in its motion? The Honourable Leader. No, not at all, Mr. Speaker. We have heard Canadians. Canadians are suffering from this punitive tax.
To the carbon tax, and especially the hike in the carbon tax. And it's not just public polling that shows that. 70% of premiers have come out and urged this government to, at the very least, not hike the tax coming on April 1st. You know, this Prime Minister is very divisive. He likes to divide groups of Canadians against each other. He likes to divide one region against each other, one province against each other. But he's actually achieving something a little bit rare in Canadian politics. He's creating consensus and unity among premiers from various regions, from west to east, Liberal, Conservative. He's uniting them in opposition to his terrible tax plan. The carbon tax hike is going to make everything more expensive. Canadians are going to be worse off. They're going to have to pay more. They're going to lose more money at the end of the month, and the rebate program does not cover it. Those are the facts. At the very least, the least this government can do in a cost of living crisis, as young people are moving back in their homes, people are moving into tent cities, choosing between heating and eating, they can spike the hike so that at the very least prices don't rise any further.
In comments, the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Speaker, well, the one area I agree with the Conservatives on is that the carbon tax has not brought down emissions,
And it hasn't brought down emissions because the Liberals believed that the tar sands companies would do the right thing. We had Pathways Alliance and the Net Plan for Zero. We have seen carbon emission decreases across the board except in big oil, where it increases. Now, here's the thing on the carbon tax. Suncor, which was one of the companies making $78 billion in profits last year, pays 1/14 of the carbon tax that Joe, who fills up his gas tank, has to pay. So we gave these companies free money. We continue to give them free money. They're burning our planet. They have no intention of doing the right thing. And the Liberals were suckers for believing that Rich Kruger, Suncor, Imperial, and the rest of the tar sands companies actually cared about burning the planet. Oh, sorry, I'll retract that because we know that Conservatives don't care about burning the planet either.
At a time, the honourable member for Regina Capel can respond.
Conrad over there from the Politburo would actually wants to make my speech illegal, Mr. Speaker. If this member's bill passed and I gave the speech I just gave outside of this chamber, I could go to jail because that's the mentality of the NDP. They want to control speech. They want to stifle debate. They want to impose their view. But he did touch on something. He touched on what happens in other countries. And just remember, under this government's environment plan, when our European allies came calling, asking for Canada's clean LNG to get off of Russian oil, this member, this party stood with the Liberal government and said no. Shameful, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat. Continuing debate. The honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has done a great job in the last little while of uniting the country. There is a great Canadian tax revolt against him in the constant, never-ending tax increases that is coming after 8 years. Canadians know they have had enough. They cannot afford the cost of this Prime Minister any longer. He is uniting the country against him and the constant tax increases Canadians are facing. 70% of Canadians are opposed to the latest spike in the carbon tax, a cruel April Fool's joke on April the 1st that's going to see a 23% increase in the carbon tax at a time when the millions of Canadians are struggling to make ends meet. And the punishment and the never-ending tax increases under this Prime Minister, fully propped up by the NDP every step of the way, is all part of their plan to quadruple the carbon tax in the coming years. 70% of Canadians, 7 premiers from every part of this country are united against this latest tax hike. And it's gotten so bad, it's the Liberal Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador that has called out the Prime Minister and demanded a stop to this latest increase. It's even provincial Liberal parties in New Brunswick and Kathleen Wynne's party in Ontario. The Ontario Liberal Party is now so tired of this Prime Minister. He's so toxic now and so unpopular, he is uniting the country against everybody, including the Ontario Liberal Party, that now is coming out and saying they just don't want to spike the hike. They're even saying now they're going to axe the tax entirely. That just goes to tell you when the party of Kathleen Wynne won't even support the carbon tax anymore, you know they are on the wrong track of Canadians. The great Canadian tax revolt, Mr. Speaker, is well underway. The numbers speak for themselves. I'm going to talk about a few numbers of fact about the struggle Canadians are going through. $700. That is how much a family of 4 in Canada is going to pay more on their grocery bill in 2024. This year alone. That doesn't even factor the increase of the carbon tax into that. This latest increase, a 23% hike, is going to drive up the cost of food, of heating, and filling up your car even more. And it's getting worse, Mr. Speaker. We've seen, sadly, food bank reports over and over and over again these past few years talking about a surge in the number of visits to food banks in this country. The Liberals and the NDP say all the time, we've got a plan, our plan is working, it's helping. It is not. And here's the fact. A recent food charity report came out and said food banks in this country are bracing after record usage in 2023. They are bracing for 1 million more visits by Canadians to food banks this year. This is insanity. The Prime Minister, the NDP are absolutely tone deaf to keep doubling down, quadrupling down, frankly, or to quadruple the carbon tax, and think this is not going to get even worse. And it's gotten so bad for charities. 36% of charities last year, Mr. Speaker, had to turn people away because they were running out of resources. The Liberals and the NDP are about the only ones left in this country, very few, this costly coalition that are not getting with the program. Canadians are tired of the tax hikes. They cannot afford 61 cents a litre on the price of gas in the coming years. It is driving up the cost of living. It is driving up the cost of groceries, the cost of doing business, and it's taking business away from this country and having even something as simple as food. The abundance of great agricultural land in this country, we're now seeing companies and grocery stores importing food from around the world rather than having it grown here close to home when they're nailing greenhouses with the carbon tax, farmers, an astronomical amount of the carbon tax, hundreds of thousands of dollars at one grain operation, drawing operation in my riding on their way to quadruple it. Enough is enough. And here's the thing about the problem, Mr. Speaker. We know the Liberal math and their promises never add up. That's why the budget just doesn't balance itself, is because their math never makes sense. It makes sense to the average Canadian to know it's driving up the cost of their household budget. It's driving up their mortgage now, it's driving up groceries, it's driving up heating, it's driving up having a car and taking your kids to hockey or to go out and about like Canadians do. The Liberals promised $50 a tonne. That's as far as they're going to go with the carbon tax. They broke that promise, and they tripled that, about $170 a tonne, after promising it wouldn't go above 50. They promised rebates for businesses. All the carbon tax that small businesses and businesses pay in this country, they give them zero rebate, let alone the rebates they do give to households, which we know and the parliamentary budget officer says does not cover the carbon tax cost that families pay. Businesses get nothing. They broke their promise. And now they try to get you to believe in their talking points and their little chart and say Canadians are better off with the rebates that they get. Is nonsense. Nobody believes it, and neither does the parliamentary budget officer, because in his reports, the facts are clear. The average family of 4 in a Canadian province is projected only to get a certain amount back in the rebate. They are out hundreds of dollars, regardless of which province you live in. If you're in Ontario, you're out on average in 2024 and 2025, $627. Alberta families, $911 out. $502 in Manitoba. The list goes on and on and on. The more they increase this carbon tax, the bigger difference in debt and struggle Canadian families are going to face. Mr. Speaker, one of the important things, and this is what you got to read the fine print when it comes to these Liberals and their NDP coalition partners. They never just give a straight answer. Watch question period any day. They'll never give you a straight answer. The carbon tax in the coming years is going to quadruple. And here's how. They don't just do it with one carbon tax. They've got 2 carbon taxes. There's the first carbon tax, which is going to total 37 cents a litre on the price of gas in the coming years. The rebates, as I just confirmed, don't even cover that. But now they've got a second carbon tax coming in every part of the country. They go and they word salad these things. They change the name. A clean fuel standard. It is a second carbon tax. 0 rebates for anybody. That's going to be 17 cents a litre on the price of gas in the coming years. And if that's not bad enough, Mr. Speaker, what really triggers and infuriates Canadians is the fact that the Liberals and the NDP, what do? They don't only have one carbon tax, they've got a second carbon tax, and then they tax the tax. They put the GST and HST on carbon tax 1 and carbon tax 2 for a total of 61 cents a litre. Out of touch. And here's the thing, Mr. Speaker, that just, I think, puts the cherry on top of just how out of touch and aloof after 8 years of this Prime Minister, the Liberals and the NDP, is they keep saying for the last year, Canadians are united, as I mentioned more than ever before, against the carbon tax and against this latest April 1st increase. The PMO put out talking points last week with the title, "Is the carbon tax suffering from a failure to communicate?" Sorry, that wasn't the PMO, that was the CBC that wrote that article. I'm sorry, I think it was probably provided by the PMO to the CBC to write, where they try to defend again. The entire argument for the last year from these Liberals is, it's just a communication problem. We're just not explaining ourselves enough. Canadians know themselves. They cannot afford this Prime Minister, they can't afford this carbon tax, and they can't afford a 23% increase on it on April the 1st, on its way to quadrupling in the coming years. If this was a communication problem, it'd be solved, because this Prime Minister loves photo ops, he loves all these news conferences and these flashy word salad. In the last year, Mr. Speaker, as Canadians, more Canadians, 1 million more food bank visits are expected this year, more people than ever before using food banks, mortgage defaults, the economic news gets worse. The only thing this Prime Minister has done in the last couple of months is they renamed the carbon tax. That is how out of touch they are. Mr. Speaker, this carbon tax and the cruel latest increase, the never-ending increases, is not a communication problem. Be solved, because this Prime Minister loves photo ops, he loves all these news conferences and these flashy word salad. In the last year, Mr. Speaker, as Canadians, more Canadians, 1 million more food bank visits are expected this year, more people than ever before using food banks, mortgage defaults, the economic news gets worse. The only thing this Prime Minister has done in the last couple of months is they renamed the carbon tax. That is how out of touch they are. Mr. Speaker, this carbon tax and the cruel latest increase, the never-ending increases, is not a communication problem. It's a tax problem. Canadians have finally realized they've had enough, and it's time, Mr. Speaker, spike the hike, axe the tax, and finally give Canadians some relief.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you. And I can understand the argument that the carbon tax would be inflationary. The problem is the experts don't seem to think that. So, for example, the governor of the Bank of Canada in September said that carbon tax only contributed about 0.15 percentage points to inflation. A policy option review in 2023 estimated that carbon taxes increased consumer prices between 2018 to 2023 by 0.6%. Stats Canada and a BC study figured that only about 0.33% of the increased cost of food was attributable to the carbon tax. So I'm not sure where the Conservatives are getting their statistics from, but I'd like to hear some of their statistics.
The honourable member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Well, Canadians agree with the common sense conservative consensus that's building across the country, Mr. Speaker. They know it's common sense. You can't tax the farmer that grows the food, tax the trucker that ships the food, and then tax the stores that sell the food when they all get no rebate to go, and they pass that cost on to the consumer. The governor of the Bank of Canada has said the carbon tax is adding to inflation. And nobody believes when the rebates do not even cover the first carbon tax on its way to going up to 61 cents a litre. You can't add that cost to farmers, to truckers, to businesses. They even tax the big bad polluting snow plows. Private and public snowplows. They're putting a carbon tax just to clear snow in this country. They are carbon taxing everything, and it is driving. You can't go and add all these costs and taxes on and just expect it to evaporate. It's driving up inflation. It's driving up the cost of doing business, cost of living. It's just common sense, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The
honourable member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's really Groundhog Day. Every time there's a Conservative opposition day, they talk about the carbon tax. There are huge issues that we could be talking about this morning, but yet again, we're talking about the carbon tax. It doesn't make sense. I'd like to know this. My Conservative colleagues often talk about the government's inflationary spending. According to the IMF in 2022, the government sent $50 billion to the oil and gas industry. I'd like to know if in 2022, the 5 oil and gas companies together made $200 billion in profits. And in the Liberal budget, by 2030, they will spend $90 in tax credits, or $80 billion in tax credits for the oil and gas industry, including for Trans Mountain. Are these expenditures inflationary expenditures, yes or no?
Glengarry.
The Bloc Québécois are like the weather vane of Canadian politics. You just never know where they're going to take a stand in this position. That member is the one that stood up in the House that said, when he's talking about the carbon tax, he wanted to radically increase the carbon tax. He loves this Liberal NDP coalition. The Bloc Québécois are hopping right on board. And just how out of touch and aloof, and you just can't figure them out anymore, is that member from the Bloc Québécois. The second carbon tax, that 17 cents a litre added to the price of gas, Mr. Speaker, they're sending that to Ottawa. They're putting a second carbon tax in the province of Quebec, sending all of that money to Ottawa. What has the Bloc Québécois come? And if he's saying there's better things to talk about, I'm thinking, Mr. Speaker, April 1st coming, the need to spike the hike, 70% of Canadians, 7 premiers, people frustrated with these never-ending tax increases. He needs to go back to his riding and talk to some real people, and they'll tell you they're sick of the tax increases right in the province of Quebec as well.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I like the member, but of course he doesn't remember the dismal decade, which was the Harper decade, where Conservatives, of course, made it extremely difficult for people to even live. Seniors were forced to work for years before they got their pension. Services were axed. I can see the Conservatives reacting because they know how deplorable their record was. They were absolutely obscene. $30 billion a year given to overseas tax havens. Money poured at oil and gas CEOs. What they did is they ravaged this country. Now, one of the things I think is very interesting, Mr. Speaker, is the Climate Change Performance Index that the member from Regina Capel mentioned earlier. Let's go back to 2014. In 2014, under the Harper government, climate change deniers, we were 4th worst in the world in terms of our performance against climate change. We know that costs Canadians thousands of dollars every year. Every Canadian pays the price of climate change. My question is very simple. Why are Conservatives climate change deniers?
The honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the previous Conservative government where we had houses people could afford, food people could afford to have, and not need to have millions of Canadians going to food banks. I'm proud of the previous Conservative government where there was not tent cities exploding everywhere in this country like they have in the past few years under the Liberal. And for the record, the NDP own every single bit of that responsibility because they propped up this Prime Minister. But, Mr. Speaker, I can't wait for the next election for several reasons, whenever that may be. Many Canadians are saying sooner rather than later, please, because this is what the NDP is saying. Here's their pitch to help the struggling senior in Burnaby, British Columbia. Put a carbon tax on at 61 cents a litre. Drive up the cost of food, drive up the cost of gas, drive up the cost of rent, drive up the cost of losing a home, Mr. Speaker. The NDP, provincially and federally, are complicit.
I don't know what's going on, but the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby on a point of order.
Pure disinformation, and the member knows this. BC does not have a federal carbon tax, so he is going to have to withdraw his words.
That's not a point of order. It is a point of debate. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay on a point of order.
Well, I challenge my colleague, who I have enormous respect, but I think it's not accurate that he knows that he's spreading misinformation. I think he just reads his lines.
Okay, I don't hear the point of order, but very quickly, the honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
I always love to hear the NDP appreciate their interventions, proving they just love the carbon tax. They have no problem quadrupling it. Canadians will decide the next election. I can't wait.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to let you know that I'll be sharing my time with the member from St. Catharines. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to once again clarify how having a price on carbon is the most effective way of addressing climate change and curtailing its devastating effects on the health and safety of Canadians. I've had an opportunity to go on television a couple of times with my colleague, the failed Conservative member from Regina Capel, and he and I have had a couple of debates on this issue, and I'm proud to say that the Canadians deserve action that addresses the horrific costs associated with climate change, Mr. Speaker. And also today in the news, inflation numbers are in, and inflation is down around 2.8% from the high of June 2022, 8.1%. Over the last 3 months, food and goods inflation have actually been negative, Mr. Speaker. Groceries are going back down to normal, and this is a really, really encouraging trend. And it's worth noting that that's happening in the context of us fighting climate change and lowering our emissions at the exact same time, Mr. Speaker. In 2023, we saw a record wildfire season here in Canada at a time when more area was burned, more than double the historic record, and hundreds of thousands of Canadians were evacuated from their homes as a result. Mr. Speaker, I remember when I was a kid, when we used to talk about global warming, it was always images of polar bears in the Amazon rainforest. Climate change isn't in some far-off place. It's right here. It was in the skies of Ottawa last summer when we were working here. There were people who had asthma who couldn't come to work. People weren't leaving their homes. There was respiratory distress alerts. In total, the area burned was 18 million hectares, which is 2.5 times the previous record set in 1995 and more than 6 times the average over the past 10 years. Mr. Speaker, the Insurance Bureau of Canada also concluded that the average annual severe weather claims paid by insurers in Canada could cost more than double over the next 10 years, increasing from $2.1 billion a year, which is what it's at right now, to over $5 billion a year, and that must be accompanied by an increase in premium income. Climate change isn't free, Mr. Speaker, and pollution shouldn't be free either. There are very real costs associated with having your house burned down or having to flee your home and your job due to an evacuation order. And we also know from experts and research that the most effective and efficient way to address climate change is to put a price on carbon pollution emissions that are the chief cause of man-made climate change. And the Conservatives on the other side might bellow at me and deny climate change's existence, as they always do, Mr. Speaker. That doesn't change the fact. Our emissions are on their way down in Canada. We've reversed the disastrous Harper legacy of rising emissions up until 2015, and emissions are on their way down. And we've done that by putting a price on carbon pollution. We've reduced our emissions, and that encourages reductions right across the economy, while giving households and businesses the flexibility to decide what changes they're going to make. It also creates incentives for Canadian businesses to develop and adopt new low-carbon products, processes, and services. And when it's done right, Mr. Speaker, as we are doing right here in Canada, you don't have to believe me. There's a gentleman named William Nordhaus who has a Nobel Prize in economics, which he was awarded in 2018 for his work on carbon pricing and macroeconomics. His quote is exactly this: "Canada is getting carbon pricing right. It's both effective and affordable for consumers, and it lowers emissions right across the economy." That's because the bulk of proceeds from the federal pollution pricing system go straight back into the pockets of Canadians. In provinces where the fuel charge applies, with 8 out of 10 households in these provinces continuing to get more money back through their quarterly Canada carbon rebate payments that they pay as a result of the federal pollution pricing system. So for the fiscal year starting on April 1st, a family of 4 will receive under the Canada Carbon Rebate $1,800 in Alberta, $1,200 in Manitoba, $1,120 in Ontario, and $1,504 in Saskatchewan. $760 in New Brunswick, $824 in Nova Scotia, and $880 in Prince Edward Island, and $1,192 in Newfoundland and Labrador, Mr. Speaker. And when I was on one of those programs I mentioned earlier with the failed Conservative leader, the member from Regina Capel, I asked the member if he cashed his check, which would have been around $1,300, as he is a family of more than 4 in Saskatchewan, and he refused to answer. The Conservatives repeatedly refuse to acknowledge that the rebate program is an effective way to combat the affordability crisis, and it's an effective way to lower our emissions. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, for 8 out of 10 households, these amounts represent more than they'll pay as a result of the federal pricing pollution system. Remember, the federal government does not keep any proceeds from the federal fuel charge. They are all returned in the jurisdiction in which they are collected. Mr. Speaker, carbon pricing works and climate change is real. And it doesn't matter how much the Conservatives yell and repeat their slogans and their lines written by their campaign team. We know that there are many, many ways to make affordability a reality in Canada, and that's why we've seen the inflation numbers come down. We've seen groceries become a little bit more affordable in the last couple of months, and that's really, really positive news. According to economists, Mr. Speaker, the inflation on food and other goods like telecommunications was actually negative over the last couple of months. This is in the context of pricing carbon. Now, if the Conservatives are going to say that pricing carbon leads to inflation, then how have we seen a rising price on pollution over the last 3 years associated with a decrease in our inflation? Mr. Speaker, we know that there are many, many ways to make life more affordable, and affordability has been a top concern of this government since we got elected in 2015. Serious governments need to have a plan to fight for affordability and the environment and reducing emissions and fighting climate change at the same time. You know, the Conservatives have been talking about food banks a lot lately, which is important. I volunteer at food banks. I support a lot of poverty reduction and poverty elimination agencies, and I meet with officials from those organizations on a frequent basis. And they have a lot of really good recommendations for our government. They have recommendations for a universal basic income and how to expand programs like the Canada Child Benefit. They have recommendations like making sure that childcare is affordable, pharmacare is on their agenda. They want to make sure that Canadians can access their vital health care without having to make a decision between paying their bills and paying their medical expenses. And that's why we've been there, Mr. Speaker. None of those food banks, those food rescue organizations, those poverty elimination experts, or those economists have pointed to a price on pollution as a cause for inaffordability or for inflation, Mr. Speaker. So we're delivering the support where it's most effective to those who need it most. People who live in rural communities, like many of my members in Milton, face unique realities, and measures that we've introduced help put even more money back into the pockets of families dealing with higher energy costs because they live outside of large cities and they have more expensive home heating and transportation costs. We've been very clear that we'll continue to implement our pollution pricing system while ensuring that we continue to put more money into the pockets of Canadian households. And Mr. Speaker, most recently through Bill C-59, which we voted on last night, the Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act, we introduced measures to advance the government's fiscally responsible plan to build a cleaner, stronger economy. It introduces measures to create well-paying jobs, generate growth, and build a cleaner economy that works for everyone by advancing Canada's plan to both fight climate change and lower our emissions, as well as ensure that families can pay their bills. Mr. Speaker, making life affordable for Canadians while protecting the environment will always be a priority for our government, and that remains a priority today. But I'd like to talk just about two things. The first being following through on a campaign commitment. Because, Mr. Speaker, this government was elected 3 times on a commitment to fight climate change and lower our emissions. 3 times we campaigned on a promise to price pollution. But the hypocrisy of the Conservatives and their platform in 2021, they put a price on carbon. They plan to put a price on carbon with their leader, Erin O'Toole. But the failed Conservative leader, the member from Regina Capel, went back to his 2019 campaign promise of saying that Canada should be allowed to increase our emissions. He said it yesterday again on television. Mr. Speaker, the member from Regina Capel repeatedly says that Canada should be allowed to increase our emissions, which would make climate change worse. It would make sure that Canada is not a leader in fighting climate change on a global scale. Mr. Speaker, integrity requires us to follow through on our commitments. And all of those Conservatives ran on a commitment to price carbon, and unfortunately they've taken their jackets off, they've flipped them inside out, they've tossed Erin O'Toole to the curb, and they're back to their 2019 campaign commitment with the failed leader of the Conservative Party, the member from Regina Capel, and to ignore climate change altogether. The second issue that I wanted to address, Mr. Speaker, is political maturity. Back in 2015, emissions were on their way up. We campaigned on a commitment to reverse that trend, lower our emissions, and be a leader in fighting climate change around the world. Now, the Conservatives, on the other hand, they ran on a commitment to do nothing on the environment. They do absolutely nothing on the environment. Their party official statement on climate change is that there is no human cause for inflation. But, Mr. Speaker, it requires us to look in the mirror and say, what is our plan? So for 2.5 years, the Conservatives have said that they'd like to axe the tax. They made bumper stickers and hoodies and, it's their brand now, axe the tax. So political maturity requires them to come up with an idea or a plan to replace it with something. If you want to axe the tax, then what are you going to replace it with? So as we go to questions, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask the Conservatives, what's your plan to tackle climate change?
Questions and comments? Question or commentaire? Boy, I was going to have to fight out the honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to take to my feet and go ask a question in the debate today. And the member opposite talked about political maturity and doing what you say you did. Does he realize that he ran a campaign on never increasing the carbon tax past $50 a ton? That was a commitment he made to the people of Milton. No wonder he's plummeted in the polls after that Bush League speech, Mr. Speaker. So he bends over backwards trying to say, did you take the money? Did you take the money? He asked the member from John Capel, did you cash your carbon tax rebate check? It's Canadians' money in the first place. They earned it. They're trying to argue about how to give best back the money to Canadians. How about you don't take it in the first place? Stop trying to give Canadians back their money and let them keep it when they make it.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't hear a question in that member's statement, but I will address something that he said. Because in 2019, he ran on a commitment with Aaron O'Toole to price carbon. He went door to door, and 2021, Mr. Speaker, 2021, he ran on a commitment. I'm sorry, I get confused because in 2019, none of them even mentioned climate change because the failed leader, the member from Regina Capel, ran on a commitment to ignore climate change. Since then, they realized that was a failed opportunity, and Aaron O'Toole recognized that if you'd like to be the Prime Minister of this country, then you need to have a plan to lower emissions and fight climate change. But clearly, the member opposite has amnesia, or he's chosen to go back on his commitment to price carbon. But I have a question for him. $1,504 is the amount that his family will be receiving in the Canada Carbon Rebate. That addresses affordability challenges for members of his community, and it also it's an incentive to lower our emissions. So I hope that he'll join me in making sure his community is aware of that $1,504.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his speech. Now, it does feel like the Conservatives don't have any plan to address the climate crisis, can't even really admit that there is a climate crisis. But the Liberals have failed to communicate what is their kind of silver bullet solution in carbon pricing. And, in order to double the rebate right now for rural Canadians to try and gain back some ground, they're actually going to increase the carbon price on small businesses. They already owe small businesses and Indigenous groups $3.6 billion. Why would they not make big oil pay what they owe? Implement an excess profits tax. We just saw polling saying the majority of Canadians want an excess profits tax on big oil and gas. Why won't they do it?
Hear, hear. Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I always say that it's refreshing when I have the opportunity to discuss how we fight climate change with the member from Victoria, because instead of having to listen to Conservatives deny the existence of climate change and deny our leadership opportunity in lowering our emissions and fighting climate change, we get a refreshing opportunity with the New Democrats to discuss how we fight climate change. I agree with the member. The excess profits of the oil and gas industry are absolutely obscene. And not only that, but what they've done to the oil sands is also just an environmental disaster, Mr. Speaker. I've had the chance to visit Fort McMurray, and we've also heard testimony in the Environment Committee about the poisoning of the coral site through tailings ponds leakages. Mr. Speaker, there needs to be more accountability from the oil and gas sector. They need to pay for the mess they've made, and we need to ensure that accountability and integrity is there throughout every aspect of our economy, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I'll say it's refreshing to talk about how we fight climate change in this House, not if we fight climate change, as is always the case with the Conservatives.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Battleford-Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I do want to reiterate something that my colleague brought up here on this side of the House, that the Prime Minister said that the carbon tax would not be increased past $50 a ton. And I know I recently read Jody Wilson-Raybould's book, and in her book she actually said that she realized that Liberals will say whatever they have to say in order to get elected. So it's obvious that this is just another broken promise from them. The member from Milton talked about emissions. So I have a very basic question. Does he believe that families that are heating their homes, putting fuel in their gas tanks to take their kids to hockey, to get to work, to feed their families, is emitting emissions?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And look, it's a reality in Canada. We live in a cold country in the winter, and it gets pretty warm in the summer. A lot of our goods come from far away, so that requires a lot of transportation costs. Canadians have a carbon footprint, and there's a way that we could increase that carbon footprint. We could ignore climate change and say, you know what, to heck with it. We're just going to, let carbon emissions fly. We don't care about climate change. And there's an alternative as well. We could consider a heat pump. We could consider more fuel-efficient vehicles. We could consider more locally grown produce and meat. And these are ways to lower our carbon footprint, Mr. Speaker, and we're supporting Canadians through those choices. In Saskatchewan, where my colleague is from, with a $1,504 rebate, Mr. Speaker.
Treaties debate, continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Communities.
Not allowed to say we're lying.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's disappointing we're here again today to discuss this. We're here time and time again. But I think it was telling from the member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek, when the member for Milton said, and it's quite reasonable, you need to have a plan to fight climate change. And the member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek said, no, you don't. And that's the Conservative Party plan, right, don't. And she's heckling me now, Mr. Speaker, because she's quite upset that calling her out. She thinks she can heckle and not be called out on it. But clearly, it's climate denial, Mr. Speaker. As she's trying to shout me down at the moment.
I have a point of order to the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been really trying to listen to this dismal debate, but people shouting at each other has even lowered the tone even lower than it normally would be. So I'd ask you to let people just say their dismal points so we can hear them on the record without this kind of bitter batter back and forth. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. I would like you to clarify if, in fact, this is a point of order, when a member is absolutely misleading the House about what another member said during the debate.
I would caution members to not impugn other members in their speeches to make sure that we treat everyone as honourable members, as we all accept in this chamber. So I just want to make sure that we have a reasonable debate amongst of course members of the House. I'm going to go to the Calgary Centre first, and then I'll go back to the member.
Sure, Mr. Speaker. The member across the way clearly misled this House on what something my colleague said. And I think it is incumbent upon you as Speaker here to have him withdraw a comment that was a direct misinterpretation and an absolute intentional misrepresentation of something one of my colleagues said on this side of the House. He's known for that. You know he's known for that. And it's about time somebody called him on it. I request you do that, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for that input. The Honourable Member for St. Catharines on a clarification.
Clarification, please. The member yelled what I said she said. You can speak to the Hansard and go back to the tapes. I'm happy to come back if it wasn't what she said. It was loud, it was clear, and it was caught by Hansard, Mr. Speaker. And so I suggest you go back because it was very clear. And to allow other members to impugn what I heard seems to be hypocritical for those members to, they didn't hear it, they weren't being yelled at, I was sitting next to the honourable member, they clearly, and I'll save this for my speech, Mr. Speaker, I'll sit down at the moment, but this is preposterous, Mr. Speaker.
I appreciate the input on that. No, listen, this is why we recognize an individual to speak, and then we have a question and comment statement after, so people can be clear in their positions for whatever we're talking about today. So I would caution members to not put words in other people's mouths as we try to do. That seems to happen an awful lot in this chamber and probably shouldn't. So I would just ask people to be judicious in the words that they use. On that, we'll go back and listen to the tapes if that's what we need to do to be able to see who said what when. So I'll allow the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to continue, but I will caution maybe move on to the next point.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, the Conservatives saying the quiet part out loud, that they deny the existence of climate change, an existential threat to humanity. And they come back time and time again with slogans. Their only environmental plan, and I've said this before, their only environmental plan is to recycle slogans in this place. There's nothing. They represent ridings, and I conceive they represent ridings across the country. Ridings that are in drought, ridings that have suffered from fires and floods and hurricanes that are exacerbated by climate change. And what do? They heckle, they mock, they deny. They offer no plan for the future. And they mislead Canadians on what is actually increasing prices. The major increase that Canadians are suffering from, especially on food, is with respect to climate change. I've asked a number of Conservative members over the course of the last couple of years to explain to me why prices for food in the United States have increased at the same rate as they have in Canada. They've increased at the same rate, even though there isn't a national price on pollution in the United States. So, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are still heckling me. They can't even accept the evidence before them that it's climate change. They can't accept it from their own farmers. I've seen it in Niagara in terms of vine loss.
A point of order from the always helpful Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
We need to be accurate because this is for the historical record. My honourable colleague claimed that the Conservatives were heckling. I think it was just sort of a bunch of grunts and snorts. I think he should be accurate in how the Conservatives are responding.
That is not a point of order. And while I do appreciate the levity that the honourable member tries to bring to the House, let's try to be serious on the discussion that we're having today. The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And expect a little better from the member in terms of the seriousness of this debate. I know he believes passionately in this. In speaking about farmers back home, just a couple years ago we saw 25% loss of vines in the grape industry in Niagara. We're seeing catastrophic losses in British Columbia, which I know some members represent those farmers. Again, as I said, historic fires, floods, those costs are borne by Canadians. And what do they have to say to those Canadians? That they have no plan, that there is nothing on the table, that those costs will continue to increase. You may not be able to get insurance. That's a reality. Your insurance costs will go up. But it's ignored. It's funny, Mr. Speaker, the first time I heard a Conservative politician even mention a rebate was the Premier and government in Saskatchewan trying to reassure Saskatchewan residents, don't worry, you'll still get your rebate, because Canadians look forward to seeing that. They ignore that whole aspect of it. They do not address it, and they make up numbers with respect to the costs of the price on pollution, even though they know full well that Canadians, especially lower-income Canadians, are much better off. That cutting the price on pollution, the biggest recipient will be oil companies, who will not pass that along. As we've seen now, oil companies are having record profits. It's a commodity-based industry. They're not going to pass that profit on to us. This is about the Conservatives standing up for big oil, which is truly unfortunate. Now, I believe some of them do understand that there is a climate crisis before us. But why is there no plan? All of them ran on pricing pollution. A couple of years ago, it was fine for them to go door to door and say, we're going to price pollution. It wasn't a plan that I particularly agreed with, but it was nice that every party in this country, including every member sitting here, ran on pricing pollution, knowing that you needed an environmental plan. This evening, there's going to be tributes for the late Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. And in all of the speeches yesterday, there was talk of him being a great statesman. And we're lucky as Canadians to have him at the helm, to be able to work with United States and other countries to get things done, whether that be apartheid or whether that be environmental issues as well. One of those issues was pricing pollution. And I think we can all remember back then the scourge of acid rain and what that was doing and the concern that Canadians had. And what was the way to fix that? Well, the honourable member heckles me, it's not a carbon tax. The way to fix it was to price pollution. Price the thing you don't want so you have less of it. They can't get it through. It's cognitive dissonance, Mr. Speaker. They can't get it through their heads that this works. And they can yell and try to shout me down, Mr. Speaker. But it worked. Prime Minister Mulroney worked with his counterparts in the United States, and they're laughing. They're laughing, which is unbelievably shocking, Mr. Speaker. It worked. They worked with premiers of cross-parties. They worked with Liberal Premier in Ontario. They worked with President of the United States. They worked across the world to get price on pollution so they can eliminate the scourge of acid rain. And we saw that. It is not an issue. Now, Canada can be a leader, which we choose to be, or we can go the Conservative way and just deny this incredible threat that is facing us. In 2015, Mr. Speaker, Canada was on track for emissions to grow to 815 megatons by 2030. Conservatives had no climate plan. It was free to pollute.
Still don't.
Oil and gas companies were allowed to emit unlimited pollution. Our latest update projects that our emissions will be 467 megatons in 2030, which is 43% below where they should be. I would have thought, Mr. Speaker, that in this place we could all agree that we don't like pollution. I would have thought that that was a consensus that we could all come to. You would think. But unfortunately, it isn't. As a result of our work, our emissions have declined by 7% since 2015 for the first time ever, and we are on track to meet our climate targets. Now, I think I occasionally speak of them as my two favorite constituents, Hannah and Ethan, who are my son and daughter. They are 7 and 5 years old. And I'm disappointed that we don't have conversations about what the future will look like for them in 2030 or 2050. And we look at a party that only wants there to be profits for oil companies right now. I'm hoping, Mr. Speaker, for the rest of the day, we can have that debate. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. First off, I want to wish my father a happy birthday today.
Hey, happy birthday, Dad.
On a more somber note, I also want to recognize the life of a constituent, Ms. Gemma Batante, who passed away recently. She was a pillar in my life, a pillar in the Italian community, and somebody who will be greatly missed. She gave hours and hours of volunteer work, made me hot dogs when I was just a little kindergarten student. I'm sure may perpetual light shine upon her, and I wish her family the best in this difficult time. I listened with intent to my honourable colleague's speech, and the question I have is this. He spoke about disincentivizing, and that's my word, it wasn't the word he used, about disincentivizing certain behaviors, and we tax those. The problem with the carbon tax, in my view, Speaker, though, is this. You can't disincentivize people from eating, which the carbon tax impacts the price of food. You can't disincentivize people from driving when they have a rural location. So how is it that this can lead to the result that the Liberal Party wants to, when the reality is people need to do the things they're trying to curtail? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the rebate is not mentioned, which covers the things that he's talking about. Farmers are exempt. Farm diesel is exempt from the price on pollution. We can incentivize car companies, for example. The auto industry is one of the most innovative in the world when it comes to greening up. And we have much more fuel-efficient vehicles precisely because of initiatives by government and regulation in terms of making cars less polluting. I know they would like to throw that away, but I honestly believe the member who comes from a province that has suffered from the severe impacts of climate change, that he wants to see action rather than just say, we don't care, which seems to be where the Conservative Party is right now.
Commentaire.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamoutis-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the former Environment Minister, Catherine McKenna, was interviewed yesterday. She worked on the implementation of the carbon tax. She said yesterday that the Liberal government didn't really sell its own economic and environmental measure. So unfortunately, she said, the Conservatives have totally gained control of the messaging on this. And apparently, the finance minister is not very keen on these environmental measures. Some say in the media that she rather supports oil and gas and the industry. So here's my question for my colleague. What are they waiting for to really gain control of the message again? Because this is a good measure. It aims to reduce GHG emissions. And this isn't the only measure that the government should take. The government should, in fact, take further action, so that we can truly meet our GHG emission reductions goals. So what are they waiting for? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Housing, Infrastructure and Communities Minister.
The Honourable Member for her question. The province of Quebec has shown us how effective a price on pollution has been, which was in existence well before federal price, well before we got elected. There's members of the Conservative Party who were members of a British Columbia Conservative Party that brought in a price on pollution because they knew it was effective. I think it's going to take all of us to dispel the misinformation that's being spouted by the Conservative Party on this issue, to care about the climate, to care about our children and future generations, or at least have the Conservatives come up with some kind of plan. Price on pollution, someone called it a magic bullet. It's not. But the Conservatives offer nothing. Maybe we can demand that they offer something to explain to Canadians what they're going to do.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
We lived through the dismal decade of the Harper years, where Canada was the fourth worst country in the world in terms of emissions around climate change. We saw the increase, the doubling of housing prices under the Conservatives. We saw the doubling of food bank lineups under the Conservatives. We saw people forced to work longer and longer as seniors' retirement age was scrapped. It was awful. It was terrible. My question to the Liberals is why they've continued so many of the same practices. The massive handouts to oil and gas CEOs have continued under the Liberals. And yes, they've moved up from the absolutely deplorable record of the climate-denying Conservatives, but only a few spots. And the reality is, by putting in place things that the NDP have been pushing in this House of Commons as the adults in the House, ensuring that we actually have a excess profits tax, ensuring that we end oil and gas subsidies, ensuring that we actually invest in clean energy. These are things that the Liberals should be doing. And my question is simply this. Why are they not doing the things that they know they have to do if we are really to beat this battle against climate change?
We are out of time, but allow the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to respond.
We are doing it, Mr. Speaker. We're ending fossil fuel subsidies. We are engaging in serious plans on technology, on other issues. It's not just a price on pollution. It's a comprehensive plan. we're working on it. We are working and happy to work with the NDP on this issue. But we've been taking action since 2015 and will continue to do so.
Prise du débat, l'honorable député de Mirabel.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, you will have noticed, as my colleague and I noticed, my colleague for Matan, Lamitis Matan Atapedia, with whom I'll be sharing my time, we've all noticed that this motion is a bit strange. It's a motion that's based on a survey, Mr. Speaker. It's not based on facts. This motion misleads Canadians and Quebecers. This mission claims that the April 1st hike will occur immediately, but in fact, the hikes will occur over time through 2030, 2031. Now, of course, we won't tell them how to use their opposition day. They're obsessed with the carbon tax. They don't have anything to say about anything else. They're obsessed with this, so they've chosen this for their opposition day. That's fine. But it would be nice if their motion was actually legitimate. It would be nice, for example, if it were based on science, on data. They could have suggested alternative action for the environment or for the economy, but they haven't. This isn't about Quebec either, because the motion doesn't mention that the federal carbon tax will not apply in Quebec. It does not apply in Quebec. I can repeat this many, many times so that they finally understand the carbon tax does not apply in Quebec, not directly, not indirectly. This motion isn't even about healthy use of public funds, because there's nothing in this motion about the $83 billion of subsidies that the government gives to oil and gas. The leader of the official opposition made a speech in honor of Mr. Mulroney. It was a bit embarrassing. He said that Mr. Mulroney reduced the size of the state. Well, they have an opportunity in this motion to reduce spending, $83 billion of oil and gas subsidies. This is incompetence. Because in any workplace where we care about serious work, we would fire someone for this type of mismanagement. But now let's have a moment. I would like to have a peaceful moment to thank the member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. She was a member of the Charest cabinet, a Liberal at the time, and voted in favor of Quebec's cap-and-trade system at the time. So we thank the member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Now she's a member of the Federal Conservative Party, but she was then a Quebec Liberal. Thanks to her, I'd like to thank her. Thanks to her, the carbon tax does not apply in Quebec. It does not apply directly. It does not apply through regulation. Because some people say that the clean fuel regulation is a carbon tax, but that is an attempt to mislead Quebecers. We will apply clean fuel regulations. Our businesses have already started complying, and things are working well in Quebec. So the Conservatives had one last attempt to mislead Quebecers. They said, well, the carbon tax does apply in Quebec. But if you believe Conservatives, well, this glass of water in front of me is made of propane and Alberta diesel. They tell us that everything we buy, Mr. Speaker, is made in Alberta. But recently, apparently, there's been a world record reached. Now, we need to take Parliament seriously. We need to take the work of Parliament seriously. Yesterday, in our parliamentary committees do important work for Quebecers and Canadians. Yesterday, Conservatives blocked committees with motions about the carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. And in their motions, they implied that it applies in Quebec. They moved motions about the carbon tax at the Immigration Committee. It's ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. They also, the Conservatives.
From the honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Je suis un député de Calgary.
I am a Calgary MP, Mr. Speaker, and I sit on the Immigration Committee. We did not receive any Conservative motions on the Immigration Committee. There were no motions about the carbon tax. Will he correct his statement? We could perhaps save this for questions and comments. The honourable member for Mirabel. A motion was moved. Perhaps we didn't debate the motion, but it was moved. And here's something that the Calgary MP will enjoy, because he likes this sort of thing. They moved a carbon tax motion at a meeting of the Status of Women Committee. Let's all give this some thought. Let's think about this for a moment. They moved a carbon tax motion at a meeting of the Status of Women Committee. Yesterday, they debated the carbon tax at the Industry Committee. The member for South Shore St. Margaret asked a CEO of cell phone companies, the question was, what is the impact of the carbon tax on cell phone bills? And the CEOs of these big companies looked at him like he was from another planet, Mr. Speaker. And the answer was, it has no effect whatsoever on the cell phone bills of Quebecers. It was a ridiculous question. And the answer was that there's no impact on cell phone bills. Now, there was another situation at the Official Languages Committee. The member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier debated two motions in official languages. The member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier is the only Canadian who's talking about diesel instead of French. He wants to say that he believes in propane-fueled bilingualism. I couldn't make this up if I tried. This party has no respect for Parliament's institutions, no respect for Canadians' intelligence, no respect for Quebecers' intelligence, and they don't respect the facts, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative Party doesn't respect anything, Mr. Speaker. Meanwhile, they are not tackling subsidies to oil and gas. Not at all. There are two types of Conservatives. The first group of Conservatives, the creationists, who feel that humanity started with the apple and Adam and Eve and the snake, and they don't believe in climate change. There are many of this type in the Conservative Party. They believe in falsehoods, of course. But they're good faith Conservatives, operating in good faith. But the other ones, the other type of Conservatives, including the Quebec Conservatives, the Pro-Charest group, former Liberals, they supported Quebec, but now they want to become ministers. They say that this isn't an environmental plan, that it's a fiscal plan. But anyone who has studied Tax 101 has learned that in a modern system, taxes do have an impact on the environment, but they're lying to Quebecers, this group of Conservatives. They say that the carbon tax doesn't work because emissions are increasing. They don't seem to understand that without proper carbon pricing, emissions would increase faster. They don't seem to understand the difference between slowing down and moving backwards. I would never lend them my car. These are the types of people who argue that China hasn't taken action, so we shouldn't. These Conservatives take inspiration from communist China in policy making. What's the next step? Will they congratulate Putin on his re-election? These Conservatives are inconsistent and they make no sense. It's incoherent. They are, in fact, taking advantage of people's struggles. And that's why today's motion is based on a survey rather than on facts. This shows us how they do their homework, how they operate. This tells us what they think of Canadians and of Quebecers. And it shows us how they're going to govern. They're going to govern based on surveys. Meanwhile, we work smartly. Now, the Canadian West won't separate from Canada, but Quebec can. Quebec has prioritized the environment and the green transition. It's working well for us. Businesses from around the world are doing clean energy business with Quebec. Now we're wondering whether we will have enough megawatts of clean energy to help others. to create jobs, to create economic growth. We have created 5 industrial superclusters in Canada with oil money. And in the next 10 years, we would be able to create 47 new industrial superclusters. Meanwhile, the Conservatives want to live in the past. So if you ask me whether I support this motion, well, I'll let you guess whether I support it. But I think anyone with some common sense will be able to guess that we will vote against this. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Madawaska, Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my Bloc Québécois colleague for his comments. There were 4 motions yesterday about official languages and diesel in our official languages committee yesterday. Now, I have a question about the Conservatives. How does my colleague feel that the Conservative election platform matches the motion today? The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Well, Mr. Speaker, I will not be able to attend Mr. Mulroney's funeral today, or the lying in wake today, because of my presence here in the House. But I would like to express my condolences to his family. Mr. Mulroney believed in the market, and he knew that market incentives could change behavior. That's why when it came to acid rains, Mr. Mulroney was very proud of the Montreal Port Protocol. We implemented an exchange trading system. We don't have a carbon tax in Quebec. We have pricing and regulations, but it's market-based in Quebec. But the Conservatives don't seem to believe in the market any longer, Mr. Speaker. They prioritize using public money, giving public money to businesses that are our buddies. And if that's what the Conservative Party stands for, Mr. Speaker, well, I think a lot of people who voted for them in the past are going to give that a second thought in the future. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard my colleague's speech. It was very interesting. He's very passionate. He said that my party, the Conservative Party, took advantage of people's struggles. That's surprising to hear. Well, people's struggles are caused by the carbon tax. The cost of living is rising. Inflation is also rising. What's the relation between the two? Is the carbon tax perhaps causing rising cost of living? The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Well, when gas prices went down at Thanksgiving, the colleague didn't mention that because they were too concerned about turkey prices. Now, here are the committees that talked about it yesterday: Agri-Food, Veterans Affairs, Transportation, Infrastructure and Communities, Status of Women, Government Operations, Natural Resources, Finances, Public Finances, Health, National Security, Official Languages, Indigenous Studies, and Northern Studies. Those are all the committees that were disrupted yesterday with motions about the carbon tax, and it shows how little they respect our institutions. Question and comments, Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. I like this propane or diesel-fueled French. That's pretty funny. The Conservatives have an unhealthy obsession with attacking carbon pricing, pollution pricing, but it's sort of an unreasonable, blind obsession. They seem to be blind to climate change, for example, droughts and forest fires. So what does my colleague think about the Conservatives' climate plan? The Honourable Member for Mirabel. There's something missing from the Conservative platform. That is, that everyone must do their part. There is no Conservative climate plan in Canada. And they justify that by saying, well, since China is not taking action, we're not going to take action. Since others aren't doing anything, we're not going to do anything. The Conservatives' logic and the logic of their new leader is, let's compare ourselves to the back of the pack, the worst of the worst. And then we will seem like we're doing a good job. That's not what we want to strive for. Now, of course, we have our disagreements, differences of opinion. But at a time, at the time of Mr. Mulroney and the Progressive Conservatives, that party strove higher.
The Honourable Member for Matisse-Matan Matapidia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say that I want to be able to give the same speech, type of speech that my colleague who preceded me gave. And I would like to talk about the facts that were recently reported on CBC Radio Canada with regard to the carbon tax. I think it's quite relevant with regard to today's debate, as was mentioned in the motion, which is quite concise. The Conservative Party is basing itself on figures, on a poll that was conducted with Canadians, and it says that given the fact that 70% of the provinces and 70% of Canadians oppose the Prime Minister's 23% carbon tax hike on April 1st, the House call on the so on and so on to immediately cancel this hike. So we're talking about 70% of Canadians oppose the increase. That's what the Conservative Party is claiming. So I went to look at the polls to see if that was true. And I realized that the poll dealt with the exemption on home heating oil and not on the existence itself of this act. So the Conservatives are perhaps making the numbers speak in their favor. It's not really true to say that 70% of Canadians are against the 23% carbon tax hike on April 1st. And it's not even true to say that it'll be a 23% increase on April 1st, because this increase is gradual. Of course, it will reach a certain amount at a certain date, but that's in 2030. So it's a little bit of a stretch to say that here, and my colleague said it just before me. Among other things, for those reasons, we'll be against the Conservative motion. And I went to look at other figures, and it's quite amusing because I find the same figures, 70%, 23%, but for completely different reasons. And what I realized is that 70% of the global GDP has a carbon pricing. That's a more than 40% number, or 40 states or jurisdictions that have this in place. We're talking about a lot of industrialized countries that have carbon pricing, and they've done so quite some time ago, as did Canada. So the 23% of greenhouse gas emissions around the world are covered by carbon pricing. So I thought this was quite amusing to find these same figures here, but from different sources. And it's not taken out of a hat. It's the France's Department of Energy. So we can look at what's happening elsewhere instead of complaining what's happening at home. So asking the motion asks the House call on the NDP Liberal coalition to immediately cancel this hike. And it's not the first time we've read this, because normally the Conservatives talk out of both sides of their mouth. When they talk in English, they say there's an NDP Liberal coalition, and when they talk about it in Quebec, they talk about the Bloc and the Liberals. But this wasn't translated differently in this motion itself. But here they're talking about Liberal and NDP coalition. So to come back now to the infamous increase, it will reach $170 or $60 in 2030. And it's not the Bloc Québécois that's saying it, unlike what the Conservative Party is saying. And this is to ensure that Canada achieves its greenhouse gas emissions targets. It's the parliamentary budget officer saying it. He's a very well-respected institution. I think the Conservative Party should, in fact, believe in the figures provided by the parliamentary budget officer. And what the PBO said recently is that to reach the 2030 Paris Accord targets, we'll have to increase the carbon pricing up to $239 a ton. Why? Because this is a tool that Canada has adopted to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions. This is a tool that should, in fact, favor people who are more conservative economically speaking. And why are the Conservatives so opposed to this carbon pricing? And I'm looking at an analysis by Fanny Olivier from Radio Canada, who was asking the question earlier this week, what would Canada without a carbon tax price look like? Because that is what the Conservative Party is saying that they will do. That is cut the tax as soon as they become a government. So in 2016, when the Prime Minister talked about was in a debate ratifying the Paris Accord, he talked about a carbon pricing, and he said that provinces would have to comply, and he gave them 2 years to do so. And he would start to impose a $10 a ton tax that would increase progressively. Obviously, there were some ministers of the environment across the country who took this badly. In Quebec, this did not bother us because we already have a system that exists. It's a cap-and-trade system. It's a carbon market. Like in California, it works well and has done so since 2013. So it doesn't have an impact. My colleague before me explained the carbon tax does not apply to Quebec, or despite what some may think, because in fact false information or misinformation has been circulated in that regard. So the tax went to the Supreme Court as a challenge by some provinces. It did not succeed. And we have to say that I was talking about this earlier, the government did a poor job of selling this measure. It created a breach in its own legislation recently by exempting home heating oil for 3 years to settle things in the eastern provinces. But what would happen if tomorrow there was no more carbon tax in Canada? Well, what professor for the University of Law at McGill is that the consequences would be significant, starting with the wallets of a number of people. That's interesting because the Conservatives are telling us, well, people don't have any more money in their pockets, they're poor. Everybody who is poor is getting poor because of the carbon tax, but what we're being told is that 80% of Canadians who are paying the carbon tax were getting money back from the federal government that is bigger than what they're paying. So if the carbon tax were to be abolished, they would have less money in their pockets at that time. That's interesting. Pierre-Olivier Pinault, chair of the energy sector at HEC Montreal, said that the great paradox is that the majority of Canadians in the provinces paying federal taxes are getting money back as a result. Abolishing it would impoverish Canadians. So it's interesting. This is a speech that we haven't often heard about from the Conservative Party, that taking it away would also have an impact on greenhouse gas emissions. Obviously, we're trying to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions with this measure. So this would have an impact in the short, intermediate, and long term, of course. And the carbon tax that is being used by the government of Canada is seeking to reduce 2/3 of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. So in 2030, we're not going to achieve our targets, and other measures will be required, starting with the money that we give to the oil and gas companies. These are companies that are raking in billions of dollars in profits every year, and they're continuing to take taxpayers' money and give it to those kinds of people. So I think that we could take that money instead and help people to deal with the cost of living. We could invest in green energy. We could, such as wind power, solar power, electricity like we have in Quebec, and we could invest in those sectors that are good for the planet. So we'll have to find other measures. The Conservative Party is saying, well, we would abolish this. Well, we'll have to find other ways to fight climate change because, yes, it is real, Mr. Speaker. So I want to come back to the 23% of the planet covered by a carbon tax or a cap-and-trade system. If we look at data from the World Bank, in her article, Fanny Olivier said that it has increased a lot in recent years with countries that have adopted this kind of tax. We're talking about some 50 jurisdictions that have made the jump, such as Vietnam, even Turkey. So it would be really going against what is happening around the world if we were to move forward with cutting the carbon tax. I see that my time has run out. I will have, of course, many other things to say, but I will stop there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I see the honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 43-2A, I'd like to inform the House that the remaining Conservative caucus speaking slots are hereby divided in two.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that update. Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Merci, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my Bloc colleague. It's important. Has she considered? Yes, she indicated that the carbon tax should be $239 a ton. But did she consider that the Liberal Party has spent $45 million to date for foreign companies with regard to batteries? Is she in agreement with the Government of Quebec's figures that said that the carbon tax includes $800 a ton coming from taxpayers' pockets? The honourable member for Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's important to look at what I said with regard to the $239 per ton. That's what the parliamentary budget officer said. It's not the Bloc Québécois, it's the parliamentary budget officer who said that. And what he said is that with the current tax, we're talking about 8 out of 10 households that are getting more back than they spend with this tax. Thank you. Questions and comments?
And to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, very quickly, I appreciate many of the comments the member has put on the record and the speaker before her. The question I have is with respect to just the spreading of misinformation. If you takes a look at social media, there is a great deal of misinformation that is out there that's just not true. And I'm wondering if she could provide her thoughts in regards to the impact that has on sound, good public policy when you have the official opposition spreading information to the detriment of the policy itself.
The honourable member for Avignon, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. Misinformation or disinformation is a plague, and we have a challenge. I think if I had advice to give to the Liberal Party or to the party in power, it would be to take control of the message with regard to its own government measures, economic and environmental measures. How is it that the Conservative Party has made it its slogan for its next election campaign to abolish the tax because it would make people poorer? I think that the carbon tax isn't contributing a lot to inflation. It's 0.1% to inflation. So the former Minister of the Environment, Catherine McGinnis, said that it's a good economic measure. Why are the Liberals not saying that? And I would invite them to talk about it. Questions and comments, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I greatly appreciate working with my colleague on the Standing Committee on Public Safety. There's one thing that I'm not understanding, is that in Quebec there is a good understanding of the impact of climate change, and there is no doubt that it does indeed have an impact, and it costs Quebecers a lot of money to have climate change occur. And action must be taken, but there are Conservative MPs from Quebec who are denying the existence of climate change itself. There is a Conservative Party here who is systematically refusing to put in place a single policy to deal with climate change. And that's what I can't understand, Mr. Speaker. I would like to know if my colleague can explain to me why the Conservative members from Quebec are denying climate change. The honourable member for Avignon, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the question. No one really can explain that. Anybody of sound mind in Quebec cannot say that climate change does not exist. We are living it. I'm living it in my riding with coastal erosion. This is a disaster, and we have to work to fight against it. One of the first things we can do, and yes, that is to put a price on pollution, but also to try to stop subsidizing oil and gas industries that are being subsidized, and they're creating a great deal of pollution. So we're seeing that they're making so much profit, and if we could take some of that money instead to help people deal with the cost of living, we'd be further ahead. How much more could we, how much further could we advance if we invested in green energy and green technologies? I'd hope the NDP will support those kinds of measures. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will be sharing my time with the member from Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie.
Bravo.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives seem to be oblivious to the fact that the climate crisis is happening, that it's costing Canadians billions of dollars, that it's costing farmers their crops, is costing Indigenous communities as they are evacuated from their homes each wildfire season. It's costing British Columbians their homes and their livelihoods during extreme flooding, and their lives and their loved ones during record-breaking heat domes. The climate emergency is here. And the Conservatives not only refuse to present a plan to tackle the crisis, but instead they are more interested in helping out CEOs in big oil and gas than truly helping Canadians who are struggling.
Shame.
Alberta declared in February the beginning of their wildfire season. In February. Last summer, kids couldn't play outside because of the smoke-filled air. You couldn't go outside without choking on dust and smoke. At the end of 2023, 18.5 million hectares of forest had burned, forcing thousands from their homes, many people losing everything. For some context, the last worst wildfire season burned 7.6 million hectares in 1989. Now it's 18.5 million hectares. That's more than double the total land size of Portugal. The thing is, these wildfires are getting worse and worse because there are massive droughts that are impacting whole regions across the country. The soil is so dry that when the fire starts, it can keep burning and nothing gets in the way. But it's not just our forests that are impacted. Farmers across Canada are having to face these awful drought conditions. In Canada right now, including in Alberta, there are states of emergency due to the drought conditions. There are negotiations about water allocations, discussions on who gets to use the water. Farmers can't rely on natural rain as there are massive threats of crop failure. In my home province of British Columbia, the provincial government is already preparing for a catastrophically dry summer, and yesterday announced an $80 million fund to help farmers invest in water infrastructure. Conservatives are blaming the high cost of groceries on the carbon tax. What about crop failures? What about the devastating conditions farmers are facing due to the climate crisis? What are the Conservatives doing to address this water crisis that our farmers are forced to deal with? I'll note it's a New Democrat provincial government who announced a water infrastructure fund, not a Conservative one. The Conservatives have no plan to address the climate crisis. They have no plan to stop wildfires. They're going to let our kids continue to choke on smoke in the summer. When communities are forced to evacuate their homes, the Conservatives have no plan. They think it's okay to let the biggest polluters off the hook for literally burning our planet. And I do want to talk about the carbon tax. Obviously, Conservatives want to get rid of it. They want to make it free for the biggest polluters, big oil and gas companies, to pollute. Meanwhile, they would cut and gut the rebates that put more money back in the pockets of Canadians.
Shame.
Getting rid of these rebates that most Canadians receive will hurt lower-income Canadians the most. But the Liberals, their pricing scheme, they've allowed the biggest polluters, the biggest corporations, to pay less than everyone else. But But the problem with the current construction of the carbon tax, and the PBO has put out a number of reports, they still confirm that 80% of Canadians get more money back than they pay. And this is a fact that Conservatives continue to choose to ignore. But even if the Conservatives only care about pocketbook issues, if they deny the reality of climate change, if they ignore the fact that the climate crisis is a pocketbook issue, the Conservatives should want to give Canadians a break on their home heating, and they should want to make big oil and gas companies pay what they owe. But when the NDP presented a motion to do just that, to take off the GST off home heating, to include those who use electricity to heat their homes in the break, the Conservatives and the Liberals voted against it.
Shame.
The motion also called for an excess profits tax on big oil and gas companies, a policy that recent polling shows the vast majority of Canadians support. And to make life even more affordable, the NDP suggested making heat pumps free for middle and low-income Canadians. See, when it comes to addressing the climate crisis and the cost of living crisis, the NDP is the only party that is offering solutions. Canadians want real solutions. They are struggling to make ends meet, and they need support. But not by taking away hundreds of dollars in rebates for a tiny break on carbon pricing, leaving Canadians worse off than they were before. But they want real solutions that will help them afford their groceries, their rent, their childcare, their medication. But the Conservatives will never make the housing market more affordable. They will never fight for national pharmacare, medication for the people who need it. They will fight against pharmacare. They will never take on the grocery store chain CEOs or the big pharmaceutical companies, the real estate developers, the big oil and gas CEOs, because these are the people who make up their governing body. Half of the Conservatives' national body is made up of lobbyists from these sectors. And lobbyists are flocking to the leader of the opposition's cash for access events. But these are the same companies, the same CEOs that are cozy with the Liberal government. Canadians want a government that will look out for them, but the Liberals and Conservatives are looking out for the interests of CEOs and lobbyists. Canadians also want a government that will address the wildfires, the floods, the droughts, the deadly heat domes, and the climate-related emergencies that they are facing. Canadians are scared about the future. And despite the Liberals' words saying they believe in climate change, they invite oil and gas CEOs to help craft their climate plan. They water down key policies like an emissions cap on oil and gas, and they refuse to take the excess profits off of big oil. Canadians are frustrated with the carbon tax because when it comes to the Liberal government, they aren't seeing the climate action that is needed to address the climate crisis. When the Liberal government declared a climate emergency in 2019, the very next day, they bought a pipeline. More recently, though, and they have promised it for years, when it came to eliminating domestic fossil fuel subsidies, when it comes to handing out billions of dollars to big oil and gas companies, the Liberals presented a plan after delay and delay, littered with loopholes, allowing these big oil and gas CEOs to keep lining their pockets, continue making record profits, and continuing to accept government subsidies. When it came to capping oil and gas emissions, just a few months ago, the Liberals watered down that cap so badly, it doesn't even line up with their own weak climate plan, with our own Paris climate targets. It feels like the Liberals have truly stacked their emissions reduction plan on carbon pricing. It is not a silver bullet. And then they botched the communication so badly. Of course, Canadians are frustrated. They're paying more at the gas pumps. They're paying more to heat their homes. They're paying more on groceries. They're paying more for their medication. All they hear is the disinformation that the Conservatives are feeding them. But the truth is, the Liberals aren't making it easy for everyday Canadians to get off of fossil fuels. Our NDP team knows the climate crisis is a pocketbook issue. We've proposed many ways to make life more affordable and to tackle the climate crisis. We need to take the GST off home heating, give Canadians heat pumps, invest in public transit. We need to fix the Greener Homes program and make sure that big oil and gas are paying what they owe. Neither the Liberals nor the Conservatives have the courage to take on big oil and gas. But we do. Canadians want a government that looks out for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member made reference. The Greener Homes program is a Liberal government program. When the member talks about the heat pump issues, again, it's a Liberal government program. There are many things. Electrification of vehicles and the incentives provided by this government are extensive. But that's not necessarily my question. My question, very specifically, Mr. Speaker, is in regards to the Conservatives will say that the residents of Winnipeg North will not get a benefit with the carbon rebate portion. 80% will get more money than they actually pay in. In British Columbia, they're saying they're going to axe the tax. There is no carbon tax. And I'm wondering if she'd address the issue of misinformation again.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you very much. And I want to quickly first start with heat pumps, because that's what the member also started with. The Greener Homes program was riddled with problems. So many middle-income Canadians couldn't navigate the system and couldn't afford to pay the money up front. Low-income Canadians were excluded altogether. It's why New Democrats forced this government through our Supply and Confidence Agreement to include a commitment to provide energy efficiency to low-income Canadians. We're going to keep pushing this government. It's unfortunate that they canceled that program and have not provided a plan to replace it, a meaningful plan to help low-income and middle-income Canadians heat their homes efficiently. But on disinformation, it has been beyond disheartening, beyond atrocious to see the Conservatives tour around Canada, not only making up facts or maybe generously telling fiction to Canadians about how carbon pricing works, but also going to my home province of British Columbia and pretending a federal carbon tax is there. We just heard from my Bloc colleague similarly. I'm sure the Leader of the Opposition is in Quebec saying, axe the tax. It is a disservice to our democracy. It is a disservice to Canadians. Canadians deserve better.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Coast Bay Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's speech there. I wonder, does she realize that coal consumption worldwide hit a record last year? It was a record usage of coal worldwide, and in 2025, 2024, 2025, we're going to hit another record. So I've got a little quote here from Premier Fury, the Liberal Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador. The issue for this particular tax is there are limited options to change right now in Newfoundland and Labrador. In the absence of the ability to change, what does the tax really accomplish? Mr. Speaker, it accomplishes nothing, but what would accomplish something would be cutting the red tape and shortening the approval process for building mines to mine things like lithium and nickel and copper, whatnot, rare earth metals that are needed in the green transition. Mr. Speaker, the approval time to build a new mine in Canada to mine these precious metals that are required for the transition is 18 years. In the U.S., it's 40% less, and in Australia, it's 25% less. I'd like to know what the NDP Liberal Costly Coalition's plan is to reduce approval times to mine green metals, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Victoria.
I mean, this is a perfect example of a Conservative climate plan. Yesterday I heard Conservatives and Liberals arguing back and forth who built more pipelines, who can get more pipelines approved more quickly. This is not a future for Canada. And once again, we see the Conservatives denying that the climate crisis is real, failing to tackle this moment, meet this moment, while Canadians are worried about their future, but also their present reality. But we have the Liberals, and the member mentioned coal. Thermal coal exports tripled tripled since this government came into power. Now, can you imagine a government committing to phase out thermal coal, to end thermal coal exports, and then instead they triple them? They don't tell Canadians they do it. They wait for a new Democrat to find out that information and make it public. That's why I've tabled a motion in this House to ban thermal coal exports. We need to tackle the climate crisis like we want to win.
Reprise.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We can criticize the Conservative Party for many things and their representatives in this House, and I do so whenever I have the opportunity. But I'd like to start this short speech by saying something we can't criticize them for is a lack of determination. There is some consistency in their obsession with a price on pollution, the carbon tax. One thing's for sure, they don't let go of this. They bring this back over and over again, doing nothing to fight climate change, fighting the climate crisis that affects the whole planet. And I will talk about that soon, Mr. Speaker. Every day, every week, there's news that shows how the situation is worse than we thought, than experts thought, than what the IPCC scientists have been telling us for years. And I'll give some examples that are very recent and frightening. Simply to begin, Mr. Speaker, for the price on pollution, or the carbon tax, which has applied for a number of years in certain provinces, because in Quebec it does not apply, despite what my Conservative colleagues from Quebec say, that yes, maybe if the truck comes from Ontario and it filled up, it has an impact. It's minimal. It's almost insignificant, Mr. Speaker, because we've established for years a carbon market in Quebec, which is a tool that's a bit different than a carbon tax. But what the Conservatives never say, what the Liberals say very poorly, is that there's a financial compensation program for middle-class families and for workers in need in the provinces where the carbon tax applies, because it's not everywhere. According to the parliamentary budget officer, an authority here in Parliament on the Hill, he says that 80% of households in Canada, in provinces where it applies, get back more than they pay because of the carbon tax, which is a legitimate tool to show the price to change behavior. I find it very funny that the Conservatives, for years, refuse to use a rule that is a market rule to have a change in behaviors from consumers or from businesses. But regarding individuals who are struggling the most to pay their rent, to pay for groceries, there is financial compensation. The PBO tells us that 80% of households in Canada will receive more than they pay. But the Conservatives don't talk about that. And the Liberals, I don't know why not, but they're not able to explain it. It's terrible political communication. Regarding households with less than $50,000 in income per year, according to Statistics Canada's models, 94% of those people receive a rebate that is higher than the cost of the carbon tax on their purchases. 94%. You'll never hear a Conservative say that. I find that unfortunate because these are facts. And I think we should be basing ourselves on the facts when we have debates here in this House. Regarding the context in which the Conservative Party is putting forward this 29th motion on the carbon tax, it's a very particular context where the news is showing that the planet is heading towards a wall. We're heading in the wrong direction. There will be consequences, Mr. Speaker, and the absence of a climate plan from the Conservatives and their inaction is concerning. It's troubling. It's as if it's willful blindness. And here I have an article from Agence France Presse, which is on La Presse's website this morning, which is showing very concerning things. And it says that there's higher temperatures than ever in the ocean. Glaciers are melting. We've had the hottest decade ever. This is what the UN is telling us as of today, Tuesday. A study that came out this morning, a new report from the Global Meteorology Agency has said that records have been broken for surface temperatures, for thermal content, for the acidification of oceans, for melting of glaciers, and more. It's about a perfect storm to say that things are accelerating. And our goals in reducing greenhouse gases to prevent natural disasters so people don't suffocate, so people don't die of pollution, well, things may be accelerating now. And I'll continue with my article. We're on the brink. Pollution from fossil fuels is leading to climate chaos, according to Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary. We need to help those in need, and we need to take action now. The report confirms that 2023 was the hottest year ever, with a temperature that was 1.4 degrees higher than pre-industrial times. If we look at the temperature in about 1850 compared to today, the goal of the Paris Agreement was to limit that increase to 1.5 degrees. In 2023, it was 1.45 degrees. It's over. We're going to hit the 1.5 degrees. We're going to try and cap it at 2 degrees. But at this rate, we're not making gains. We're sliding backwards and faster than we thought, because each degree has an impact on life on Earth, according to the leader of the United Nations. The climate crisis is the challenge humanity is facing, and it is inextricably linked to inequality, as we see with migration and the loss of biodiversity. In 2023 was the end of the hottest decade on record since 1850, as I was saying a little bit earlier, Mr. Speaker. So it's catastrophic. Last year, there was a heat wave in the oceans at the end of 2024. At the end of 2023, rather, there were heat waves just about everywhere. The level of oceans has risen in 2023, which is changing water patterns. So an increase in ocean levels because glaciers are melting. Part of Antarctica is separating, and if it melts, ocean levels will go up by meters. So we need to say very clearly that for Bangladesh, that will be rather problematic. For London, it will be problematic. For New York City, it will be problematic. And what does the Conservative Party propose? Let's keep going. We'll find a magic technological wand and capture all of the carbon with a magic vacuum. That's not how it works. That technology isn't proven. I could talk to you about forest fires last year, Madam Speaker. Clouds all over in Ontario, BC, and Quebec. It'll be worse next summer because there hasn't been enough precipitation. There hasn't been enough snow over the winter. So things will be drier and there will be more forest fires next summer. And it's all over the planet. A few days ago, another article talked about Brazil, about Rio de Janeiro. The people who live in Rio are looking for green spaces amidst a new heat wave with record temperatures. The heat wave affecting Latin America, we're talking about last weekend, the heat wave in Latin America since the beginning of the year has pushed the temperature that it feels like up and up. In Rio, it was 62 0.3 degrees Celsius is what it felt like in Rio over the weekend. That's not livable. People may fall ill, may die, and all of the healthcare professionals who are concerned about this crisis tell us this is a matter of human life. This is about the economy as well. Insurance companies are refusing to cover homes that are too close to the water. So floods and droughts and forest fires, these exist. It will continue to increase. Canadians and Quebecers will be paying the price in their lives and in their bodies. And unfortunately, there's no solution from the Conservative Party. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I'll have the opportunity to elaborate on what we've been proposing for years now regarding climate change because, yes, we recognize that climate change is real and we need to take action. But the result is that after 8 years of this government, the results aren't there. My question for the member is, what does he think of the Minister of the Environment, who after 8 years of Liberal government has Canada 62 out of 67, according to the UN, in effectiveness in fighting climate change? Does he think the Liberal carbon tax is doing a good enough job when we're 62 out of 67? We haven't reached our goals in 8 years, and we're far away from the ambitious targets of the Paris Treaty. But his neighbour, the member for Hochelaga Maisonneuve, has done nothing to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. What does he think of his neighbour? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Madam Speaker, if I said the Conservative Party isn't very good at fighting climate change, it's not because I said that the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie was really great on this matter. I have to say that my colleague is right about this. The failure of the Liberal government over the past 8 years in fighting climate change. Even the former Minister of the Environment, Catherine McKenna, is very critical of this government. And I'd like to note that, as the member for Victoria said, the current Minister of the Environment, in his mandate letter, was told to stop exporting thermal coal. Well, there's been a tripling in that by this Liberal government, even though he's supposed to be a champion in fighting climate change. It's totally hypocritical from the Liberals.
Questions and comments.
House Leader. Yes, Madam Speaker, I had asked the member's colleague from British Columbia, and I'll be focused more so on the question itself, in regards to how the leader of the Conservative Party is touring the country and literally spreading information that is questionable, many would say is intentionally misleading, and examples of that would include in the province of British Columbia, where the carbon tax does not apply, in the member that just spoke, his home province, where the carbon tax does not apply, to people like in the constituents of mine in the province of Manitoba saying that there is no net benefit in terms of dollar value between the tax rebate or the carbon rebate versus the carbon tax, when 80% plus do receive more than they actually pay. I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts in regards to the ongoing spreading of misinformation by the official opposition.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Liberals' track record on climate change is pitiful. That said, my colleague is totally right that the Conservative Party, and especially the leader of the Conservative Party, are giving misleading information to Canadians. So I'd like to challenge the Conservative Party and their leader. I quote the PBO. The PBO says that 80% of Canadian households will receive more money in rebates than what they pay in carbon tax. So here's my challenge to the Conservative Party. He should repeat that statement clearly in this place. Time for a quick question. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciated my colleague from Rosemont-La Petite Patrie's speech. He always gives passionate speeches about climate change, and I do agree with him. But the issue is that the NDP, it's hard to know what they really stand for. In the recent budget, the government worsened its track record. They implemented 6 tax credits to give $83 billion to oil and gas between now and 2035. The NDP seems to always be shouting about how the Liberals aren't doing enough, but then they voted for the budget and those tax credits. So how do they justify that? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-le-Petite-Patrie in a few moments. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have never hesitated to criticize those subsidies to the oil and gas industry. And the member for Timmins James Bay has a very important bill to prevent oil and gas from publishing the same way we've prevented cigarette manufacturers from advertising. We have forced the Liberals to take action they've never taken before. For example, people will have access to a dentist if their income is under $70,000 a year. I visited 15 seniors' homes in my riding. People are thrilled with the work that the NDP is doing because we are bringing about real change, real action. We will change Canada and help Canadians. Thank you. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The common sense Conservatives, we are focusing on our Conservative priorities. We're going to cut the taxes, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Those are our priorities. Also, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost after 8 years. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, everything costs more. 2 million Canadians are waiting in very long lines to get food at food banks. In fact, just a few days ago, Montreal police officers had to step in because there was a chaotic situation at a food bank which did not have enough food to feed those who were starving in Canada. After 8 years of these tax hikes and inflationary deficits, Canadians can no longer pay their rent. The cost of housing has doubled. It has doubled. And Montreal, the Prime Minister is from Montreal, but in Montreal, housing costs have tripled due to his inflationary policy. Meanwhile, he is spending on housing, but after 8 years of this Prime Minister, we have a crime crisis, auto theft crisis, extortion crisis, and repeat offender crisis. After 8 years, this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. All he wants is to increase taxes on the backs of Quebecers and other Canadians, and he wants to do so with the support of the Bloc Québécois. It's important for me to mention that. The Bloc Québécois wants to drastically increase the tax on gas and diesel at the expense of Quebecers in Quebec's regions. This Prime Minister, with the support of the Bloc, wants to destroy some natural resources industries. In fact, now there will be a government order as of May 1st to shut down the forestry sector. And why? For reasons that make no sense. This will be a government order which disrespects Quebec's jurisdiction. This is why the Common Sense Conservative Party supports the proposal made by the member for Louis Saint Laurent. The member has proposed that we get rid of this two-step process for project approvals, for natural resource project approvals. I will tell you what we want. We want Quebec to have the authority to decide how to protect the environment and jobs at the same time. We trust Quebecers. The Prime Minister doesn't. The Prime Minister with the Bloc Québécois, they're centralizing and they want to concentrate all power right here in Ottawa. They want to destroy jobs in Saguenay and elsewhere in Quebec. We're the only common sense party. What do we mean when we say that the Prime Minister is not worth the cost? His tax hikes were supposed to protect the environment. That was the justification. But in the Journal de Montréal today, it says, for the first time, Canada is the most polluting country in North America. That's a headline from the Montreal Journal de Montréal today. We have also found out that Canada is ranked 62nd out of 67 countries when it comes to the fight on climate change. So all of these government attacks on our natural resources sectors have done nothing to help the environment. All they've done is cause suffering for Canadians and Quebecers. Thankfully, the Conservatives have a common sense plan. We are going to cut the taxes. We're going to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. That is Conservative common sense, and that is what we will deliver for Canadians. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, no.
C'était fini, okay?
I thought the speech was over. All right, the Honourable Leader.
They're always trying to cut me short here. Madam Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the member for Louis Saint Laurent, in fact. So it's not just the rest of my speech you'll have a chance to enjoy, but also his incredible oration. It will be a real treat to hear from him, Madam Speaker. And look, after 8 years, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost. He's not worth the cost of food, which has had the worst inflation in over 4 decades, with 2 million people, a record-smashing number, lining up at food banks across the country. Chaos breaking out the other day at the food bank in Montreal, where the police were forced to intervene as the food had run out and many stomachs were still hungry, waiting in line. A third of charities are turning Canadians away because they no longer have the resources to feed them after 8 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister. After 8 years, we now have a Facebook group called the Dumpster Diving Network, where 8,000 Canadians share tips on how they can climb into a garbage can and pull out food to feed themselves because they can't afford the groceries. There's nothing left on the shelves at the local food bank, and therefore people have to go digging in garbage. This is the dumpster economy that the NDP Liberal Prime Minister has given us after 8 years. He is not worth the cost of food. He's not worth the cost of housing, which has doubled after 8 years of him funding local bureaucratic gatekeepers that block home building and printing cash, which inflates housing prices. After 8 years, he's not worth the cost of taxes. He punishes work. You make it, he takes it. He punishes the people who get out of bed in the morning and work hard by taking the cash off of their paychecks that have less purchasing power. Because after 8 years of doubling the debt and printing $600 billion of new cash, he's caused the worst inflation in 4 decades. That has spiked interest rates, which now forces many Canadians to sell their homes or face bankruptcies, which themselves are rocketing higher. In fact, the pace of increase in bankruptcies is vertical. If you look at the graphs, it's straight up. As more and more businesses are declaring bankruptcy because the Prime Minister's inflationary spending has sent interest rates on their debts skyrocketing. And it is in this miserable environment that the NDP Liberal Prime Minister proposes yet another cruel tax hike. He plans to do it on April Fool's Day. It is an April Fool's Day tax hike. Madam Speaker, just like him, this tax is not worth the cost. Let's go through the facts. There's been a lot of disinformation spread by the NDP Liberals and their friends in the bought and paid for media about the economics of the carbon tax, claiming that you're better off by paying the tax. Here's the facts. Here's the facts. This is from the parliamentary budget officers from his office. Albertans this coming year will pay, on average, $2,943 per family, while they get only $2,032 back in rebates. That's a $911 net cost. In other words, they pay about 50% more than they get back. In Saskatchewan, the average family will pay $2,618 this coming year and get only $2,093 back, a net cost of $525. In Manitoba, they will pay $1,750 and get back only $1,250 for a net cost of $500. In Ontario, the average family will pay $1,674 and only get back $1,047, a net cost of $627. In Nova Scotia, they will pay $1,500 and get back $963 for a net cost of over $500. In Prince Edward Island, they pay $1,605 and get back only $1,055 for a net cost of $550. And in Newfoundland, they will pay $1,874 and get only $1,497 back for a net cost of $377. I dare the Liberal media, who've been pushing this disinformation, to contact the parliamentary budget officers, officials, and run all those numbers by him. Ask him if I have it right, because we already did, and he confirmed what we do. So why does this matter? Because we have to stop the disinformation. The disinformation that has not only polluted the debate, but sent countless people to food banks as they cannot afford to pay their bills. The disinformation, which will grow in importance as the Prime Minister quadruples the carbon tax, and the gap between the cost of the tax and the rebate people get back grows massively, forcing more people to live in these awful tent cities and lose their homes, forcing seniors to choose between eating and heating as they shiver hungry in the cold in their modest homes. Madam Speaker, that disinformation is dangerous. It must be corrected, because the truth is that the carbon tax is just like the Prime Minister. It is not worth the cost. Only common sense Conservatives will spike the hike on April 1st, and after the carbon tax election, we will axe the tax. Let's bring it home.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if the Leader of the Conservative Party can explain, when he talks about the spreading of disinformation, I would ultimately argue he is the king of just doing that through social media. Why does the Leader of the Conservative Party instruct his members not to participate in political panels? So whether it's CTV, I was on yesterday, no Conservative around. I was on other CBC panels, no Conservatives around. It's an avenue in which Canadians can find out what it is the Conservatives are saying. But when it comes time to it, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives are nowhere to be found, because they know that there's more accountability when they're on those political panels. Why does the Conservative leader support absence for Conservative members on panels and public meetings?
I want to remind members, they provided the Leader of the Official Opposition their attention, and they didn't interrupt him, and I would ask them to do the same when someone else has the floor. I think that that's the respect that they can give them. I also know that the Leader of the Official Opposition is very well able to answer questions and comments and doesn't need any assistance. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
You can tell that Liberals are losing the carbon tax debate when they say that we all have to spend more time in the talking to the state-controlled media that makes covers for him. And we know that one of the reasons why the Liberals helped Bell raise the cost of cell phone and other services is because Bell owns CTV, which reciprocates with wonderful Liberal propaganda. Our focus will be talking to real people, folks who are struggling to pay their bills. After 8 years of this Prime Minister doubling, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister doubling housing costs and now quadrupling the carbon tax, real Canadians know the cost. The Liberal media can do anything it wants to try and cover up the fact that this is a tax grab and it is a scam, but we will go around the state-controlled media directly to the Canadian people, and we will share our message that we will spike the hike and axe the tax.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the official leader of the opposition, or the Leader of the Official Opposition, for his speech today. You know, today he brings up the idea that he's interested in Canadians, that he's interested in making life more affordable for Canadians. But we know that this member voted against a national school program. You know, he voted against our motion to take GST off home heating. He voted against dental care. He voted against child care. You know, even yesterday, shockingly, yesterday, he voted against getting humanitarian aid to Palestinians who are starving to death. Like, he doesn't care about Canadians. He doesn't care about people around the world. He's already said he would cut foreign aid. He's already said that he would cut all of these programs that makes life more affordable for people. He's a one-trick pony with nothing to offer Canadians, and Canadians know that.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Another nasty partisan attack from the desperate NDP. This is from a member who she's an Alberta NDP member who's being abandoned by her own provincial party. The NDP in Alberta is so ashamed and embarrassed of her that they are breaking ties with the federal NDP. And in fact, they know, the provincial NDP in Alberta know that that party sold out Albertans to sign on with the most anti-Alberta Prime Minister in 40 years, and now she's voting to bring in a $2,943 carbon tax on her own constituents. Every family in her riding will pay almost $3,000 in carbon taxes because she voted with this Liberal Prime Minister against her constituents to hike the tax. Only common sense Conservatives stand for Albertans to spike the hike and axe the tax.
I do want to remind members they've had an opportunity to ask a question. They should listen to the answer, and if they have other questions and comments, they should wait till the appropriate time. On a le temps pour une brève question.
Have time for a brief question. Questions and comments?
I'm just wondering if the honourable member is not in his seat, so I will not be able to. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been looking back in Hansard, and in the last few years, 36 members of the Liberals, actually 37 because one added it today, stated that the carbon tax was revenue neutral. Who says it's not? Public Accounts actually says last year $670 million of the carbon tax was used for government programming. Now I ask the member from Carleton, does that sound like carbon tax is revenue neutral as the Liberals are claiming?
Brief answer from the Leader of the Official Opposition.
No, it sounds like the government wins and the taxpayers lose. They take in more money in direct tax revenues from the carbon tax than they pay back out in rebates. Worse than that, the carbon tax, according to the PBO, the carbon tax destroys so much economic activity that it leaves people worse off than the direct carbon tax that they pay. And that's why when you combine the economic and the fiscal cost to the average family, Canadians are losers. But the good news is, when common sense Conservatives spike the hike and axe the tax, Canadians will be winners again.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Today about this motion, but I have to tell you this is such a challenge following the footstep of my leader on this very specific issue. Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, Canadians are facing once again an unfortunate decision made by this government, that is to go and get more money from the Canadian taxpayers. The Liberal plan will, in a few days' time, on April 1st, increase the carbon tax. And we're not talking about a tiny increase, about 3 or 4% like inflation. We're talking about an increase of 23%. Madam Speaker, this is something that's rarely seen or never before seen, such an astronomical increase in a tax, and it's a Liberal carbon tax with the support, the blind support of the NDP, and with the Bloc Québécois enthusiasm that wants the carbon tax to go up dramatically. It's their choice, their decision, but it is not ours. All the more so because at the time that we speak, Canadians are suffering. We saw this sad situation in Montreal where the police had to intervene because hundreds and hundreds of individuals were impatient to get to the front of the line at the food bank. Madam Speaker, Canada, a G7 country, Montreal, the capital of the Francophonie in North America, is facing an unfortunate situation such as this. This is not the Canada that I love, Madam Speaker. Canada must do much better. And while people are struggling under the difficulties, while we see the tripling of housing prices, rents have tripled, this government could help taxpayers. And what are they doing instead? They're increasing the carbon tax on April 1st. This is not the right choice. Madam Speaker, some will say, well, we have to deal with climate change. Yes, of course, Madam Speaker. We recognize that climate change is real and we must face it and deal with it, but with pragmatic measures, not dogmatic ones. Madam Speaker, what are we seeing from this government? Remember, when they were elected in 2015, they were quite proud to say, Canada's back. Let's remember that, Madam Speaker. A few weeks later, after the election, they were all happy. The Prime Minister went to Paris and said, Canada is back. And when it comes to real measures, we will control pollution around the world, and Canada will be there. There was the founder of Equiterre who was there, who is now minister. And he said, I am proud to be a Canadian and to hear the Prime Minister talking like this. Canada's back.
Canada is way back. That's the reality.
After 8 years under this Liberal government, after 8 years of being taught lessons by the Liberal Prime Minister, after 8 years of having Liberal taxes on carbon being increased and imposed, what do we see? No targets established or achieved, apart when it was COVID. I hope that we won't have to shut down the economy, but they had no results. Canada is not one of the 13 countries that has achieved the Paris Accord targets. Canada is 62nd of 67 countries when it comes to climate change performance. After all those announcements, all those nice speeches, commitments, ambitious targets, the Canadian government, the Liberal government, is 62nd out of 67. Not by the Fraser Institute, not by the Conservatives, by the UN. Every year there is a rating done, and the recent COP that was held in Dubai, and I'll, in the parliamentary committee, be able to talk about the Prime Minister's visit there. Well, Canada came in 62nd. We're not happy about this. It hurts us to say this, but that's the reality, because the Liberals were too focused on having a dogmatic approach instead of being pragmatic. So if their Liberal carbon tax worked, that would be great, but it isn't. That's why the Conservative leader, the member for Carleton, the official opposition leader, talked about an article that was published today in the Journal de Montréal, which said that for the first time is the most polluted country in North America, and has the 13 most polluted cities in North America. This is after 8 years of this Liberal government giving lessons. No one is happy with this reality, Madam Speaker, but that is the reality. That's why we feel, and we're not the only ones to think this, that we have to set aside the Liberal carbon tax. 7 premiers in Canada are not all mistaken at the same time. 7 provincial premiers have asked the Liberal government to end this policy that will create inflation and will put less money in the pockets of Canadians. Among them, we have the very Liberal Prime Minister of Newfoundland. I don't know him, but he himself has seen, like other Canadians, that this is a very bad idea to increase a tax in such a significant manner, 23%, at a time when people are suffering, be it in terms of housing, be it in terms of the cost of living, food prices, and also that today we're talking about food prices and things that are happening at food banks. This is not the kind of Canada we want. That's why we, the Conservatives, are essentially seeking to take pragmatic approaches, because climate change is real and we have to deal with it. And like our leader said during our national convention last September in Quebec City, it's called the Quebec speech. Our leader talked about the vision that we have and the pillars that we will use to orient our actions around climate change. And that is why, Madam Speaker, I want to say the political nature. Yes, it was done during a national Conservative convention. 2,500 delegates representing all the ridings in Canada came into Quebec City. I'm very proud of that. But, Madam Speaker, why am I telling you this? Because often there are announcements that are made on a Friday afternoon to be hidden. But this was a major speech made by our party.
A milestone speech made by our leader in front of 2,500 members, supporters of our party from coast to coast among the 338 ridings attending this convention. So the milestone speech of the leader, le discours de Québec, was very important, and we set the table for the next government if we receive, and will be honored to receive the support of Canadians. Madame la Présidente, ce plan.
This environmental plan has 4 pillars. The fundamental goal is to reduce pollution. And the demonstration was made by this government. It's not by taxing people that will reduce pollution. We need very practical measures, not dogmatic measures. First pillar, Madam Speaker, is to ensure tax incentives to companies for high-tech. It's companies that they know why they're creating pollution, and they know what to do and what decisions they need to make and how to reduce that pollution. We have to provide them with tax incentives to help them do that. Second pillar for the Conservative Party is green light to green energy. More than now, ever before, we need green energy, be it wind power, solar power, hydroelectrical power, geothermal power, nuclear power. We need these green energies, and we have to give a green light to them. And I'm happy to see that the members opposite are smiling at this proposal. Yes, we tabled Bill 375, which will help to accelerate the process. I'm happy to know that the Liberals will vote in favor. The member for Kingston will have an opportunity to listen why and say why he thinks it's a good idea. Third pillar, Canada Advantage. Here in Canada, we have everything we need to deal with climate change. We have everything we need when it comes to natural resources, energy, knowledge, know-how, but we have to use that. I'm from Quebec, and companies talked about their green and their energy uses. There has been an increase of 67% in the use of fossil fuels, 48% of that consumption comes from the United States, Texas, Louisiana. If there's fossil fuel, then that should come from Canada and not send millions of dollars overseas. And we also have to work hand in hand with the First Nations to deal with climate change. So, Madam Speaker, we are opposed to the radical increase in the carbon tax on April 1st. 7 provincial premiers are not all wrong. On the contrary, they are right. This government needs to give Canadians a break and abandon its idea to increase the Liberal carbon tax. Thank you.
So questions and comments, and now is the appropriate time for the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader to make a comment, and not while someone's has the floor. The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the member talked about the leader quite a bit. But, you know, I think he's being a little humble because he, too, himself was a leader, Madam Speaker. He was the leader of the ADQ, which later on is now known as the CAQ in Quebec. And when he was the leader, Madam Speaker, he voted with the National Assembly in Quebec unanimously to bring in cap and trade, which is another form of a price on pollution. And as a matter of fact, the last person to speak in the National Assembly was this member when he said, "We are satisfied that there will be a register of greenhouse gas emissions and that all the information to the public will confirm the desire for transparency that unites us here in this House." That is what this member said just before he participated in a unanimous vote to bring in pricing pollution in Quebec. I'm wondering if he can inform this House why he has such a dramatic change of heart now, and if he no longer believes in that system that he voted for.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
I've seen this member far better than this time. But to address it, first of all, the quote that this member gave to me, I can repeat it without any question, because it has nothing to do with the price on pollution. You're talking about a registry of the emission of gas. So that has nothing to do with this policy. That happened, Madam Speaker, 11 years ago. Since then, after almost more than 10 years of application of the cap and trade system, we recognize, and I'm not quoting myself, I'm quoting the Environmental Minister of Quebec, saying that with that system, $233 million leaving Quebec and go where? In California. You know what, Madam Speaker? I don't think that California is a third-rank country or a pays en émergence. I think they don't need the Quebec money. I think Québécois can deal by themselves the situation. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to ask my colleague, let's say that he's in front of a jury and had to tell the truth and nothing but the truth tomorrow morning. If the carbon tax is abolished or we're opposed to its increase, no one would need to go to a food bank. The price of rent would drop dramatically. People would do better. The cost of groceries would drop. And this would contribute to climate change. Is that what the Conservative colleague is telling Canadians and Quebecers? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Madam Speaker, I note that she talked about the radically. The member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert said that the government should radically increase the carbon tax. So I think the member and all of her party is very happy to see that the Liberal carbon tax will increase the carbon tax by 23%. Perhaps it should go even higher, according to them. But people are lining up now to get to a food bank. And all Canadians, all Quebecers are being hit in any riding. There is not one riding that is harder hit than another. Madam Speaker, there are volunteers working very, very hard on the weekends to support them. When these people go there, is it a good idea to increase the tax and taking even more money out of the pockets when they have nothing? No, Madam Speaker. And if people do think it's a good idea, then continue to vote for the Bloc Québécois because they do want to radically increase the carbon tax. We don't.
Time for a brief question. The honourable for New Westminster, Burnaby.
I really like my colleague, but we lived through the Harper years where the line said food banks doubled and other things doubled. And the same speech that the member had given was given in 2006. The Conservatives were saying, we will take care of the environment. And what happened? Well, we were fourth worst country around the world when it came to greenhouse gas emissions. The Conservative government was a disaster when it came to the environment. So my question to my colleague is this. It's a simple question because I know that he's sincere. Why is he aligning himself with a party, the Conservative Party, that denies climate change? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent, a brief response. Madam Speaker, I also have a great deal of respect for my colleague who's a veteran here, and he plays a good role. But that's not true. I started my speech in saying that climate change is indeed real and that we have to deal with it and tackle it in a constructive and effective manner. We don't believe that the Liberal carbon tax will resolve that situation at all. It's a dogmatic approach being taken by the Liberal parties, supported by the NDP and the Bloc. But we need to take concrete action instead to reduce pollution. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member from Winnipeg North. The only thing that the Conservatives want to axe, Madam Speaker, is the rebates that people are getting. They have no interest in helping to provide for Canadians, especially in their time of need. We've seen that through the various different votes. We've seen that through the initiatives that the Leader of the Opposition has taken this week and what he has said and what he has directed his members to do, and I'll get to that in a second. But what they really want to axe is the Canada Carbon Rebate. That's it. The Canada Carbon Rebate, Madam Speaker, currently provides or will provide in this fiscal year, on average, to each family in Alberta, $1,800, Manitoba, $1,200, Saskatchewan, $1,500, Nova Scotia, $825, PEI, $880, Newfoundland, Labrador, $1,192, New Brunswick, $760, and in my province of Ontario, $1,120. And that's an average, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will actually give you the raw data as to how people are benefiting and how more people are better off through those rebates that they're getting than what they're paying. I took the opportunity to do the exercise myself, Madam Speaker. I went back to 2023. I dug up all my gas bills from Enbridge. That's where I pay gas to heat my home, Madam Speaker. and I calculated the carbon the federal carbon amount that was added to each bill. And after adding up through 2023, Madam Speaker, I came out to $379.93 is what I paid in 2023. I then went, Madam Speaker, and looked up, because I drive an electric car, but I wanted to be as fair as I could. I went and looked up how much the average person fuels up their car per year, or how much the average car gets fueled up, and the average is 1,667 liters. I then multiplied that by the gas, the federal carbon tax for 2023, and it brought me out to $238. Let's assume that because I live in a household where there are 2 drivers, we have 2 cars, we'll have to multiply that by 2. So after all is said and done, after I take into account what I'm paying through Enbridge, what I'm paying to Enbridge through the carbon tax, and what I would be paying, or what I would have paid through purchasing gas at a gas station, the total amount that I paid in 2023 for those 3, Madam Speaker, $855. The rebates that I received by actually looking at my bank statement, because I, in my household, received those into my bank. I looked at my bank statement, and the amount that I received in 2023 was $885. So before even considering any initiatives that I could have taken, and I have taken some, for example, I'm driving an electric car, but before even taking any initiatives, Madam Speaker, and I hear Conservatives heckling me, but you know what I get a kick out of, Madam Speaker? And I won't name names because that won't be fair, but I've actually sat in this house, sat in this seat, and have Conservatives walk up to me, Conservative members are going, "Hey Mark, by the way, just so you know, I drive an electric car now, and I absolutely love the car." Of course, they would never actually get up in the House of Commons and say that, because that would go against their entire narrative. And for the interest in protecting the identity of the people that have done that, I won't say who they are, but I get a kick out of how they're heckling me now when I'm saying this. But let me get back to my story, Madam Speaker. So before I even attempt to do anything to improve my carbon footprint, just on the basic math, I'm already ahead. And the reality is, Madam Speaker, is that 94% of households with incomes below $50,000 a year get rebates that exceed their carbon taxes. And I've demonstrated to you, Madam Speaker, that in a household of 4 with 2 vehicles, it's already very, very plausible. Now, if you start to tap into some of the many initiatives that are out there that the federal and many provincial governments have to make your house more efficient, to install heat pumps, for example, to make conversions away from fossil fuels, you can very quickly see that if I put a heat pump in my home, Madam Speaker, that $379 that I paid in 2023 no longer exists. So I will be receiving excess of $380 a month. Now, if you also add into that, Madam Speaker, the various different other initiatives that I could take and the choices that I could make, I'll even end up further ahead. Madam Speaker, it's very clear that the vast majority of Canadians receive more back than they pay. I was very relieved today, and I've heard on a number of occasions now, the House Leader, the member from Regina Capel, continually stand up, and at least he's starting to talk about the rebates. Earlier today, I actually heard him concede that by his information, 40% of people are, 40% of households are getting more back. So I say we're actually on at a place, Madam Speaker, where we can work towards educating the member from Regina Capel. I don't think we're that far off before we can get him from that 40% to the real 80% that actually exists. At least Conservatives are starting to come around. But make no mistake about it, Madam Speaker, what Conservatives want to axe is they want to axe the Canada carbon rebate. Money that is being put into the pockets of Canadians so that they can help deal with the effects of climate change and that they can be incentivized into moving into having more energy efficient choices, such as things in their home or what they drive. I mean, even if you just move from a fully gasoline vehicle to a hybrid vehicle, you will start to see savings. You don't even have to go all the way to electric. And again, it just further increases the excessive amount that one would receive back as opposed to what they're paying. But I don't want to leave the impression, Madam Speaker, that Conservatives are interested in any way in helping Canadians, because I think that's been said a few times in the House already. And I think that if you just look at what the Leader of the Opposition did last week on March the 14th, he sent out a letter to his MPs saying that Conservatives will stand in this House and force votes that they can oppose on many different items in order to perpetuate and continue this false narrative that Conservatives currently have. That false narrative that people are not getting, that the vast majority of people are not getting more back than they're paying. And so let's just talk about some of the things, and perhaps Conservatives will be a little smarter this time around when we go through a marathon voting session. Perhaps they'll strategically pick more what they might want to vote against, because they're lining themselves up to vote against the following, Madam Speaker, based on communication from the Leader of the Opposition, based on a false narrative that he believes that the price on pollution is something that is not actually putting more into the pockets of Canadians. They're lining themselves up this week, Madam Speaker, to vote once again against 3 motions that affect Ukraine. Over $15 million worth of equipment to Ukraine. Operation Unifier, which supports Ukraine, $130 million. $285 million to Operation Reassurance, again, assisting Ukraine. They're going to vote against RCMP members who've been injured on duty at a cost of $20 million. Reaching home programs to help address homelessness, over $1 million. Collection of banned assault firearms, $12.5 million. The very heat pump program that I talked about earlier, that provides over $40 million in grants to Canadians, they'll be voting against. An anti-racism strategy, roundtable on missing and murdered Indigenous girls and LGBTQ plus people, over $1 million. And of course, the Canada Housing Benefit, over $100 million. The Leader of the Opposition has set up a false narrative, Madam Speaker, a false narrative that people don't get back more than they pay into the price on pollution when the vast majority do. And he's willing to hedge his bets on that false narrative, and at a cost of doing so, voting against all these items that I've just listed, Madam Speaker. I would strongly encourage the Conservative Party of Canada to have a good look and self-reflect on where they've come over the last number of years, going back to Stephen Harper, who spoke in favor of a price on pollution, to their most recent leader in their most recent election campaign, where they knocked on doors and talked about pricing pollution. It's time to have a serious look in the mirror and reflect on exactly what it is that they stand for. Because the reality is, Madam Speaker, the only thing that they're showing themselves to stand for right now is misinformation.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate that comment. And I know the member talked about electric vehicles and having options moving forward, and I think doing more for the environment is always possible. They've done very little in their 8 years. As we've seen, there are 63 out of 68 countries in reaching environmental targets, so they have been failing. So basically, they have a tax plan. But one thing, and I remember, and it's a little over 2 years ago, my wife and kids got caught in a storm, and the storm was so bad that they hit the ditch with my friend. And if they were in an electric vehicle, they were in that ditch for 8.5 hours. No one could get to them. Lucky thing my friend filled up their vehicle, or they would have froze to death. An electric vehicle would not have lasted that long in minus 30-degree weather. So how much is the life of my family worth to him when he forces choices onto Canadian people?
The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
I would like that member to perhaps fly into Toronto one day, and I'd be happy to come and pick him up at Pearson, and I would like to drive him to Ottawa so that he can have the experience of driving in an electric vehicle, because what he just said there is so factually incorrect. They had a full tank of gas and they could have kept the heat on for 8 hours. Great. If I have a full battery, I can keep the heat on for days. A battery, the heat is not what drains an electric car battery. It's the actual driving, just like is the case for a combustion vehicle. So the fact that he would even make that comment, which is based on a widely circulated, hugely misinformed meme that's out there. I can't believe he even brought it up in the House of Commons. I know the meme he's talking about. It's just false and it's misinformation. If my battery is full, Madam Speaker, and I end up in a ditch, I can sit there for 3 or 4 days if I'm just producing heat.
I do want to remind the honourable member for Regina Louvain he had an opportunity to ask a question. If he has anything to follow up, then he should wait till the appropriate time. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I always have questions about the government's choices in regards to the budget.
Order. The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader and the Honourable Member for Regina Louvain seem to want to go back and forth. As I said, it's not the appropriate time. I'm sure that the Honourable Government Deputy House Leader wants to hear the question that's being asked of him so that he'll be able to answer it. And again, if individuals have questions and comments, they need to wait till the appropriate time. The
Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is about the government's choices. There are many things I don't understand in this country, but let's just talk about the budget choices by the Liberal government. Right now, there's a homelessness crisis. In Quebec, we've seen over the past 5 years, since the federal government started a housing strategy, there's twice as much homelessness in Quebec. There's some in Toronto, Vancouver, Calgary, Edmonton. It's very important. There's only one federal program for homelessness about going home. So we're hearing that it's going to be cut by 3%. Doesn't seem like much. The Liberals seem to want to show the Conservatives that they can get back to a balanced budget, but they're cutting in regards to homelessness. And now there's billions of dollars in tax credits for oil and gas companies, but they're cutting 3% from homeless people.
Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Well, I mean, if the member is concerned about homelessness and initiatives that this government has put forward, I would encourage him to not be tempted into voting in favor, or against, I should say, all of the opposed items that the Conservatives will be putting up, because as I indicated, 2 of them, the Reaching Home to Address Homelessness program and the Canada Housing Benefit, are on the chopping block as a result of the opposed items that the Leader of the Opposition has put forward. Madam Speaker, the reality of the situation is that he says that we are subsidizing the fossil fuel industry. We have phased out the fossil fuel subsidies. The only way that we continue to subsidize in any way the fossil fuel industry is to help to deal with abandoned, orphaned oil wells. That's right. Now, that member might think, well, it's not our problem. They were companies from 50 years ago. Just leave the wells there, and that's the end of that. Unfortunately, governments at the time didn't think that it was good to ensure that the proper money was in place to deal with those wells later on. So society has to pick up the tab now, and that's the unfortunate reality. However, it is something that we have to do in our environmental interests.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think we need to talk about going well beyond subsidies. We know in Great Britain, they had an excess profit tax on oil and gas. This is Conservatives, Madam Speaker, in Britain. We can't even get Liberals to do that. Right now, the Liberals have ended the program, the Canada Greener Homes Loan Program. I have constituents that want to access that program. I have contractors saying they're going to have to lay people off because it was employing people, supporting Canadians that wanted to do the right thing. So my question through you, Madam Speaker, to my colleague is, will they charge an excess profit tax on oil and gas? And will they not just fund the Greener Homes Loan Program, but will they actually provide it with the necessary resources to make it through a full budget cycle so all Canadians can access it?
A brief answer from the honourable member, from the Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
If the member or the NDP bring forward an opposition motion that we charge an excess profit tax on the oil and gas industry, I will vote for it.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's a pleasure to be able to rise to speak on the important issue of a price on pollution, or the carbon rebate. And I want to maybe take a bit of a different angle. In terms of just how isolated the Conservative Party of Canada is today. When you take a look at the issue of a price on pollution, Madam Speaker, you'll find that it actually originates back to 2015 in Paris, where the world came together in Paris and said that not only is climate change real, but we also need to take policy directions around the world to try to limit the amount of emissions and reduce it ultimately so that we would have a better environment worldwide, Madam Speaker. Now, what we have witnessed over the years is a high level of participation from countries around the world. So, for example, in the European Union, made up of many different countries, including countries like France and Italy and so many others, that came up with the Green Deal. The Green Deal is about a price, in essence, on pollution in good part. Then you take a look at countries like Ireland, England, Mexico. We often say that the United States doesn't have a price on pollution, but that's not quite accurate because there are many American states that actually have a price on pollution. Then if you take a look at it in terms of here in Canada, we have not only a national price on pollution, but we also have provinces of British Columbia and the province of Quebec that also have a price on pollution. When you take a look in terms of the House of Commons today, you have the Liberal Party in favor of a price on pollution. You have the Bloc Party in favor of a price on pollution. You have the NDP in favor of a price on pollution. You have the Green Party in favor of a price on pollution. We used to have a Conservative leader, Erin O'Toole, who was in favor of a price on pollution. Then you have to factor in, where are the Conservative Party? Where is the Conservative Party today? They have isolated themselves to say that we do not support, the Conservative Party of Canada does not support the price on pollution. Even though, under their former leader, Erin O'Toole, in that policy platform, all the Conservatives, including the current leader, advanced and promoted and encouraged that they would have a price on pollution. It's in their platform, Madam Speaker. Then what we've witnessed since the new leader was minted not that long ago, the far right element of the Conservative Party has taken control. The whole idea of mega conservatism taking control through the leadership of the Conservative Party today. And through that, they've actually changed their mind. They now say that they are not in favor of a price on pollution. Here, as the world is changing and recognizing the importance of a sound policy decision, we have an irresponsible Conservative Party today that is saying no to a price on pollution. Take a look at England. Today, England is saying to countries around the world that if you are going to be importing products into England and you do not have a price on pollution mechanism, that you're going to have to actually pay additional fees with that merchandise coming in or going into England. That is something in which they're actually acting on and is going to be put into place. What does the Conservative Party really think about a price on pollution and the impact that will have on trade? We saw that on the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement, where the Conservative Party was prepared to use as their sole issue, because it wasn't the sole issue, it was their second issue, but as a part of the rationale that they used in opposing the Canada-Ukraine agreement was because there was reference to a price on pollution. Think about it in the sense that Ukraine's had a price on pollution since 2011. Ukraine wants to be able to have the agreement, a formal trade agreement with the European Union, which also has a price on pollution, Madam Speaker. Yet the Conservative leadership and the members across the way have closed their eyes like an ostrich and put their head in the sand and don't recognize good, sound policy. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that is not in the best interest of Canadians. Just like it was not in the best interest of Canadians when the Conservative Party voted against the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement. That's the reality, Madam Speaker. That the statements and the policy direction of the Conservative Party and that far-right element is to the detriment of sound, good public policy, which is going to be there for future generations of Canadians and others, Madam Speaker. Canada needs things such as trade agreements. We need to have international trade. That is a good thing. And when the rest of the world is recognizing that the environment matters and the price of pollution is an effective tool, we have the leader of the official opposition going around saying he's going to get rid of the price on pollution. How backward thinking is that, Madam Speaker, when you contrast that to what the rest of the world is actually doing? That is not responsible public policy making, Madam Speaker. Instead, they're more focused on developing a bumper sticker that they believe is going to get them votes, Madam Speaker. They believe that they're going to be able to fool Canadians. That's the bottom line. They have no faith in Canadians understanding the reality. And we see that, Madam Speaker, in terms of what it is that they're telling Canadians. You know, the question that I had earlier today of the leader of the official opposition was, why doesn't the Conservative Party participate in political panels on CTV or CBC, where Canadians still view those networks? Well, one member says, no, they don't. Well, CTV and CBC would argue differently, and so would I. I think CTV and CBC have played a very important part in public debate for generations. And the leader of the Conservative Party says, no, they're state-operated organizations. How ridiculously stupid is that, Madam Speaker, to make that sort of an assertion? But you know what? The leader doesn't just say that here in the House. He says that outside the House also, as he chooses to avoid true accountability on some of the stupid things that he is actually saying. Things that are absolutely misleading. He will go to the province of British Columbia and Quebec and try to give them the false impression that they have the same sort of carbon taxing system as the province of Manitoba, the Atlantic Canada, Alberta, and others have, Madam Speaker. That is just not true. He tries to tell people in the provinces where there is a carbon tax, Madam Speaker, a federal backstop of a carbon tax, that they're paying far more into the carbon tax system than they are receiving. And again, Madam Speaker, we have said very clearly, as the member from Kingston and the Isles has pointed out by his specific example, a vast majority actually receive more money back out of the rebate than they actually pay in through gas and heating their homes, Madam Speaker. That is something in which the public budget or the parliamentary budget officer has made very clear. 80% plus will receive more dollars back than they will actually put into directly the carbon tax, Madam Speaker. That is indisputable. You have members of all political parties, except for the Conservatives, actually acknowledging that, Madam Speaker. So what does that mean? When the leader of the Conservative Party travels the country and says he's going to axe the tax, it also means they're going to get rid of the rebates. And when they talk about getting rid of the rebates, what they're telling is well over 80% of my constituents are going to have less of a disposable income because of that particular action, Madam Speaker. I find that disgraceful in terms of what it is the leader of the official opposition is spreading across the country.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Just 1 second there. Dauphin, Swan River, Nippewa. Oh, sorry. Did I not get it right? St. James, Assiniboine. No, Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboine, Headingley. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, the good news is that once the new boundaries come in, the riding name is changing to Winnipeg West. So you won't have to fish around for the long name. But those communities are great communities, and they're certainly all of them will be in my heart. Madam Speaker, I just want to ask, Dan Kelly from the CFIB recently came out and he was horrified to see the government's new plan with respect to rebates for small businesses. Small businesses actually bear most of the burden of the carbon tax, but get almost nothing back. And in fact, the government promised that they would get more than they're actually getting. Does the member support improving the situation for small businesses or just letting them die on the vine?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, the member opposite is trying to change the narrative in terms of what it is that I said. I said that 80% plus of the constituents in which I represent, and I would emphasize the word plus, Madam Speaker, are receiving more money back through the carbon rebate than they are in terms of paying into a carbon tax. That is a fact. And the member opposite in asking the question didn't challenge that fact because, as he knows, that is the truth. Yet the leader of the Conservative Party goes around saying that he's going to cut the tax. Cut the tax, cut the rebate. That means less disposable income for 80% plus of the constituents in which I represent. To me, that is very deceptive, Madam Speaker. And that's why they don't want to participate on political panels, because there's a higher sense of accountability than the garbage that they're putting out through social media.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know whether my colleagues from English Canada are aware that what we've been hearing since this morning, is in fact arguments in favour of Quebec's independence, because Quebec cares about fighting climate change. We are the province with the lowest GHG emissions because we invest in hydroelectricity, we invest in batteries. But what we've been hearing today is that the government has been spending a lot of money for years, yet we have one of the worst track records in the world when it comes to fighting climate change. And the government is supported by the NPD, which supports them most of the time. Then on the other side, we have the Conservatives who say, well, we, on the other hand, would do even less. So all of Canada, the rest of Canada seems to be saying whether we spend to fight climate change or not, we're not getting any results. So all of this is in favor of Quebec's independence. So I hope the Quebecers are taking note of today's debate and what we're hearing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I hope that people in all regions of the country are taking note of the debate. Manitoba, which is also, like Quebec, a major investor in hydro and green energy. And I think there's all sorts of opportunities in virtually every region of the country. Never before have we seen as much investment coming into greener jobs. And those greener jobs are going to translate in virtually every region of the country. And the federal government is providing incentives and encouraging that development. And quite frankly, Madam Speaker, I would challenge any member opposite to show a government that has done more to support greener jobs in our economy in every way.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member has spoken a lot about the disinformation that the Conservatives have been spreading, and I agree. But the Conservative member actually asked him a very fair question, and it was about small businesses. We know that the federal government currently owes small businesses and Indigenous groups $3.6 billion. Those are rebates that the government has promised small businesses. They're still waiting. The government has also said they're going to give small businesses less because they've doubled the rebates for rural Canadians. Now, why would they make small businesses pay for that when we could be making big oil and gas pay for it? The output-based pricing system is unfair. Suncor pays 14 times less than an average Canadian in carbon pricing. Why not make big oil pay what they owe?
Brief answer from the honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I believe that Canadians as a whole recognize the principles of that the polluters need to pay, and this is a government that is recognized and ultimately moving in very significant ways to putting a price on pollution. And I think today it's oriented, and we continue to go into the right direction on that matter in all aspects.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Here, here. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise today on behalf of the people of Coast of Bay's Central Notre Dame, and in fact on behalf of all the people of my great province of Newfoundland and Labrador. But what's not a pleasure, Madam Speaker, is what Justin Trudeau's done.
The honourable member will remember that he's not to mention individuals by their names who sit in the House of Commons, no matter what position they have. So the honourable member for Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame, I'm sure he'll retract that and get back on track.
Madam Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal costly coalition and this Prime Minister, you know, the people of Newfoundland and Labrador have seen their cost of living go right through the roof. And now the carbon cult plan is to rise the carbon tax by 23% on April 1st. So it's just yet another in a long line of cruel April Fool jokes that we're going to encounter until 2030 when the price on carbon reaches 61 cents per litre. On Saturday, the Voice of the Common Man, known as VOCM to most people, had a poll. 90% of Newfoundlanders and Labradorians are against the April 1st increase in carbon tax by 23%. So from a Newfoundland and Labrador's perspective, I guess you wonder why. Why are the people of Newfoundland and Labrador so against the costly coalition's increase in carbon tax? Well, it's simply because Newfoundland and Labrador is a very remote geographical area. Everything comes to Newfoundland by the use of fuel, whether it's food, building supplies, and even fuel. Fuel arrives by fuel. So, and it's quite the hit on the fishing industry, whether it's the processors that use fuel to cook the crab, or the trucking companies that truck it, or fishermen while they're driving around and moving their supplies. It's quite the impact. So it impacts the price the fishermen receive. It impacts the mining industry. There's a mine in my riding that's shut down, and one of the main reasons was the high cost of fuel. It has a massive impact on the forestry industry and the tourism industry. Madam Speaker, people can't afford to travel to Newfoundland and Labrador anymore. Like, you're very aware of how much it costs to get to Newfoundland and Labrador, as I know you have family connections in one of the great communities in my riding, Bellorum. So you're well aware the crippling effect of high fuel costs. So, you know, if it costs more for the fishermen to harvest the fish, or processors to process it, farmers to grow vegetables and wheat or whatnot, and truckers to truck those products into grocery stores, pay more in their energy bills, the consumer foots the bill at the end of the day. So with 70% of Canadians against this 23% increase in carbon tax, and 7 Canadian premiers having come out against it, including the great supporter and childhood friend of the Prime Minister, the Liberal Premier of Newfoundland, Premier Fury, he just sent a letter to the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, pleading with the Prime Minister to pause his April 1st carbon tax increase. And I quote, "I respectfully request that you consider pausing the implementation of the April 1st carbon tax increase." We'll see if he'll listen, Madam Speaker. So Premier Fury all along supported carbon tax. Now he sees the light. Yet his good friend, the Prime Minister, consistently breaks his promise, the promise that he made to Canadians to hold carbon pricing at $50 per ton. So the new goal is, of course, it's $170 a ton, and then the constant bragging that carbon tax is revenue neutral. Well, it's not, Madam Speaker, but you don't have to take my word for it. The independent watchdog, the parliamentary budget officer, the PBO, says that Canadians will pay more in carbon tax than they'll receive in rebates. And at the same time, this Liberal NDP coalition hasn't met one single solitary climate change target, and they won't. Yet, the member for St. John South Mount Pearl continuously talks about the cold hard cash. The cold hard cash that Newfoundlanders and Labradorians are going to find in their pockets. Well, increases like the one coming on April 1st that lead to a total increase by 2030 of 61 cents per litre aren't putting cold hard cash in anybody's pockets. I'll tell you what Newfoundlanders and Labradorians are finding cold. It's the temperatures in their homes because they can't afford to heat them. That's right. That's where they're finding the cold, Madam Speaker. So, Liberal Premier Fury also as well last week he said the issue for this particular tax is there are limited options to change right now in Newfoundland and Labrador. In the absence of the ability to change, what does this tax really accomplish? Well, Madam Speaker, hiking the carbon tax will accomplish more of the same, more of nothing. Common sense Conservative leader and I, we toured Newfoundland and Labrador over the last year. We were in Labrador, we were in St. John's East, we were in St. John's South, Mount Pearl, we were in Avalon, Bonda Vista, Burin, Trinity, Coast Bay, Central Notre Dame, my great riding, and we were in Long Range Mountains. And we heard a message loud and clear. Life is simply unaffordable these days. On a recent visit to the Community Food Sharing Association in St. John's last week, Madam Speaker, we were given quite a disturbing picture. Demand at the Community Food Sharing Association has risen by over 40% in the last 3 or 4 years. And they're now having to try to save food banks that are about to close their doors because they can't find the resources to supply the needs of the public. So we heard the struggles, Madam Speaker. We heard the pleas. Pleas like those that we heard at the food bank. So, if the 6 NDP Liberals from Newfoundland and Labrador are hearing those same pleas, and I'm sure they are, we're really, really hoping that they're going to listen to the requests that the people that have elected them, Madam Speaker, the people that have sent them here, to be their voice, in this place. They come a long, long way every week. I look over at my colleague from Bonda Vista, Burin, Trinity. I travel on the plane with him quite a bit, Madam Speaker. He comes a long ways from out where he lives, and it's quite the trek. And he's bringing those concerns from all the way out there in Bonda Vista, Burin, Trinity to this House. And I'm sure that the folks out in Clarenville and New West Valley and places like this are hoping that he remembers the pain that the hike in this carbon tax is going to bring to those folks on April 1st and beyond as it continues on into 2030. And I hope that my honourable colleague and his 5 NDP Liberal colleagues along with him support our motion to stop the hike in carbon tax when that vote comes up later on this week. But there's hope, Madam Speaker. There's hope. Because if the 6 NDP Liberal members from Newfoundland and Labrador continue to neglect what their constituents, the people that they're elected to come here to represent, to be their voice in Ottawa, if they continue to be a non-voice and continue to vote against Conservative motions like the one before this House to spike the hike, well, there's going to be a price to be paid, Madam Speaker, and it's not going to be a price on pollution. it's going to be a price on NDP Liberal seats in this place.
That's right.
So, we plead with them. We plead with them, as their constituents plead with them, to vote with Conservatives to spike the hike and heed the plea. Because, Madam Speaker, common sense Conservatives very shortly will axe the tax, build the homes, stop the crime, and balance the budget. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And slogans aside, let me make a plea to the member that just spoke. You know, on April the 15th, people in Newfoundland and Labrador, his constituents, a good many of them, his constituents, family of four, will get a check deposited for $298. When you add it up, it's well over $1,000 for the year. If the member votes against or in favor of this motion, what he's really doing, Madam Speaker, is he's also voting against that rebate check being deposited in their accounts. And the parliamentary budget officer has made it very clear, 80% of Canadians get more back in the rebate than they actually pay out. That is a fact, Madam Speaker. I'll say that on CTV on a political panel. The member opposite won't do that, Madam Speaker. So will he admit why is he denying his constituents those rebate checks?
Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm bewildered why my colleague across the way is fighting against what an independently appointed the parliamentary budget officer, the watchdog for this place. Madam Speaker, $1,874 in Newfoundland and Labrador is what the average household will pay this year. The rebate will be $1,497 for a net loss to each household of $377. Is there a new math? Madam Speaker, I didn't think math changed. I mean, you could go all the way back to the Greeks. It stayed the same.
Here. Yeah, so I'm hearing feedback on both sides of the House when it's not the appropriate time, and I would just ask members to please refrain from doing that. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable for Edmonton Strathcona.
Very much. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question today. You know, last week we had a constituency week, and I went to 15 different seniors' residents and spoke to seniors across my riding, and they were, you know, very clearly absolutely delighted with the NDP dental care program that included seniors. And so for me, I listened to the member speaking about how he wants to make life more affordable for Canadians, and yet his party votes against things like the dental care program. His party votes against things like the National Food Program for Children. His party votes against things like the GST, taking GST of home heating. Every time we bring forward a smart idea that will make life more affordable for Canadians, these people vote against it. The Conservatives vote against it. So when I spoke to the seniors in my riding, they were deeply concerned about the potential of a Conservative government and asked me what I was going to do to make sure that these folks never got into power.
For Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Madam Speaker, that member should go spend a day in my constituency office in Grand Falls, Windsor, and listen to the phone calls that we get and read the emails that we get that are and seniors, Madam Speaker, and folks that are absolutely disgusted with that fake dental program. It works for nobody, Madam Speaker. And talking about her constituents, let's talk about her constituents, Madam Speaker. In Alberta, they will pay in $2,943 this year in carbon tax. Their rebate will be $2,032, Madam Speaker, for a net loss to the average family in her riding of $911. She's got a lot to be proud of.
Well, there was still some going back and forth, other people having debates, and I just want to remind members to please be respectful. If I haven't recognized them, then they're not the ones who should be speaking at the time. I
have the time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I don't know if I'll be able to be brief, Madam Speaker, but I will try. In the last year, I went around Quebec to talk about housing issues, and I went onto the four corners of Quebec, and I met more than 70 organizations that represent 1,500 people who are working with the most vulnerable, women who are victims of violence, people with intellectual disabilities. And these people talked about housing, homelessness. No one, I repeat, no one talked about the carbon tax to resolve the situation who don't have a shelter or housing. They talked about investing in social housing, investing for the most vulnerable. No one talked about the carbon tax. My Conservative colleagues said that we're close to the vulnerable, those who take care of the vulnerable. That's not what they're saying.
Brief answer, the honourable member for Coast of Bay Central, Notre Dame.
Madam Speaker, I don't know what my honourable colleague doesn't understand about carbon tax, but a lot of the things that are consumed in his riding actually enter Canada in Vancouver. And they come across the country, and carbon tax is applied to the fuel that's used to ship everything from BC to the Belle-Province, and the grain that the great bread of Quebec is made from. All of these things the consumers of Quebec pay for. And he knows it. He knows that Conservatives, common sense Conservatives, have a plan to build homes, and we're going to do it and even help that man down in his own riding. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, it is always a true privilege and honour to rise in this House of Commons and represent the wonderful, amazing, hard-working people of Peterborough-Kawartha. Today we have a very important Opposition Day motion put forward by the member from Carleton, the official leader of the opposition, Canada's next Prime Minister, and it is to protect and help Canadians. The reality is, life has never been more expensive after 8 years of this Liberal NDP Prime Minister. He lost his way so long ago, he can't see the forest for the trees, I believe the saying is. He's refused to listen to the reality of what is happening outside of this building. And the motion put forward today is that given that 70% of provinces and 70% of Canadians oppose the Prime Minister's 23% carbon tax hike on April 1st, the House call on the NDP Liberal coalition to immediately cancel this hike. For people watching at home, you'd say, well, if 70% of Canadians agree with this, how can the Liberal NDP coalition go along with something that nobody wants? Well, Madam Speaker, that's Liberal math and that's Liberal logic. Because not only that, they will tell you that they get more back in rebates with their carbon tax rebate, which makes no sense. Because there wouldn't even be a rebate if you didn't take the money to begin with. There is zero common sense. And the average Ontario family is going to pay almost $1,700 in carbon tax. That's just this year, Madam Speaker. The numbers in 2030 are $3,583. Wow. This has been a lie from day one. I mean, the Prime Minister promised that initially this tax would never go higher than $50 a ton. Now, it's set to reach $170 per ton. Trudeau said the Prime Minister said the carbon tax would be revenue neutral, but the Parliamentary Budget Officer confirms that Canadians pay more than they get back in rebates. The Prime Minister said the carbon tax would help lower GHG emissions, but the Liberal government will not meet its own environmental targets by 2030. Why does anybody believe him? They don't. They don't. Hear, hear. And why should they? Because he tells them one thing and does another, and doubles down, lets his ego lead. Because it's way more important to be right than to listen to Canadians who you are truly hurting. Do you know, Madam Speaker, according to the Food Insecurity Among Canadian Families report, using data from the 2021 Canada Income Survey, almost 50% of single mothers living below the poverty line struggle with food insecurity. What's going to happen with this carbon tax increase on April 1st if already 50% of single mothers are struggling with food insecurity? This past week I had the chance to visit the beautiful province of New Brunswick. Shout out to the East Coast and the amazing humans that live out there. And I went to many food banks. double, triple increase in 1 year. And the demographic of who's using that food bank? Students, seniors, working middle class, and wait for this one, active serving military families. I actually couldn't believe what I was hearing when Jane told me that from the Oromakto Food Bank. I couldn't actually believe what she said. I said, what did you say? She said, yeah, we have about 50 active serving military families accessing the food bank. I said, since when? She said, about 4 or 5 years. And she said, here's the other part, Michelle. She said, they have to pay rent for their housing, and guess how it's heated? Natural gas. What's on natural gas?
Carbon tax.
Carbon tax. Oh, but wait, it gets even better. Because not only do they charge the carbon tax, the Liberal NDP coalition, they tax the carbon tax. That is disgusting. Do you know the PBO report reported that the carbon tax on propane and natural gas used for greenhouses, heating and cooling livestock barns and drying grain will cost the farmers nearly $1 billion by 2030. Has anybody visited a farm? I don't know if you know this or not, but farmers don't have a lot of money. Okay? Farmers are often what we call equity. They have a lot of assets, but very little cash flow. You bankrupt farmers, you bankrupt Canadians to be able to eat. That's right. Yep. This is the most insane thing I've ever seen. And you think, okay, well, what are you doing? Like, why are you doing this? And it really makes you question what is happening. Okay, so also, according to Canada's food price report, food costs for the typical family of 4 expected to rise by $700 in 2024. According to a Second Harvest report, 36% of charities had to turn people away because they were running out of resources. Did you know the First Nations, 101 First Nations communities have taken the Liberal government to court over the carbon tax? They're waking up. You know, it's all virtue signaling, Madam Speaker. How much time do I have left? Okay. Thank you so much.
More.
So I have this lovely letter from a woman named Barbara, and she says, I heat my home with propane and a wood stove. Not only are we paying carbon tax, we are paying HST on the carbon tax. That is double taxation. I have called and written and spoken, but I can't get any answers. You're not alone, Barb. You're not alone, because the Liberal NDP coalition don't want to listen to you. They don't. Yesterday in question period, there was an exchange between the Leader of the Opposition and the Finance Minister, and she said, we'll take no lessons from the Conservatives because we will stand for the least vulnerable. Was that a Freudian slip? I'm not sure. I want to read back to you the comments that are coming through, because a lot of times what the Liberals across the way will say, oh, they're making things up. They love to gaslight Canadians or find one person to zone in on their confirmation bias and say, oh, our toxic positivity, things have never been so great. Things have never been so wonderful. We know that's not true. Hello, Michelle. I live in Peterborough. I'm a wife and a mother of 4, ages 13 years to 15 months. The increase caused by the carbon tax in 8 years of the Prime Minister's Liberal government is killing my family. My husband has a job that used to be the golden ticket of jobs here in Peterborough, and now we can barely get by. We used to spend $400 for groceries and have a month's worth of food. Now, we are lucky if that gets us more than a week. I can't afford new glasses, my husband can't afford to go to the dentist, and don't get me started on the price of formula and diapers. All of this lands squarely on the incredibly corrupt shoulders of the Prime Minister Liberals and the NDP coalition. Any help you can provide and advocate for us is amazing. Please help us. Bob Bolton wrote, there should be no carbon tax in the first place. Michelle, we have all kinds of trees to look after that issue. Thanks. Good old Bobby. Megan Ireland Danellis said, as a mother of 3 and a small business owner with a partner working full-time and a part-time job myself, it's already a struggle to put food on the table and pay the bills. This tax increase will raise the prices of everything. Yet again, I'm not sure how people are supposed to survive, let alone thrive. It is a scary state of affairs, and I really hope that our next government can find a way to clean up some of the terrible mess that's been made. I know you know, Michelle, people are suffering, and there is no need for it to be this way. Everything has been flipped, and the focus is all wrong. I've always been a proud Canadian and a patriot. These last few years, for the first time ever, I've considered leaving my beautiful home of Canada. I have lost hope, and I know I'm not alone in this. You're not alone. 70% of Canadians are experiencing what you are experiencing. Working class families can't afford to put gas in their car, food in their fridge, or heat their home. That is the reality. We all know this. The Conservatives all know this. For some reason, that side of the House, the people who are in charge of this country, fail to acknowledge it, fail to recognize it.
I have a point of order. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Madam Speaker, the member is giving an impassioned speech about her riding, and there's so much noise in the area around the chamber, it's impossible to even hear her from the front of the floor of the House.
I already made a signal to the Sergeant at Arms, and he's already out there taking care of that. The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha has 40 seconds left.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And the reality, as you can see, there is literally thousands of comments. If you want to go, you can visit my Facebook page and read them, and maybe join people, because this is the reality. We hear you. We are fighting for you. We know that the Prime Minister's decision to force his tax hike on Canadians we know you don't want it. We have common sense solutions to axe the tax, and Conservatives will stand with you. We will fight for you, and we promise to make life more affordable. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, on April 15, there's going to be a carbon rebate checks circulated to Canadians. And the Conservative Party is going around saying that they're going to axe the tax, but axing the tax also means getting rid of the carbon rebates. And many Canadians actually factor now those rebates into their budgets, Madam Speaker. So 4 times a year, Canadians are receiving a rebate on a regular basis. Many of them factored into their expenses, their budgets, and a vast majority are receiving more money back from the rebate than they put into the tax. That is the truth. That is the reality. Would the member make it very clear that the Conservative Party is prepared to take away those rebates that are being deposited come April 15?
Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is so hard to rationalize with delusion and liberal logic and liberal math. It is so challenging that the argument is, we're going to give you a rebate. If you didn't take the money, there would be no rebate. People don't have that extra money. The average family in Ontario, it's going to cost them just under $1,700 in carbon tax. You know what they're going to get back? Just over $1,100. That's the parliamentary budget officer. This is math, real math. And that's the reality of it. Why are they trying to gaslight Canadians? They know the truth. They're the ones accessing the food bank, and they're the ones who can't afford to live because of them.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Courtney Alberni.
In June, I asked the parliamentary budget officer that if we got rid of the carbon tax and we go towards subsidies and regulations, or we try to do nothing, what would happen? And if the U.S., who's made it clear that there would be a border carbon adjustment, and what would that be, the impact that would have on 8 in 10 Canadians? He cited that it depends exactly what is done in place of the carbon tax, but if we just speak about a carbon adjustment at the U.S. border, that would probably lead to an economic slowdown in Canada, and it would be significant, depending on the adjustment, of course. But he said it's not unthinkable that this would be this could lead to negative impacts on sectors that are more energy intensive, and he said it would drive up inflation in the U.S. And in Canada, it probably have the opposite effect. It would act as a depressor on economic activity and on prices. So it would be the opposite impact, or the effect, which is not much better. This is what he cited. In fact, you could say it's worse because it would depress economic activity. So my question to my colleague is, she ran on a price on pollution. As my colleague knows, I'm always trying to work on solutions. What are they proposing in place of a carbon tax to ensure that Canadians don't get the impact from a carbon adjustment at the border with the US, the UK, and the EU.
Honourable for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask the member opposite and all the members who asked this question if they've visited a farm lately. 2023's food price report estimated that the carbon tax will cost a typical 5,000-acre farm $150,000 by 2030. Anybody who visits a farm knows that farmers are stewards of this land. They are the most innovative, the most creative, the most environmental friendly. They have all the technology. They know what to do with the land because they are the stewards of the land. And so my question back to them was, what's going to happen when there is no farm? Because they cannot do this. So the question, to answer that question, is I would rely on farmers and their technology and their innovation and their connection to the land to actually help the environment, not a tax that punishes Canadians.
Time for a brief question. The Honourable for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to also thank the member from Peterborough-Kawartha. Today, we were at Field, and she put a motion to stop the carbon tax so single mothers can afford to feed their families. The Bloc, the NDP, and the Liberals all voted against it. Is this what this government cares about? They don't care about the single mom. They don't care about how they're going to feed their children because they didn't vote with us. Could she tell us how we're going to help these poor single mothers? Thank you.
A brief answer from the Honourable Member Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleague. Yes, that was shocking to adjourn debate on something that is so easy to do and to help and to listen. And again, I just reiterate this. This is 70% of Canadians, and we know that the carbon tax disproportionately impacts the most vulnerable. Single mothers, low income, seniors, students, all of these people are accessing food bank at historical highs. Never in history has it been this bad. And it's simple. Replace that person across the way that likes to call himself a prime minister, get rid of this tax, and make life affordable for Canadians.
Yeah. Here, here. Bravo, Michelle. Bravo, bravo.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Winnipeg South.
Madam Speaker, Canadian farmers and ranchers are responsible stewards of the land and are united in their goal of feeding Canadians and the world. They are also on the front lines of climate change, often dealing with its devastating effects, including drought, floods, and wildfires. The severe droughts of 2021 resulted in a 27% decline in Canadian grain production. The drought of 2023 is projected to lower the grain harvest by 6.5%, with the prairies being especially hard hit. And this year is shaping up to be a continuation of this trend. Madam Speaker, an overwhelming majority of Canadians, including farmers, are rightfully concerned about the impacts of climate change, and we hear them. While Conservatives continue to deny the reality of climate change and the role it plays in driving up food prices, we're helping the agri-food industry adapt to climate change through the Canadian Agricultural Partnership, the Agri-Recovery Framework, and the National Adaptation Strategy. We'll always be there for farmers, Madam Speaker.
For Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to honor the guardians of the grasslands, the classical conservationists and protectors of our pastures. Of course, I'm speaking about agriculture producers across the country. Today, I'm proud to recognize constituents Doug and Linda Ray of the Ray Ranch near Aircan, Alberta, for receiving the Canadian Cattle Association Environmental Stewardship Award for 2023. Their focus on sustainable farming is an example of how Canadian agriculture is leading in efficiency and environmental farming, producing the best quality food in the world. The Rays' commitment to soil health is evident through practices like conservation tillage, pasture management, bale and swath grazing. The result is a significant improvement, such as increased soil, organic matter, and reduced erosion. So congratulations for your recognition as stewards of the environment. May your family farm live on through generations of Rays and serve as an example of greatness that we see every day in Canadian agriculture.
Good job.
As people filter in, I just want to remind them that, there are individuals making statements, and these statements are very important. I would ask individuals who want to continue having conversations to please take it out, and those who are coming in to please be quiet. The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As we welcome the Honourable Kali Shea, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of China, on Parliament Hill today, let us celebrate our friendship between Canada and Taiwan. I rise today to acknowledge Taiwan as an important stakeholder and a valuable partner for Canada and the international community. The signing of the FIPA between Canada and Taiwan in December 2023 demonstrated Canada's commitment to strengthening economic ties with the Indo-Pacific region. Yet Taiwan's accession to the CPTPP would be even a much greater achievement. Taiwan is a significant economic player in the Indo-Pacific region. It promises economic growth, trade diversification, and region stability. By embracing free trade principles, Taiwan can contribute to a prosperous, rules-based international order. By supporting Taiwan's accession to the CPTPP, Canada would demonstrate its commitment to promoting these principles in the region. Let's embrace the opportunity.
L'honorable député de Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, I am very pleased to rise in this House to celebrate Juliette Lévesque and her partner Laurence Brière, who are a remarkable figure skating pair. It was incredible to see them perform. They received a medal at the Canadian Championships. This Quebec figure skating pair that competed in the novice category won out over all the other competitors of other Canadian provinces. It shows not only their talent, but also our capacity to shine. I would like to congratulate both of you. You have all our admiration. Congratulations, we are very proud of you.
Honorable député de Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
Mr. Speaker, on March 8th, I had the immense pleasure of meeting and celebrating women community leaders from my riding of Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. The women spoke of their personal stories, challenges, and triumphs. They are successful women not only in their respective lines of business, occupations, or professions, but because each day, Mr. Speaker, they inspire and serve as role models for other women. Je suis particulièrement reconnaissante des efforts.
I would like to recognize our government's efforts in encouraging women and supporting their participation in the workforce. For example, with the very first strategy for women in entrepreneurship and several other measures, which are enabling women to enter the workforce in record numbers.
Let's continue to celebrate women on International Day and every day and pursue our efforts to create and offer them opportunities to thrive and succeed. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Tomorrow will be International Francophonie Day, and this year the theme is Creating, Innovating in French. As President of the Committee for Parliamentary Affairs, I would like to offer an invitation. There are more than 321 million French speakers in the world, and we need to work daily to help the French language thrive. In Canada, in Quebec, the decline of the language is a sad reality. We must be vigilant and turn things around. My party, the Conservative Party of Canada, recognizes the decline of French. We will continue to take concrete action to stop that decline throughout Canada. Tomorrow, Francophones and Francophiles, I would ask you to make a concrete gesture wherever you may be to promote our language French. Let's be proactive ambassadors and let's celebrate our beautiful language every day. Let's create, innovate, and be proud of our language, French.
Full member from Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The community of Don Valley West is deeply saddened by the loss of Ilias Moulabai, a dear friend, a valued colleague, and a trusted advisor. Ilias's unwavering commitment to advance community-based initiatives is well recognized. He was instrumental in assisting the Islamic Society of Toronto in establishing a new religious centre and community space that will provide a safe and inclusive environment for Muslims in our community. I had the pleasure to collaborate closely with Ilyas, particularly on our joint advocacy for youth initiatives. Our work together on the Canada Summer Jobs Program at Masjid Dar es Salaam has helped a generation of young people acquire valuable skills, earn fair wages, and prepare for post-secondary education. Brother Ilyas was committed to serving others. That commitment was rooted in his belief in humanity and in his faith. I extend my condolences to his son Arshad and his family. He will be missed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, as the evening approaches, marking the arrival of Nowruz at precisely 11:26 p.m. tonight, we gather to celebrate the tradition steeped in renewal of the earth and rejuvenation of our spirits. This ancient festival, rich in symbolism and joy, invites us to embrace the new year with hope and optimism. In the spirit of this celebration, let us reflect upon the wisdom of the Persian poet Khayyam, whose words resonates with the essence of Nowruz. بر چهره گل نسیم نوروز خوش است در صحن چمن روی دلافروز خوش است ای دی که گذشت هرچه گویی خوش نیست خوش باش و زده مگو که امروز خوش است. Khayyam's poetry captures the essence of Nowruz with elegance, urging us to leave the past behind and embrace the present's fresh promise. As we greet the new year, these words inspire us to meet the future with open hearts, celebrating Nowruz as a symbol of renewal, unity, and shared values. This ancient tradition beacons us towards a brighter, harmonious path in the future.
The honourable member from York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, it's ridiculous. The rural communities of York Simcoe are not eligible to receive the rural top-up on the carbon tax because they are classified as Toronto by this government. Wow. And now not a single community in Northern York region received any housing funding from the Liberals' overhyped Housing Accelerator Fund. But Toronto has received $500 million. A clear message has been sent to the residents of Georgina, East Gwillimbury, Aurora, Uxbridge, Bradford, and the Chippewas of Georgina Island. According to the Liberals, you are not Toronto enough for housing funding, but to Toronto to get the rural top-up. These Liberals are out of touch. They are hiking up the carbon tax by 23%, though it does nothing for the environment. Their housing fund won't build a single home, including in fast-growing places like York Simcoe. Enough is enough. Conservatives will spike the hike, axe the tax, and bring homes Canadians can afford.
The honourable member from Kings Hants.
Speaker, I rise today to proudly celebrate our Canadian cattle industry, our ranchers, our beef producers across the country who help raise quality product for our table and tables around the world. This week, representatives are in Ottawa for the annual CCA reception. And I think about champions at home in Kings Hants, folks like Dean and Catherine Manning, the Olton family, and Ryan Knowles with the Hants County Meat Company. I appreciate all the work that they do in our communities and the work that they do locally to provide great product. However, Mr. Speaker, as a young parliamentarian, I also want to recognize the work of the Canadian Cattle Youth Council, whose members I had the chance to meet with yesterday. Kimberly Lansdale, Charlene Youngblood, Scott Gerbrandt, and Patrick Sullivan. I'd like to thank them for the work that they do to help support youth farmers across the country. And to all our representatives who are here in Ottawa today, let us as parliamentarians get out and celebrate all that is good for the Canadian cattle industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Calgary Midnapore.
Canadians continue to ask questions on ArriveCan, and Conservatives continue to push for answers. Last week, we continue to prosecute GC Strategies, an IT firm of two people that performed no actual work, yet were paid a third of $60 million in contracts for the ArriveCan app. After hiding from accountability to the point of being threatened with arrest, the two individuals finally appeared at committee. Although still evasive, MPs were able to learn that the two partners pocketed $2.5 million. And for what? One partner, Christian Firth, said he averaged 2 to 4 hours per day at a rate of $2,600 per hour. power. His partner said he had no clue what went on at any point of the ArriveCAN process and only processed the security clearances for their subcontractors, a job he did wrong. Listen up, Liberal government. Not only must you explain why you wasted millions of dollars, but Canadians want their money back. So start explaining and pay up.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government, there are protests, farmers' protests throughout Quebec because of the carbon tax, which is causing farmers' revenues to go down. But the Bloc Québécois is ignoring and even punishing them. The Bloc Québécois wants to radically increase Liberal taxes on gas and food, and they want to do that starting on April 1st. You'd think that is an April Fool's joke, but unfortunately, no. It's all true. And in fact, last week, the Union des producteurs agricoles confirmed to me that this will have a devastating impact on all Canadians, especially farmers in my region. What's the point of the Bloc Québécois? It's only punishing Quebecers and making life even harder for farmers. All Canadians would like the government and the Bloc Québécois to cancel that extremely harmful tax.
The Honourable Member from Willowdale.
Today marks the spring equinox, otherwise called Nowruz, which marks the new year for Iranians, Afghans, Ismailis, Baha'is, Zoroastrians, and over 300 million individuals across the world. Many around the world are excited to welcome spring and the promise of a new year. I'm certain every member of this House joins me in wishing all those celebrating Nowruz across Canada a Happy New Year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Happy Nowruz.
Wonderful job. Wonderful job.
L'honorable député d'Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago, Canadian athletes gathered in Calgary for the Special Olympic Winter Games, and competitors from Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing sure made us proud. From Manitoulin Island, skip Tyler Madabi and team members Dylan Danville, Dane Tipper, Austin Recollet, and William Leclerc brought home the gold for curling, and Matthew Bedard won 3 bronze medals in snowshoeing. Elliott Lake's Adam Cormier took home a silver in team and a bronze in singles in 5-pin bowling. Chaque année, les entraîneurs...
Every year, coaches, volunteers, and employees make the Special Olympics something to be proud of. It's important that we acknowledge all that they do to support and encourage our athletes.
Mr. Speaker, the oath of the Special Olympics is let me win, but if I cannot win, let me be brave in the attempt. Our Special Olympians who participated at this year's Winter Games continue to exemplify this oath. Congratulations, Tyler, Dylan, Dane, Austin, William, Matthew, and Adam. You have shown strength, determination, and courage during these challenging competitions. We are all so very proud of your accomplishments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about the 80th anniversary of the Rimouski Maritime Institute of Quebec. This great institution was founded on May 24th, 1944. It was founded by Jules-André Briand, and now, 80 years later, it remains the only training center for a maritime workforce in Quebec and the only francophone institution of this kind in North America. Since it was founded, the Institute has trained generations of experts who have contributed to the maritime industry in all parts of the world. I'd like to thank everyone, both in the past and today, who have promoted our expertise, which is recognized throughout the world. I hope that this national treasure will experience another wonderful 80 years. And on April 6th, there will be a banquet to celebrate the 80th birthday altogether.
The Honourable Member from Cumberland, Colchester.
Speaker, April 1st is usually a day of lighthearted fun for Canadians where we amuse one another with practical jokes. Not for this uncaring NDP Liberal Prime Minister who will play a cruel joke on Canadians by increasing his carbon tax once again, this time by 23% on everything. 70% of Canadians oppose this tax, and all Atlantic Canadian premiers, including the Liberal Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador, have joined common sense Conservatives in demanding that this government axe the tax. An astonishing 2 million Canadians need to visit a food bank every month, and now we see charities running out of resources and money to help Canadians. A wise Nova Scotia once commented, and I quote, "No one would believe that you pay money to the government and they will give you more back." This simply is not true. Today, in the Nova Scotia legislature, all political parties voted unanimously, calling on all Nova Scotia MPs to scrap the carbon tax hike. Mr. Speaker, axe the tax.
The honourable member from Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, exciting news. Tax season is here. And when Canadians file their taxes, they will receive the Canada Carbon Rebate. In the provinces where it applies, like my home province of Ontario, the Canada Carbon Rebate will put even more money back into the pockets of most Canadians than they pay into the carbon pricing system. Affordability is top of mind in everything our federal government does. And with the Canada Carbon Rebate, we are directly putting money into the bank accounts of Canadian families. Families are counting on these checks, especially low and middle income Canadians who need it the most. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, Conservative MPs want to cut these rebates that low and middle income Canadians rely on, but we won't let them. Canadian families can count on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions orales. All questions.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The Conservatives have an excellent tax to axe a tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. The Prime Minister is simply not worth the cost after 8 years.
Carbon tax are not worth the cost after 8 long years. The Parliamentary Budget Officer confirms that in every single province, Canadians pay far more in taxes than they get back in rebates, a tax that will go up 23%. Today, common sense Conservatives are calling for the Prime Minister to grant his caucus a free vote on our motion to spike the hike.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, 8 out of 10 families throughout the country where we've put a federal price on pollution receive more money from it than they pay into it. What the Leader of the Opposition is proposing is to remove not only checks that are delivered for families that help with groceries, with rent, with the impact of climate change, but they are also doing nothing to fight climate change, to build a stronger future. We are here to help Canadians with checks. We are here to fight against climate change. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Understand that after 8 years, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost. And they're right. According to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, this Prime Minister's carbon tax will cost the average Nova Scotia family $1,500. That's why the Nova Scotia legislature voted unanimously, Liberals, Conservatives, and NDP, to call on federal MPs representing the province to vote with the common sense Conservatives to spike the hike. Will he allow a free vote so Nova Scotians can vote for their constituents rather than the party boss?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
A family of 4 in Nova Scotia gets about $824 back in the year for the price on pollution. The Canadian Carbon Rebate delivers more money in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadians right across the country. The Leader of the Opposition wants to take away those Canada Carbon Rebate checks from Canadian families, where 8 out of 10 families do better, even with the price on pollution. It's a way of fighting climate change, of building a safer, more prosperous future, and putting more money back in the pockets of Canadians, something he wants to take away.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Prime Minister has finally done something helpful when it comes to math. He says that his rebate for Nova Scotians is $850. Well, the parliamentary budget officer confirmed that the cost is $1,500 for the average Nova Scotia family. So he wants to take away $1,500 from the average Nova Scotia family in carbon taxes and give back only $850. Everybody knows that the carbon tax is just like him, not worth the cost. Will he allow a free vote?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the Leader of the Opposition wants to take away the Canada carbon rebate checks that land in Nova Scotians' mailboxes, but in the pockets of families right across the country where the price on pollution is in place, because 8 out of 10 of them do better with the price on pollution and the Canada carbon rebate than they would. He wants to take away those checks from Canadians, and he wants to do far less to fight against the climate change impacts that Canadians are feeling from coast to coast to coast. No plan for the future, no money for Canadians.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the tax revolt has spread to Ontario, where now the Liberal leader of the provincial party has flip-flopped and says that she too is against the Prime Minister's carbon tax. Maybe that's because she read the parliamentary budget officer report showing Ontarians will pay $1,674. That's more than $600 more than the rebate in that province. So, will the Prime Minister allow his Ontario MPs to have a free vote on our common sense Conservative motion to spike the hike?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, families in Ontario are facing higher prices for groceries, higher costs for rent, and we are delivering a Canada carbon rebate that leaves them better off. 8 out of 10 Canadian families across the country do more money in their pockets with the Canada carbon rebate than the price on pollution costs them. At the same time, the price on pollution is bringing down carbon emissions, preparing a cleaner economy of the future, and putting more money back in Canadians' pockets. The Conservatives want to take away the Canada carbon rebate checks. We're going to continue to support families on affordability and fighting climate change.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Right from the parliamentary budget officer's numbers, he says $1,674 is the cost of the average Ontario family, and the rebate is only $1,047. So Ontarians are paying more than they get back, just like British Columbians, where the NDP government is administering the federally mandated carbon tax. And according to the Vancouver Sun today, the budget presented by the NDP in that province says the carbon tax will raise $9 billion over 3 years and only pay back $3 billion. Mr. Speaker, that's a nearly $6 billion net carbon tax cost. Will he allow BC MPs?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for Canadians watching politics and watching this question period, for reporters up in the gallery, or anyone who wants to see a concrete example of the fact that the leader of the official opposition doesn't care about facts, doesn't care about evidence, doesn't care about how the Federation works. He just wants to make clever arguments to score partisan points. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, that British Columbia price on pollution has been there since 2008 and will continue to be administered by British Columbia, not the federal government. Well done.
The Honourable Member for Belleau-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the government
Order. Order. Je vais inviter le...
I would like to invite the leader of the Bloc Québécois to restart his sentence, his question. The Honourable Member for Belleau-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the government in Canada are loving the fiscal imbalance the federal government receives more in tax than what its jurisdictions are asking for, and provinces and Quebec are receiving less than their just part. Will the government does the Prime Minister and the government recognise that Quebec's extreme deficit is fabricated by the federal government of Canada? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in this federation, that is Canada, the federal government is here to work with provincial governments to deliver what Canadians need from coast to coast to coast. We have made record investments in healthcare, in dental care, in transfers to provinces to deliver the services that they need. I understand that the leader of the Bloc Québécois wants to make this a debate on Quebec's sovereignty, but the reality of the matter is that we are working very well together, and we will continue to make sure that all Canadians from coast to coast to coast prosper. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. We won't make it a debate, but he owes $6 billion to Quebec when it comes to healthcare. $1 billion for welcoming refugees. That's $7 billion total on an $11 billion deficit. Everyone is against him, and he is throttling and strangling Quebec. Is he using that money to try and force Quebec to follow the federal government? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, you will understand that when I talk to Quebec, when I work with Quebecers, I'm working with them. I'm not working with the Bloc Québécois. I'm working with the Prime Minister of Quebec, the Premier of Quebec, rather. We had an excellent discussion on healthcare, on immigration, on economic growth. We won't always agree on everything, of course, but we do agree on the need to work together in a constructive way without looking for petty squabbles, which is what the Bloc Québécois seeks to do every single day.
The Honourable Member from Burnaby South.
After decades of Liberal and Conservative failure, Indigenous communities continue to live in overcrowded homes that are in desperate need of repair. The Liberals promised to make a major step forward to improving this by 2030, but today's Auditor General report makes it clear that the Liberals will break yet another promise to Indigenous people. So will the Liberal government stop spending millions of dollars on private consultants and make this serious issue a priority in the upcoming budget?
Hear, hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we thank the Auditor General for her report and are, of course, carefully reviewing all of her recommendations to pursue a path forward that effectively addresses those concerns. In regards to Indigenous cooperation and partnerships, whether it's on housing or policing, consultation is at the heart of everything we do. We're committed to working in partnership with First Nations to advance these priorities.
Thanks for your donation. L'Honourable Chef.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. My apologies. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Indigenous communities are living in overcrowded housing units that are in desperate need of repair. The Auditor General's report released today shows that 80% of housing needs are not being met. The Prime Minister would never allow this kind of thing to happen in Toronto. So why does he have lower standards for Indigenous communities? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, that's rightly false. What has just been proffered by the leader of the NDP. We have invested historic amounts to work with Indigenous communities on housing, on services and healthcare, on assistance to help economic prosperity. There is still a lot of work to do, we recognise it, but the progress that we have done on reconciliation and our partnerships with Indigenous peoples will continue, and we would like to thank the Auditor General for her recommendations. We will continue to work hand in hand with Indigenous communities to deliver. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
April Fool's Day carbon tax hike of 23% will hit Nova Scotians especially hard. The Prime Minister's tax will cost $1,500 for the average Nova Scotia family, far more than they get back in rebates. That's why Nova Scotia's Assembly passed a unanimous motion with all three parties supporting it, calling for federal MPs from that province to vote with Conservatives to spike the hike. One of those MPs is from Kings Hants, the chair of the Agriculture Committee, which has been studying the carbon tax pain for farmers. So the question is for the chair of the Agriculture Committee, will he vote with us to spike the hike?
So, colleagues, of course, questions can be asked of the government regarding administrative issues of the government, and of course to committee chairs. It's important for Canadians to understand, though, that when questions are asked of committee chairs, it has to be regarding stuff that has committee business that's before the committee right now. And so, in consultation, we realize that that isn't the issue that is here before. So I see that the Honourable Minister for Housing is rising on his feet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And look, what the honourable member is actually suggesting is false. We have real-world data to demonstrate in provinces where the system actually applies, families receive hundreds of dollars more each year than they pay in fuel charges. The Conservatives pretend to care about affordability, yet they oppose measures to put more money in the pockets of families. They pretend to care about affordability, but they oppose measures that protect seniors' pensions. They pretend to care about affordability, but they vote against measures to remove the interest on Canada's student loans. Mr. Speaker, we will do everything we can to make life more affordable, including putting more money in the pockets of families while we fight climate change at the same time.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, that parliamentary censorship proves everything you need to know about this and everything else in this government. I asked a question of the member for Kings Hants, the chair of the Agriculture Committee, who's now studying the painful impacts of the carbon tax, and the front bench here shut him down, told him to sit down and shut up because they had a better mouthpiece for the PMO who would stand and speak in his stead. Mr. Speaker, the question is for the member for Kings Hants, the chair of the Agriculture Committee. His committee studying how the carbon tax hurts farmers. Will he vote to spike the hike?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Speaker, if the honourable member has qualms about the member for Kings Hants, I can reassure him he is a champion for his community. He launched a petition recently to stand up to the Conservative government in Nova Scotia for changes to the agricultural sector in his community. Every time the Conservatives ask a question about the environment, it's to find out ways that they can do less. The member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke has suggested flooding in the Ottawa River was a result of regulations that were not in place. The member from Caribou, Prince George, has suggested climate change is not a result of industrial pollution, but of more body heat from a growing population. The member from Red Deer Lacombe visited school kids to say carbon dioxide was plant food. Mr. Speaker, this...
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He's absolutely right. It is a joke, an April Fool's joke, and the joke is on Canadian taxpayers, especially Nova Scotians, who will have to pay $1,500 in higher carbon taxes after that hike goes ahead. He says that the member for Kings Hants is a champion who can't even speak, who's silenced by his own MPs. Will the member...
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition has 10 seconds left on the clock.
Will the censored champion break his silence and tell us, will he vote for his constituents to spike the hike, or will he rip them off on April Fool's Day?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, groups and communities.
Speaker, the Conservatives want to peddle false information to trick Canadians into voting for them. The reality, proven not by projections, but by real-world data, is that people who live in my province receive more money every year from the rebates that they receive than the fuel charge that they pay. Everything the Conservatives do.
Order. The Honourable Minister has 15 seconds left on the clock.
Mr. Speaker, at every instance the Conservatives have an opportunity to speak in House, they do one of two things: advocate to do less on the environment or to take money from families in my community. I will support neither. We will do whatever we can to put more money in the pockets of families and do the right thing for future generations.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the question was for the silent member from King's Hants. He is asked to explain how he's voting for a carbon tax of $1,500 per family that only pays back $963 in rebates. I asked him specifically to stand and answer, but he's been shut down and shut up by his masters in the PMO. So once again, will the chair of the Agriculture Committee and member for King's Hants stand in today and tell us whether he will vote to spike the hike or raise the tax?
Order. To please listen to their House Leader and the House Leader teams. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Leader of the Opposition knows full well the rules of this place and knows full well that members on this side are proud and pleased to defend the initiatives and the affordability measures.
I'm going to ask the Honourable Member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, to wait his turn to ask a question before taking the floor. The Honourable Government House Leader has 23 seconds left on the clock.
The Leader knows the rules of this place and knows that on this side of the House we're pleased and proud to speak to the affordability measures and the things that we're putting in place to make life more affordable for Canadians. But while we're on this theme, I have a question for the member of the Defence Committee from Selkirk Interlake. Why did he sell out the people of Ukraine in voting against the free trade arrangement?
Order. Order. I'll ask the Honourable Government House Leader to please have order in this House. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the people of King's Hants, Nova Scotia, are learning they don't have a voice in Parliament because he has been silenced. The Prime Minister is terrified that he might stand up and get off script. He knows that the unanimous will of the Nova Scotia legislature, Liberals, Conservatives, and New Democrats, was passed in a motion calling for all of that province's MPs to vote against the hike. So will the member for King's Hants, who's the chair of the Agriculture Committee, stand up for farmers in his riding and vote with us to spike the hike? Yes or no?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the member for King's Hants stands up for farmers, stands up for his constituents, stands up for the people of Nova Scotia, and stands up for the people of Canada every single day. On this side of the House, we are incredibly proud to have him as our colleague. And one thing that he knows is the people of King's Hants do not need cuts, 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 and that is all the Conservatives have to offer them or any single Canadian.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the member for King's Hants is in the Witness Protection Program today. He can't possibly stand up when his whip waves for him to sit down. which is exactly what happened a moment ago when I asked him a legitimate question as chair of the Agriculture Committee, a committee that's studying the devastating impact of the carbon tax on farmers in his riding and across the country. So for a sixth time, will he come out of the witness protection program and announce whether he will vote for our motion despite the hike?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives love to talk Canada down. They traffic in fear and falsehood. But on this side of the House, we believe in Canada and we believe in Canadians. And that's why I am so glad to share some good news with the members of this House. And that is the inflation number for February, which came out this morning, 2.8% below expectations, within the Bank of Canada's target range. That is the second month in a row. In January, it was 2.9. Within the target, our plan is working, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Montcalm. In 12 days, Ottawa will cut $1 billion from healthcare if Quebec does not accept conditions that are its own jurisdiction. 12 days when we are talking about sums that Quebec and Ottawa have been agreeing on for over a year. If the federal government's priority were patience, this money would have been transferred a long time ago. But no, in 12 days, it's either the axe or accepted conditions. The federal government is holding sick people hostage with the money they pay in taxes. Why not simply give priority to patients by transferring the money right now without conditions? The Honourable Minister for Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a bit odd. It's always the Bloc Québécois who are looking for squabbles. But when I talk to Minister Dubé and the Quebec government, they want to work with a spirit of cooperation with our government to improve the health of all Quebecers. And that is the reason for which there will be an agreement with the province of Quebec before the end of the month, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. We could talk about tense intergovernment relations if only there were relations. Instead, the federal government has entered the phase of just saying no. No to unconditional increases in health transfers. No to the right to opt out of dental and medical insurance. No to support the reception of asylum seekers. Finally, the only thing the federal government won't say no to is our tax dollars. But Quebecers are entitled to have their say on what the federal government does with their money. Why is it so difficult to simply respect Quebec's wishes and say yes for once? The Honourable Minister for Transport. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois has become the paragon of no. No to collaboration, no to sharing information, no to dialogue, no to reaching results, no to work for Quebecers, to working for Quebecers. They want things to fail, but that is not the case. We are working well with Quebec. The Minister for Health is doing extraordinary work. Great meetings with his Quebec counterpart. They're not there at the negotiating table. They don't know what's going on. All they want are squabbles. And when it doesn't work, they try again. But that's not the case because we are working together for all Quebecers. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. We might not be in the government, but we've just enumerated a number of budgetary measures. Because it's also no to full immigration powers for Quebec, no to Bill 21 on the secular nature of the state, no to advance requests for medical assistance in dying. It's almost on principle, even when it costs nothing. The federal government simply says no to Quebec. What a contrast. In this week when we are paying tribute to Brian Mulroney, who advocated a federalism of honour and enthusiasm for Quebecers, does the government realise that saying no to everything and saying no all the time is exactly the opposite of the spirit? The Honourable Minister for Health. Mr. Speaker, it's only the Bloc Québécois that says no all the time. The Bloc Québécois is seeking out problems, seeking out squabbles, but for us, we seek out solutions together with Quebec to make sure that information is present in every province and every territory. And I'm eminently proud that we have an agreement with every province and territory so that we can increase the quality of healthcare throughout Canada. That is our objective. We will work in a spirit of cooperation and collaboration. We're not just going to play partisan politics like they want us to.
The honourable member from Lethbridge.
Last year in my riding, Colk Farms, a local producer, was forced to pay $62,000 just in carbon tax on his natural gas alone. That's $62,000. And what this Liberal NDP government doesn't understand, because it is so out of touch, is that when Canadians go to the grocery store, they pick up that bill when they go to buy groceries for their families. Canadians are already struggling, and now on April 1st, they're going to face another increase of 23%. Will the Prime Minister spike the hike and axe the tax?
The Honourable Minister.
And, you know, I'd like to say to the member opposite, I want a reminder of the rural top-up coming to the carbon rebate. So a family of four in Alberta is going to see $2,160. A family in my riding is going to see $1,430 when they live in a rural area. My friends, we know what it's like. That's why we're there to help people with the carbon rebate. That's why we're there to help with the childcare benefit. That's why we're there to help with housing. We're there to help Canadians, Mr. Speaker, in rural areas as well.
Before I get to the honourable member from Lethbridge, I'm going to ask all members, please, to only take the floor when they are recognized by the Speaker to do so. The honourable member from Lethbridge.
I think what's clear is that the Liberals have a dysfunctional relationship with the truth. You see, Canadians pay more than they actually get back. And so for the average Albertan family, they pay $2,943. Meanwhile, they get back $2,032, which means ultimately they are $1,000 in the hole. That is how much they are having to remit to this government. That is how much this government is pickpocketing from them. Why is this government doing that to Canadians when they are already struggling to pay their bills, make ends meet, provide for their family?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure what's happening on the Conservative side of this House. Maybe it's that they've joined the Ag Chair in the Witness Protection Program when it comes to defending the interests of Albertans and their pensions. Where's the MP for Edmonton Mill Woods? Where's the...
Member from South Shore St. Margaret's, I'm going to ask him and ask all members, please, to allow members to speak for two reasons. One, so that the Speaker can hear the question or hear the response. And secondly, is because there are members who do not speak the other official language. And if they're trying to listen in their earphones, they can't hear. So please, I'll ask all members to restrain themselves. The Honourable Minister has 20 seconds left on the clock.
Mr. Speaker, where are the Conservative MPs in this House when it comes to defending Albertans and making sure they have a dignified retirement? They are silent on CPP. They are silent on defending Albertans. They have been muzzled by their leader, and they are not standing up for Albertans, despite Danielle Smith's disastrous attempt to pull the Canadians out of the CPP. The Conservatives are nowhere. We're here for...
Colleagues, it's been pointed out to me on several occasions that question periods should be 45 minutes long. If we take up time from here, that means that questions get dropped. So let's not do that. Let's try to keep ourselves to time by respecting those who have the floor. I'm certain everybody would like to hear the question from the member from Tobic-Matquac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell you where Albertan MPs are. They're standing up for their constituents and voting non-confidence in this government that needs to be replaced. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, upwards of 50 actions ineffective military families are using the food bank, and I just visited one in Oromocto, New Brunswick. 50 families who are serving at Base Gagetown, Canada's largest military base. This is an absolute disgrace and completely unacceptable. Now they're adding insult to injury by hiking their punitive, ineffective, and useless carbon tax. When will they finally listen to Canadians and show some respect to our nation's finest and
The Honourable Minister for Rural Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I really find it quite rich coming from the member opposite, from Tomamakokak, when they voted against a raise to our hard-working DND employees. You know, I also would like to ask the member, they voted against the increase for ACOA last fall when they stood and we had the all-night morning marathon. I'd love to ask him what he was going to say to the 106 projects that were funded in his riding that he voted against. Trust me, we'll be telling them that we have the backs for small businesses in rural New Brunswick and rural Atlantic Canada.
The Honourable Member from Tobic-Matiquac.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be glad to tell them that I was voting non-confidence in this government that needs to be replaced. This government has caused the inflationary crisis through reckless spending, and now they are hiking a carbon tax by 23% on gas, heat, and food on April 1st. If they really cared about Canadians, especially those who sacrifice so much in service to our country, they would listen to the well over 70% of Canadians who are demanding them to get off their backs and axe the tax.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, there is so much shouting today that I can forgive the member opposite for not hearing earlier today the good news for Canadians, which is thanks to the hard work of Canadians, and it has been a challenging time, inflation in February is back to the Bank of Canada's target range. And that followed the numbers for January. Inflation back to the Bank of Canada's target range. This is good news for Canadians who have been through a hard time. We support Canada and Canadians. All they want to do is cut, cut, cut.
Bravo. The Honourable Member from Edmonton-Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, Edmontonians are experiencing a double housing crisis. Rent is increasing at the fastest pace in the country, all while we're seeing the lowest vacancy rates we've had in a decade. The Conservative slogans won't build affordable homes, and the Liberals aren't fixing the problem they've created. The NDP's Protecting Renters Fund would help save affordable homes and give renters the hope they need. Will the Liberals commit to including this fund in the budget so Edmontonians don't go houseless?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructures and Community.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for his question and for his advocacy. I had the opportunity to be in Edmonton recently to meet with the Mayor and the Provincial Minister in Alberta, as well as my colleague, the Member for Edmonton Centre. We are working hard to advance additional funding to support community-based organizations that support Canadians who are living without a roof over their head. We also very recently had the opportunity to share an agreement with $175 million behind it that will build thousands of homes in Edmonton, including more rentals, which will help reduce the cost of rent and continue to support people who are looking to find a place to live. There is no silver bullet to the housing crisis, but we will pull every lever at our disposal to help solve it by working together with Edmonton.
The Honourable Member from Timmins, James Bay.
The European Union states that Netanyahu is using deliberate starvation of children in Gaza as a weapon of war. Human rights groups have spoken out against targeting of journalists, civilians, hospitals, aid workers, and the UN has called out for Canada for complicity in this because we provide the military weapons to Israel. Last night, Parliament called for an end to military aid to Netanyahu's government, and yet numerous military supply deals are still in the works. So will the Minister respect Parliament and tell us whether or not deals like the guns from Colt and Kitchener and armed vehicles from Rochelle and Brampton will be sent to Israel, yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to begin by saying that yesterday for me
was the day I was very proud to be a parliamentarian. In this House, we came together, 4 to 5 parties, to find a workable solution, to find a Canadian position that Canadians could be comfortable with. We will continue to advocate for a ceasefire. We will continue to not sell arms as we have promised and continue to make sure that we bring hostages back to where they belong in their homes. We will continue to do that. I invite the Conservatives to be as engaged in this as we are.
The honourable member from Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, we all recognize the crucial importance of accessible, high-quality child care for families in the Northwest Territories. With the increase of cost of living, accessible daycare is vital. Families in my riding and across the North have been eager to see this plan built out. To the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, what's being done for the Northwest Territories and for Northerners more broadly?
Good. The Honourable Minister for Families.
I met with Jude from the Yellowknife Daycare Centre, Jennifer at Aurora College, and many others who were able to share with me firsthand the impact of our Canada-wide system on making life more affordable. As of April 1st, families in Northwest Territories will see their childcare fees reduced to an average of $10 a day, saving them up to $9,000 each year per child. This is meaningful savings, Mr. Speaker, each and every month for the mums and dads in Northwest Territories to put towards the essentials that their families need.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. They're starving. That's how they are. That's the explanation of the food bank owner in Montreal. People are waiting in lines up. There was pushing because there wasn't enough food. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, food banks are overcrowded because food costs too much. What is the Prime Minister doing? Raising the carbon tax on April 1st with the support of the Bloc. It costs a lot to block, Mr. Speaker. When will they cancel the 23% increase in the tax slated for April 1st? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. The survival of our planet is at stake. I cannot ignore this climate emergency and continue to look my 2 sons in the eyes. I would like to quote Premier Legault. He's proud of Quebec's carbon capture system. It's a Quebec system, and Quebecers are proud of it. The Conservatives want to demolish it. We will not allow this. The honourable member from Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the survival of Quebec families and a growing number of workers is at stake right now because food costs too much. Food costs too much. Why? Imagine Quebec imports food from the rest of Canada. Farmers that grow food pay the carbon tax. The food processors pay the carbon tax. Truckers who transport this food pay the carbon tax. And guess what? Who pays the end bill? Quebec families, Mr. Speaker. Carbon tax that the Liberal Bloc wants to increase costs Quebecers a lot too. When will they end this craziness? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, while the Conservatives are playing with words, we have learned that the UN has just said that 2024 will be the hottest year in history. And what we hear from the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, is to do nothing. The planet is sounding the alarm, and that is why on this side of the House we're going to continue to invest to fight climate change. We're going to continue to invest in Canadian families, and Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to invest in this despite the fact that the Conservatives want to ignore climate change in this country. The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Eches-Maine-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years of this Liberal government, more and more Canadians are using food banks. People are so hungry that tension is mounting in food bank lines. So much so that the police have to intervene to restore order during food distribution. The Liberal government, supported by the Bloc, is going to raise once again the carbon tax on April 1st. It's not an April Fool's joke. It costs a lot to vote Bloc. Apart from making Quebecers suffer even more, what's the Bloc for? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, I think there are a lot of people who are watching us at home and just can't believe how much disinformation from the Conservatives is taking place. It seems to be limitless. The member just asked a question, and they voted in favor of the carbon price in Quebec. They were part of a government that was a North American leader that was under their climate-denying leader. They've changed their minds, and they've denied all their principles. This is unacceptable. The Honourable Member for Belle-Sache-les-Échelles-Lévis. I would ask him to read our leader's speech when he came to Quebec during the Conservative Convention. Inflation has already reached devastating levels, creating a cost of living not seen in 40 years. Sorry, colleagues. I would like to ask members to please stop speaking so we can hear the question. I would ask the member for Belle-Sache-les-Échelles-Lévis to start again, please. Mr. Speaker, inflation has already reached devastating levels, a level we haven't seen in 40 years. People in Canada are now unable to feed themselves. It's shameful, but the Bloc proudly supports the 23% increase in carbon tax. It's already too expensive to feed ourselves, but it'll be even more expensive to vote Bloc. Can the government show some compassion and cancel its new carbon tax hike slated for April 1st? The Honourable Minister of Transportation. Mr. Speaker, Quebec's speech, is it that speech or where the leader of the opposition attacked the mayor of Montreal, the Quebec City mayor, or was it the speech where he said that climate change didn't exist and the Conservatives voted, or was it the speech where he said that he was going to turn his back on families, seniors, young people, students, or he said he would cut almost everything? Remind me, which speech are you talking about? Or perhaps it was all this in the same speech that was said in Quebec City. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. The federal government's unilateral increase in Quebec's immigration targets is a historic loss of sovereignty for Quebec. When Quebec sets its targets at 50,000, it's 50,000, not 60 or 70,000. If, once the thresholds have been set, the minister wanted to increase family reunification, he should have collaborated with Quebec. For example, he could have finally proposed to lighten Quebec's load with regard to asylum seekers, but he never did. He wanted to force Quebec to increase its targets, whether it wanted to or not. When will we see a collaborative approach instead of a condescending tone? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, I asked the member for Belle-Île about the Canada-Quebec Accord. I should have been more precise. I would just ask them to read Article 13 for more clarification. Clearly, there is collaboration that is very intense with Quebec. We all have our responsibilities to take, and I will continue to work with Minister Fréchette on our common priorities. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Clearly, no one is against family reunification. We're just against the imposition of irresponsible federal policies on Quebec. If the minister wanted to, he would have negotiated compromises. But let's look at his record. He's forcibly increasing Quebec's immigration targets. He's largely responsible for the record increase in temporary immigration. He's also responsible for the inordinate number of asylum seekers Quebec is taking in without properly distributing them. In all three categories, Ottawa is unilaterally increasing immigration to Quebec with no regard for our reception ability or additional funding. Is this planned or is it a loss of control? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Mr. Speaker, imagine you're a doctor and we tell you to take in 10 patients and they send you 20. This is ridiculous. And this is the situation Quebec families are experiencing. What I hear from the Bloc is disdain for Quebec families. When will they, when the Quebecers have and Canadians have family abroad and they're trying to be reunited with them, it tears them apart. So we're trying to work in their favour. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Mission Masqueet Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, this Prime Minister is simply not worth the cost. When the carbon tax was announced, small businesses were promised a hefty rebate. The government is now sitting on $2.5 billion in collected revenues, while insolvencies skyrocket and businesses suffer under higher taxes and inflation. Wow. As the Prime Minister broke his promise on the carbon tax rebate, why won't he simply spike the hike, axe the tax, and give small businesses their money back?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the MP who just spoke is a member of Parliament for BC. British Columbia is rightly proud of its place as a leader in Canada and the world in putting a price on pollution since 2008. This is a provincial system that the people of BC support. Exactly. So either the Conservative Party is ignorant of this or disrespects the people of BC. When it comes to small businesses, that money will be going back to small businesses very soon.
The Honourable Member for Mission Mashpee Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, it's not just small businesses that have been betrayed by this government on the carbon tax. First Nations and Métis communities are owed over $1 billion in promised rebates. In what seems like a sick April Fool's joke, remote and rural communities will see the cost of the carbon tax increase by 23% on April 1st. This means higher costs to operate schools, band offices, and businesses. So I'll ask again, when will this government spike the hike, axe the tax, and give remote and rural Indigenous communities and Métis communities their money back?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
That's a sad question.
Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of respect for that MP from British Columbia, but I am really disappointed that he seems entirely ignorant of how the price on pollution works in BC. There is no federal backstop in BC. There is no federal backstop on BC small businesses, on the people of BC. BC has an exceptional system pricing pollution, which the province has had in place since 2008. The people of BC are proud of it, and they should be.
Honourable Member from North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Mr. Speaker, $100,000 is not chicken feed, because Richard, a farmer in the Shuswap, paid that out in carbon tax to run his farm instead of buying feed to raise chickens and put food on Canadians' tables. Now, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister wants to raise the carbon tax by 23% as part of his plan to quadruple it. After 8 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Will he spike the hike, axe the tax, let farmers grow the food so that Canadians can afford to put food on the table?
The Honourable Minister for Rural Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be part of a government that understands climate change is real and understands the impact that it's having on farmers from coast to coast to coast. I've seen firsthand as I've traveled the impact of hurricanes, the impact of drought. All that has a cost on our farmers. I'm proud to be part of a government that is fighting climate change so my little granddaughter can say, Nanny, you tried to make a difference, because climate change is real and it is impacting everyone.
The Honourable Hands. Order. I'll invite the Honourable. I'll invite all members, please. There seems to be great enthusiasm to hear from the Honourable Member. The Honourable Member from King's Hands from the top.
Speaker, I'm glad the Tories stood up. They might not like the question, though, because the member from Carleton talks about farmers in King's Hands, but he actually stands in their way. He will not allow Bill 234 to come to this House to actually be voted on. And so I called on the member of Carleton to actually do that to support farmers. But my question, Mr. Speaker, is to the Minister from Nova Scotia. Can he tell this House, and indeed Nova Scotians, the work that we've done to adjust the federal backstop to support rural Canadians, and including the programs we put in place on affordability around home heating and heat pumps, contrary to those guys across the way?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, over the past year and a half in our home province of Nova Scotia, we have felt the impacts of climate change more than any other part of the country, with wildfires, Hurricane Fiona, floods in the Honourable Member's riding. He has been a staunch advocate for rural communities and for the agricultural sector every step of the way. Because of his advocacy, we have doubled the rural rebate that households in Nova Scotia receive. Because of his advocacy, we are helping cover the cost of heat pumps that is saving between $1,500 and $4,700 a year. And because of his advocacy, the provincial government is retreating on a policy that would impact the wine growers in his region. I am proud to stand alongside him today and will be for years.
The Honourable Member from Edmonton Mill Woods.
8 years of this NDP Liberal government's soft on crime policies, more and more Canadians are becoming victims to violent crime right across the country. The Toronto Star reports that carjackings have more than doubled so far in 2024, and breaking entries for the purpose of car thefts have already exceeded the total number of all of last year. Canadians are not only concerned about their private property, but also the safety of their families. And I met some of these families in Brampton this weekend, Mr. Speaker, and they want to know, when will this Prime Minister drop his soft on crime policies and protect Canadians from real violent crime?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, our government is always focused on protecting Canadians from crime.
Absolutely.
That's why we're working with police forces, municipal authorities, and provincial governments to do exactly everything we need to do to crack down on this increasingly violent criminal activity. I've had conversations with the Premier of Ontario, with police chiefs across the country. The RCMP are working in collaboration with their partners in these jurisdictions. The Canadian Border Services Agency sees 68 vehicles at the Port of Montreal this week alone. And Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to do everything we need to do to keep Canadians safe.
Excellent.
Exactly.
The Honourable Member from Edmonton Mill Woods.
Mr. Speaker, what they did do is bring in Bill C5 and 75 that allows these same criminals to quickly get bail and be out on the street, sometimes on the same day. As a result, small businesses across the country are not only dealing with the higher taxes, like the carbon tax that the Liberals have brought forward, but now are having to pay for extra security to protect their businesses and their families from property theft, organized crime, extortion, shootings, arson. This is a new reality for businesses and families in Canada after 8 years of this Prime Minister. He's not the worst. He's not worth the cost, corruption, or crime, Mr. Speaker. When will it end?
The Honourable Minister for Justice and
Mr. Speaker, I respect that member opposite, but what I respect most of all is that he actually wasn't here when we were voting on Bill C-75. That piece of legislation actually enhanced the penalties on summary conviction for auto theft, something that most of his colleagues voted against. He wasn't here, so I'll excuse him on that one. On the issue of mandatory minimum penalties, there's a guy named Ben Perrin. He might remember that individual. He used to be the league advisor to a guy named Stephen Harper. Ben Perrin has been on the record as saying that mandatory minimum penalties were a gross error, a miscarriage of justice, and perpetuate systemic racism. That's why we reversed them. I wish these guys would get on board.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, car thefts have almost doubled in Toronto on last year, and 2024 has just begun. And where have the stolen vehicles gone? The Port of Montreal. I applaud the efforts of the Sûreté du Québec in February, but the federal government must do more. That's why our leader has proposed amending the criminal code to bring back tougher penalties for car thieves and provide the necessary resources to the ports to help them stop the crime. Does the Liberal government realize their strategy isn't working on car theft? The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. Mr. Speaker, in terms of crime in my community and car thefts, well, we are prioritizing this. The investments we did at the Port of Montreal, it affects 28 million, 121 million for police assistance, and another 15 million to help border services operate at the border. Our investments are the action we need to fight this extremely important issue and to promote security in our communities. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Speaker, I believe that no one in this country should ever spend their days in pain because they cannot afford to see a dentist. oral health is health. I hear from seniors in Dartmouth-Cole Harbour that the new Canadian Dental Care Plan is going to make a real difference in their quality of life. Yet the Conservatives just don't care. They voted against dental care for Canadians, and we know that Conservatives always choose cuts over care. Can the Minister of Citizen Services please let Canadians know how many people have applied for the program and how many seniors will lose their dental coverage if the Conservatives get their way?
The Honourable Minister for Citizen Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very happy to advise my colleague that thanks to his efforts, more than 1.5 million Canadians have successfully enrolled in our dental care program. Bravo. Today, those 70 and older can apply, and children and people with disabilities can apply starting in June. In total, we expect 9 million Canadians to benefit. I do not understand why Conservatives want to take dental care away from more than 1 in 5 Canadians. But if we all work together, Canadians can make sure that they never have that opportunity.
Before I pass the floor to the Honourable Member from Victoria, I'm going to ask the Honourable Member from Perth Wellington, please, who is an experienced member, to not shout out his comments and allow members to who have the floor to respond. Sorry, my apologies. My apologies. Both are very respected members. The Honourable Member from Wellington Halton Hills, I should have said. The Honourable Member from Victoria now has the floor.
It's like an elephant sitting on my chest. That's how a child in Edmonton describes the air quality right now. Canada currently has the worst air quality in North America. Our kids are breathing in harmful toxins, and it's only going to get worse with this year's wildfire season. But the Liberals are acting like it's business as usual, breaking climate promises while handing out billions to Canada's biggest polluters. And the Conservatives can't even agree whether climate change is real. Will the Liberals stop putting the interests of oil and gas CEOs over the health and safety of our children?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question. In fact, we are doing exactly that. We're the first country, the only country in the G20 to have phased out fossil fuel subsidies, 2 years ahead of everyone else. We're the only country that has committed to eliminate public financing for fossil fuel subsidies. We have the best performance of all G7 countries in terms of greenhouse gas reduction between 2019 and 2021. We are working to fight climate change. We are working to improve air quality all across the country, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend, Flair cancelled one of its flights back to Canada and left over 100 passengers stranded in another country. No communication with them, no food provided, no rebooking on other airlines. They had to find their own way back to this country. Now, if this sounds like deja vu, it's because the exact same thing happened 2 years ago, and the Liberals promised to stand up to the big airline CEOs. So to the Minister, will he tell these passengers why his supposedly new and improved air passenger rights let them down so badly?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, we will always stand up for Canadians and always stand up for passengers' rights, Mr. Speaker. There was nothing before we came in. Now we're in touch with Flair, we're in touch with our other airline companies, Mr. Speaker, to see what we can do, but we'll always side with our air passengers.
And so brings to an end of question period. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement, travaux des subsides, reprise du débat.
Resuming debate on an opposition motion with regards to the carbon tax. In the name of Mr. Scheer.
I'll ask all members who can hear my voice just to say shh, and to please carry your conversations.
Hi everybody, welcome to the channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Of the House of Commons.
Once again, I'm going to ask all members to please take your conversations outside of the House so that we can hear continued debate on the business of supply, on the carbon tax. The honourable member from Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start off by letting you know that I will be sharing my time with the very honourable member from King's Hands. It is my absolute pleasure, as always, Mr. Speaker, to be speaking on behalf of the residents of my riding of Davenport. I'll be speaking on today's Opposition Day motion that was put forward by the Conservatives on affordability and pollution pricing. I'll start off with just a few of my own comments, Mr. Speaker, and then I'll go into a bit of prepared text before I'm very pleased to answer a few questions. So, Mr. Speaker, as you know, climate change is real. Carbon emissions is impacting our climate, and it's causing the climate to change. And if Canada does not continue to rapidly move towards reducing emissions now, the cost of waiting will be more expensive for Canadians later. And as a result, in a world that it will be a world that's going to be more difficult and more unpredictable to live in. Last week, I happened to be blessed to have the Minister of Natural Resources and Energy in my riding. And the question of carbon tax actually came up by one of the Davenport residents. They basically said, given the fact that Canadians are suffering an affordability crisis, and and as of April 1st, our price on pollution is going to go up. Should we believe the leader of the opposition that's trying to convince a lot of Canadians that the price on pollution is a tax that's going to be hurting Canadians? And the minister's response was this, Mr. Speaker. He says, there were facts and then there's perception. Putting a price on pollution is the most economically efficient way to reduce carbon emissions. And if you ask 100 economists, 99.5 of them will tell you that it is true. And the way in which we are structured it is a way that will make it that makes it affordable for Canadians. So 8 out of 10 Canadian families get more money back than they pay, and it works directly disproportionate to income. And so those that live on the most modest means get much more money back than they actually pay. The people who get less money back than they pay are people who live in 6,000 square foot houses, have a Hummer in their driveway and a boat in their backyard. And at the end of the day, the fact that they pay more is because they are polluting more. We also know that the Premier of Saskatchewan has decided that he's going to stop remitting the price on pollution for home heating. And as a direct result of that, the rebate goes down. Rebate goes down for people in Saskatchewan. And the people that suffer most are those people who are living on modest incomes. The Premier is making poor people poorer because of the choices that he's making. And I would say to you, Mr. Speaker, that this motion that is before us is also proposing to do that for Canadians. So here's some of my prepared remarks in the 7 minutes I have left. In 2023, we saw a record fire season in Canada in which the area burned was more than double that of the historic record, with hundreds of thousands of Canadians evacuated from their homes as a result. The total area burned exceeded 18 million hectares, which is 2.5 times the previous record set in 1995, and more than 6 times the average over the past 10 years. In its 2020 report on climate risks and their implications for the insurance industry in Canada, the Insurance Bureau of Canada also concluded that the average annual severe weather claims paid by insurers in Canada could more than double over the next 10 years, increasing from $2.1 billion a year to $5 billion a year, and must be accompanied by an increase in premium income. It's clear, Mr. Speaker, that there are very real costs associated with having your house burned down, or having to flee your home and job due to an evacuation order. We also know from experts and research that the most effective and efficient way to address climate change is to put a price on carbon pollution emissions that are the chief cause of man-made climate change. Putting a price on carbon pollution reduces emissions and encourages reductions across the economy while giving households and businesses the flexibility to decide when and how to make changes. It creates incentives for Canadian businesses to develop and adopt new low-carbon products, processes, and services. And when it's done right, Mr. Speaker, and we're doing that here in Canada, it is both effective and affordable for Canadians. Now, on the Canada carbon rebate, so the bulk of the proceeds from the federal pollution pricing system go straight back into the pockets of Canadians in provinces where the fuel charge applies, with 8 out of 10 households in these provinces continuing to get money back through their quarterly Canada carbon rebate payments than they pay as a result of the federal pollution pricing system. Our federal government understands that we need to maintain the price signal that over the long term is necessary for carbon pricing to work and bring emissions down. But at the same time, we have also shown that we're willing to be flexible and innovative in supporting options that will go even further to cut down on climate pollution in the long run. We took temporary and targeted action to pause the fuel charge on heating oil with the goal of getting consumers off of home heating oil and onto a cleaner and far more affordable and alternative solution that will save them thousands of dollars and lower carbon emissions over the long run. Measures such as these will make life more affordable in the right way while supporting the goal of achieving a prosperous, low-carbon future for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we know that there are better ways to make life more affordable for Canadians, ways that don't involve destroying the environment and incurring more devastating costs further down the road. So we're delivering the support where it's most effective, including the Oil to Heat Pump Affordability Program that will increase the amount of federal funding that eligible homeowners can receive for installing a heat pump from $10,000 to $15,000. And it includes proposing under Bill C-59 doubling the Canada carbon rebate rural top-up rate, increasing it from 10 to 20% of the base rate rebate amount starting in April 2024. People who live in rural communities face unique realities, and this measure will help put even more money back into the pockets of families dealing with higher energy costs because they live outside a large city. We have been very clear that we will continue to implement our pollution pricing system while ensuring that we continue to put more money into the pockets of Canadian households and families. Mr. Speaker, more recently, through Bill C-59, the Fall Economic Implementation Act 2023, we introduced measures to advance the government's fiscally responsible plan to build a cleaner, stronger economy. It introduces measures to create well-paying jobs, generate growth, and build a cleaner economy that works for everyone by advancing Canada's competitiveness through the implementation of investment tax credits. Investment tax credits are a key part of the government's broader plan to work with industry towards the goal of decarbonization. This includes carbon capture, utilization, and storage investment tax credit, which is also known as CCUS. CCUS is a suite of technologies that capture carbon dioxide emissions, whether from fuel combustion, industrial processes, or directly from the air to either store CO2, typically deep underground, or to use it in other industrial processes, such as mineralization in concrete. These technologies are an important tool for reducing emissions in high-emitting sectors where other pathways to reduce emissions may be limited or unavailable. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and the International Energy Agency each include CCUS deployment as an important element of scenarios in which the world achieves net zero emissions. For its part, the CCUS investment tax credit will help Canadian companies adopt clean technologies, will create jobs, ensure Canadian businesses remain globally competitive, and reduce Canada's emissions at the same time. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, making life more affordable for Canadians while protecting the environment has always been a priority for our federal government and remains a priority today. I have outlined over the last 10 minutes just a few examples of how we are making targeted and responsible investments to help Canadians find an affordable place to call home. We want to ensure Canada remains the best place in the world to live, work, go to school, and to raise a family. And to make life, and making life more affordable is a key part of that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's, as always, a pleasure to speak on behalf of the residents of my riding of Davenport on this Opposition Day motion, affordability and pollution pricing. I am now very happy to take any questions.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 years ago, this actual week, the member from Davenport stated that the carbon tax was 100% revenue neutral for the government. And yet Finance Canada in public accounts stated $670 million from last year alone was kept by the government and not redistributed. In fact, the public accounts actually said a couple of years ago $100 million was kept for government programming. I wonder if the member would like to correct her statement from 2 years ago and compare with the real facts on what the carbon tax is, which is not revenue neutral. Very good question.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for his question. Look, climate change is real. I think we have to take as many steps as possible as we can to move to a low-carbon future, a low-carbon economy. The most efficient and affordable way for us to do it is for us to put a price on pollution, otherwise also known as a carbon tax. And we, as a government, is not keeping any of the money. We are directly giving it back to Canadians, we're giving it back to small businesses, and we're giving it back to farmers. And that is what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for, I was going to say Nanaimo Lady Smith, but I'm wrong. Isn't that funny? Just, I forget. Port Moody Coquitlam.
That's the one, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much, and I thank the member for the speech. What's on my mind is persons with disabilities. What's on my mind right now is the fact that persons with disabilities are not receiving the Canada Disability Benefit yet, and that persons with disabilities are experiencing very high levels of housing need, very high levels of rent, very high levels of food pricing. So I wonder if the member from the Liberals could share why the government is holding back on the Canada Disability Benefit and why they refuse to tax outsized profits from those large organizations that are making hand over fist money while persons with disabilities suffer.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for her very important question. Look, in my riding of Davenport, we are huge supporters of the Canada Disability Benefit. We know that federal budget 2024 will be announced in this House on April 16th, and I'm hoping for good news for a Canada Disability Benefit. I will say to you, though, in the meantime, starting fiscal year April 1st, a family of four will receive under the Canada carbon rebate $1,800 in Alberta, $1,200 in Manitoba, $1,120 in Ontario, $1,500 in Saskatchewan, $760 in New Brunswick, $824 in Nova Scotia, $880 in Prince Edward Island, and $1,192 in Newfoundland and Labrador. 8 out of 10 Canadians get more money back than they pay on the price on pollution, Mr. Speaker. We need to continue to help support Canadians as we move to a low-carbon future. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm encouraged by that response from the member for Davenport. I hope she'll continue to advocate for this government to fund the Canada Disability Benefit in Budget 2024. In the meantime, with respect to this motion and the speech we heard, I'm encouraged that she knows the impacts of the climate crisis, but I'm discouraged to hear about carbon capture being called a responsible investment. She and others need to know it is completely irresponsible. It's a new way of subsidizing the oil and gas industry to the tunes of billions of dollars, and more often than not, it actually emits more carbon than it extracts. And so will she commit to doing more research on carbon capture and having good conversations that I know she does on many other topics in this House to investigate the real solutions to the climate crisis and recognizing that carbon capture just isn't one of them?
We're almost out of time with the honourable member for Davenport.
Thank Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his question, and I think for his passion. I think we both care a lot about climate change. We both care about moving aggressively towards a net zero future here in Canada. Here's my response to him. I will always consider all new research and information. And for me, what is most important is our objective, getting to net zero and doing it in an affordable, sustainable way for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for King's Hands.
It is wonderful to be in this House, and it's glad to see that my colleagues are starting to appreciate my work, and my name is becoming known, my title here in Nova Scotia. I would suggest that the member from Carleton, I'm living rent-free in that guy's head right now. He has been calling me out a lot, and I hope that he'll actually come back into the chamber to ask me questions in a format that I'm able to respond here today. So I would invite my Conservative colleagues to go see if he's in the lobby, and I better be careful. I don't want to say about presence in the House, but I do hope that the honourable member from Carleton can come join the debate here and ask me questions in proper form. But, Mr. Speaker, this is the first time that I've been able to rise in a debate format since the late Right Honourable Brian Mulroney passed away. And we had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to visit with his family today, to be able to pay tribute to a great man, a great individual that many Canadians, all Canadians, will recognize his contributions to the country. I would be remiss without starting my remarks today by recognizing Mr. Mulroney and his contribution to Canada. He did serve as a member of Parliament in Nova Scotia. When I go around into my riding, Mr. Speaker, there's a great reverence for the work that he did as a Prime Minister, as a progressive Conservative, and I've talked about this in the House. He and Kim Campbell being the last of that generation of true progressive Conservative leadership in the Prime Minister's office, and he did a great service. Quick story, Mr. Speaker. I had the opportunity to meet Mr. Mulroney at the Atlantic Economic Forum in Antigonish, and he was so generous with my wife Kimberly by saying, "Thank you, Kim, for the work that you do to allow Cody to be a member of Parliament." Mila was the same when I was in office. Obviously, two vastly different standards, but I had the opportunity to share that story. So look, carbon pricing has consistently been something that the Conservative Party has raised every single opposition day. And I think it's good because this is an important conversation about why the policy is in place, how we can structure programs that make a difference on the environment, but are also important for affordability. And I would invite many of my opposition colleagues to reflect about what their own environmental plan is, and the fact that all of them who sit in this House ran on a platform last time which included carbon pricing. I take notice that that is no longer the position of the Conservative Party, but I have no vision for what the Conservative Party actually stands for in relation to this really important fight that I think Canadians want to see parliamentarians and governments taking action on. And I think for context for Canadians, you would listen to the leader of the official opposition and you would suggest that no other country, no other jurisdiction has any form of carbon pricing. Somehow this is some draconian measure that the government has put in place that makes no sense. Well, what would they say to the 77 other jurisdictions around the world that have a form of carbon pricing as part of their true environmental initiatives? In fact, carbon pricing is inherently a Conservative idea. The idea that you put into the market the ability for consumers, for innovation, and the private sector to lead, not necessarily government. So I really look forward to what it is that the Conservative Party will actually present for a credible, if they do. I will be surprised if it does come, but it should come because Canadians deserve to have political parties in this place that take that issue seriously. So today's Opposition Day motion, of course, is talking about, again, there's been different varieties, cutting it all together, pausing it, trying to suggest that it is a terrible scourge on the country. I don't take that view, Mr. Speaker. I take the view that carbon pricing is a credible plan and a part of the discussion between affordability and environment. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, I think I bring some credibility to this debate because I have been critical of the government about the way in which the federal backstop worked. In fact, as I listened to the member from Carleton ask his questions today, and of course the government took them because of the nature of the way that the procedure works, I actually couldn't help but believe that I've actually done more than the member from Carleton in 20 years to move carbon pricing policy in this country. he stands up and talks a lot about it, but I was the one that actually helped lead the charge in making an adjustment for rural Canada, for actually having an exemption in place for home heating oil, and putting in place a program that matters for affordability and on home heating. And Speaker, what I want to highlight from where I sit in the chamber, I see the Conservatives get up on heating oil, for example, Mr. Speaker, and say, we want to axe the tax, which of course means axe the rebates that go back to Canadians, but they want to axe the 17 cents a litre on home heating oil. And we know that home heating oil is the most expensive way to heat your home in the country. It's gone up by 70% over the last 2 years. In fact, people in the Maritimes who use heating oil to heat their home are paying anywhere from 4 to 5 times that of those who have been able to make the transition to natural gas, including places like Saskatchewan. I see the member from Regina Leuven ready to jump in on a question. I can't wait for it. But, you know, he needs to understand the reason why we exempted home heating oil was because we already identified it was 1 million Canadian households that are extremely vulnerable. All across the country, Mr. Speaker. All across this country. It was not just for Atlantic Canada, of course, though we were disproportionately impacted. And I am proud of the work that we did to make adjustments and to not only just give slogans, Speaker, but solutions. Because the good people of Nova Scotia had the members from South Shore St. Margaret's, Cumberland, Colchester, and he is a good guy, the guy from West Nova, Speaker, they would have got 17 cents off their home heating bill, no doubt. But you know what they're getting now, Mr. Speaker? They're getting 17 cents off their home heating bill for the next 3 years and a long-term solution to save thousands of dollars a year in their home heating. This is exactly the action of affordability and environment at the same time. And I invite the Conservatives to understand that those two things have to go together in today's context. They suggest that they're mutually exclusive. I don't think that is the case, and I think there's a way that we construe programs that make a difference across the way. So, again, we've driven up rural rebates. It makes a difference. Again, Mr. Speaker, this is something I fought for as a member of a rural caucus on this side of the House. We provided actual solutions and initiatives that would adjust the policy without ruining a price mechanism that matters on the environmental fight. Of course, the money does go back. We've highlighted that. It goes back to households. The Conservatives, if they don't like the federal backstop, do they like any form of carbon pricing? And I invite one of my colleagues to get up and say that today. Do you believe in any form of carbon pricing? I understand they don't like the federal backstop. Do they like cap and trade in Quebec? Do they like the BC plan? What is it? Do they believe in any form of carbon pricing? And that's where this conversation should actually go. Because I know, and I hope one of my members will get up from Nova Scotia, or get up on the other side, and ask the question about the legislature in Nova Scotia today. What I would invite the 55 members of the Nova Scotia Assembly to do is to actually encourage the Premier of the province, Tim Houston, to work in concert with Atlantic Premiers, perhaps Doug Ford, the First Minister from Saskatchewan, Scott Moe, Danielle Smith. We could actually have a cap-and-trade system in this country. Imagine that could meet the federal standard. It doesn't have to be the federal backstop. Let's remember why it's here. Because of the fact that some provincial premiers decided they didn't want any form of price signal that makes a difference. But I will be inviting the premiers from Atlantic Canada. I'll be inviting MLAs. I'm happy to engage on the topic. It matters. All this government ever wanted was a credible price to be able to fight climate change, to be able to help reduce emissions. And the member from Regina Leuven, I would invite him to go into the offices of Federated Co-op in Saskatchewan and talk to their executive team about how the carbon price is actually helping to drive hundreds of millions of dollars investment in his province. The executives will tell you that's helping to make a difference and drive innovation because of the carbon price. It actually helps to justify. So if not the carbon price, is the member from Regina Leuven just going to pour taxpayers' dollars into helping drive that? Is that going to be the only play? Or is he going to use other types of free market principles to drive the innovation that needs to happen? When we talk about technology, not taxes, how do they intend to incentivize the technology? I have yet to hear exactly how they're going to do that. Are they going to rely on the benevolent corporate sector that they suggest, as the leader of the official opposition suggests, corporate lobbyists are useless and that the corporate sector is terrible in this country? How are they going to incentivize them to drive the change that we need on climate change? I invite them to start answering those types of questions. I take notice they don't like the federal backstop. I take notice of the fact that this Opposition Day motion does not mention at all, Mr. Speaker, the fact that money is going back to households in Nova Scotia and indeed across the country. So let's have an informed debate. And again, I invite the member, who will be recognized in about 30 seconds, to start their answer by saying, I either believe in carbon pricing or I don't. And if they don't believe in the federal backstop, which is very clear, that's fine. But do you believe in any form of carbon pricing? Canadians need to know that answer, because at the end of the day, there's a way to be able to do this without the federal backstop, but we need provincial premiers to play a part of the solution as well. That's what I think is important. That's what's missing from today's Opposition Day motion. And I look forward to the questions. I see my members lining up. Oh, just quickly, 10 seconds left. C234, would the Tories please bring it to a vote? My farmers need help. They are sitting on it. They put up 6 speakers. We need to be able to bring that to a vote.
First of all, I'm really glad the Honourable Member for Kings Hants brought up the good work of the Honourable Member for West Nova, so we appreciate that. Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Missed him the last time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's suppose that we're in a parallel universe and that the carbon tax that Quebec doesn't pay, that BC doesn't pay, is cancelled. What impact would this have on Canada's international relations and impact on markets? And who would pay the price for this? The poorest or the richest, the oil companies? Who would be a greater benefit from abolishing this? The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, and I'll respond in English, and I would try, but this was a nuanced question. The Honourable Member hits it right on the head. If you were to cut the price signal altogether, it actually would hurt industry in Quebec. So I guess the position of the Conservative Party is to hurt innovation in Quebec, to hurt lower-income families that, of course, if the federal backstop was in place, but it's not because the Quebec government actually believes in moving on climate change. They are trying to suggest that this price signal is not good for innovation in this country. It's not good, of course, to be able to necessarily meet our targets internationally. I don't know what the position is. I can't speak for the Conservatives, but what I can say is the way that they villainize a carbon pricing policy and suggest that it is all that ails people in society is short-term thinking. It's not nuanced, and if they don't like the federal backstop, they should actually be proposing and pitching other types of credible environmental plans that I've yet to see so far.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to take my feet. First of all, I'm happy the member from Kings Hants found his voice. Obviously, it's nice for him to speak when the front row is not here, so he's allowed to. So I'm glad they freed Cody so he got to speak, the member from Kings Hants. Secondly, and on a more serious note, Saskatchewan did submit a carbon plan similar to New Brunswick's, and his government turned it down, so that's untrue. There's many untrue statements that the member has made because he said the provinces should have a plan. Our province of Saskatchewan submitted a plan. They turned it down based on ideology. And Mr. Speaker, I would ask the same question that our leader asked the member of Kings Hants during question period. On this motion, 70% of his constituents want to spike the tax and make sure it doesn't increase on April the 1st. Will he vote with his constituents, or will he vote with his front benches that don't want him to speak?
Member for Kings Hants.
So a lot in that, Mr. Speaker, and I hope you'll give me the proper time to be able to respond. I'm going to ask something of the Honourable Member back because he mentioned the Leader of the Official Opposition in question period today asking questions of the Chair of the Committee. This is the proper forum to be able to answer those questions. But let me say this. He talked about farmers in Kings Hants. And I need the member from Regina Louvain to walk into his caucus tomorrow and ask the Leader of the Official Opposition to let C234 come to a vote. We have an opportunity to help support farmers today. The Conservatives put up 6 straight speakers. 6 straight speakers, and they are delaying the passage of a bill that could make a difference for farmers in my riding and indeed across the country. Why is it that they stand in the way of Canadian agriculture and put their partisan interests ahead of actual farmers in this country? But to answer his question, to the members of the Nova Scotia Assembly that have talked about the fact that they would like to see a pause, I will happily engage with every one of those members to say, how do we work with Premier Tim Houston and premiers across the country to be able to put a plan, not forward just a plan, but a plan that meets the federal standard. And so that's what the member missed in his question, is that, yes, Saskatchewan put forward a plan. In fact, they've actually adopted a form of carbon pricing at the industrial level. Let's work together with the 7 premiers to be able to establish a national cap and trade so that this terrible federal backstop that the Conservatives hate does not have to no longer be in place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley, quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lots of talk about carbon pricing, but the reality is that many other parts of this government's so-called climate plan are not measuring up to the commitment that we need in order to meet Canada's targets. One of those areas is the Greener Homes program, which this government has essentially run out of money for, leaving a whole bunch of homeowners and professionals that have taken special training to do home energy assessments high and dry. They still haven't announced what their new program is going to look like, and a lot of folks are wondering when that news is going to come. So perhaps my colleague could tell us on what date energy auditors and assessors and homeowners who want to apply for this financial support are going to know what the new program looks like.
Honourable Member King's Hands, 20 seconds.
It's been wonderful, Mr. Speaker, to see the amount of people that assume I'm in the Privy Council here today. I sit on the backbench of the Liberal Party. I take notice of the fact of the good programs that this government has introduced to make a difference on home energy efficiency. $2 billion under the Greening Homes initiative. There are still a plethora of different federal programs that are out there. I don't have a specific timeline. The honourable member will have to ask the minister responsible for the portfolio of when that may come. But we'll continue to work with stakeholders across the country to drive home energy efficiency. It makes sense for affordability. It makes sense for environment. Thank you.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, it's a real honour and privilege to rise on behalf of the people that I represent in Barrie Innisfil. There is a full-blown carbon tax revolt going on in this country right now, and what today's motion represents are voices across the country who are saying that on April 1st, when the 23% increase in the carbon tax occurs, that it needs to stop. And Mr. Speaker, I know you're from Nova Scotia, and you heard the news today out of Nova Scotia that the Nova Scotia legislature unanimously passed a motion to stop the carbon tax increase on April 1st. In fact, 70% of premiers in this country are asking for the same. 70% of Canadians, Mr. Speaker, are asking to axe the tax increase on April 1st. Yesterday, the Liberal leader of Ontario stood in front of microphones in the Ontario legislature and called on the federal government to axe the tax increase on April 1st, the 23% increase. And that's why we're here today. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I get to do as the Member of Parliament for Barrie Innisfil is communicate regularly with my residents, and I know many of the MPs utilize the tools that are available to communicate. And in every circumstance that we deal with mailers, we ask a question. And we ask the question so that we can get a sense of how our constituents feel about certain issues that we are debating in this country. Recently, I sent out a constituency mailer, and what this represents is just a small portion of the responses that I got back. But, Mr. Speaker, the responses that I did get back were telling. They were telling of the circumstances that my constituents are feeling right now, not just as a result of the carbon tax, but also as a result of the affordability and inflation crisis and the interest rate increase crisis that has dramatically impacted my residents and dramatically impacted people right across this country. Not just people, but businesses as well, Mr. Speaker. And in some of those responses, 81% of the respondents that got back to me with the mailer said that they wanted to scrap the carbon tax. And it wasn't a trick question, Mr. Speaker, that I asked. It was a very simple and succinct question. The question was, do you support the carbon tax? And 81% of the residents came back and said, no, we do not. And there were some, I acknowledge, that did support the carbon tax, and that's fine. But what I saw is consistent with what I'm seeing right across this country, and that is that 70% of Canadians want the carbon tax scrapped. Here's what some of the residents are saying, and I'm their voice, Mr. Speaker. I stand up here in this House of Commons as the voice of the people of Barrie Innisfil who've elected me for since 2015. We are 80 and 81 years old. We cannot afford the taxes we have, said Lyle and Phyllis from Barrie. Every month on average, My carbon tax cost, just for the gas bill, is $59 at the end of the year, and that's $708 just for the gas bill, not to mention the cost of groceries that have gone up. We can't save anything. Even with that little bit of my paid taxes, yes, our money, I'm getting back 4 times a year that the PM acts like he's doing me a favor. It doesn't put a dent in the cost of everything going up, said Lulu in Innisfil. Just a quick note to let you know that I'm opposed to the upcoming April 1st carbon tax on gasoline. As a pensioner, I'm finding it difficult to keep up with the increases in taxes, cost of food, and utilities. My pension only increases by 2% a year, and yet the carbon tax is going up 23% on April 1st, said Mark in Barrie. The general public cannot handle any more taxes at this time. Jennifer in Innisfil. It's a significant contributor to inflation, which we urgently need to control, said Alexander in Innisfil. Don't believe it effectively encourages less fuel consumption. Todd from Lefroy. They should cancel it. Life is very expensive already, said Nora in Barrie. And that is the crux of what it is we're discussing here today. As I mentioned earlier, the affordability and the inflation crisis that's gripping our nation right now is having a real impact on people. Add to that interest rate increases, mortgages that are coming due for renewal. Is it any wonder, Mr. Speaker, that there is a carbon tax revolt happening not just at the grassroots level, but also happening among provincial premiers in this country, because they're on the ground. It's easy for us to sit here in Ottawa, in the Ottawa bubble, and not recognize the impact that this is having on people in our country. But I'm sure that Liberal members and NDP members and Bloc members, other members are hearing from their constituents, as I am, about the affordability factor. And so all we're asking to do is to give people a break, Mr. Speaker, and not increase the carbon tax by 23% on April 1st. And this is not the end of it. The tax will be going up 4 times more by 2035, Mr. Speaker. 4 times more it's going to increase than what it is right now. If people can't afford it now, how are they going to afford it then? And of course, the argument from the government is that it's revenue neutral. Mr. Speaker, if you don't take it from people in the first place, then you never have to give it back. But the fact is, according to the parliamentary budget officer, that people are not getting back what they're paying into the carbon tax. Now, they can argue all they want. They can stand up here, and as the former environment minister said famously one time when she was sitting in that bar in Newfoundland, that if they say things loud enough and long enough, that people will totally believe what they say. You know, it's effectively propaganda, but the facts are in front of us through the parliamentary budget officer. And in the province in which I'm from, Mr. Speaker, in Ontario, in 23-24, the fiscal and economic gross rebate of the tax, or the cost of the tax, will be $1,363. The rebate will be $885, which means that people are spending more on the carbon tax than what they're getting in the rebate, according to the parliamentary budget officer. In other provinces like Newfoundland and Labrador, it's $1,281. People are getting back $934. Alberta, $2,466 that they're paying in the carbon tax. In the fiscal and economic gross cost, the rebate that they're getting back is $1,756. If we can't believe the parliamentary budget officer and the data that he provides to parliamentarians, then why do we even have him? I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that the parliamentary budget officer's data and the anecdotal data that I'm hearing from my residents is that exactly that they can't afford this carbon tax. They can't afford the increase. And Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I want to focus on for a minute here is the cost of business. And I know we've said many times in this place that when you tax the wholesalers and producers, you tax the transporters, and it ends up at the consumer through grocery stores, who, by the way, are paying to heat and cool their buildings, it's ultimately the end consumer that ends up paying for it. But on the supply side, business ends up paying for it. And the Canadian Federation of Independent Business yesterday produced a document that they posted on their website. And they said, they reaffirmed, of course, to their members that the increase is going up by a staggering 23% on April 1st. That means the cost of a liter of gasoline will include 17.6 in carbon tax. But one of the things that they discussed was the fact that the federal government had promised to rebate or return the carbon tax to business. And in the province of Ontario, Mr. Speaker, there's currently, across this country, $2.5 billion that's owed in rebates. And in the province of Ontario, $2,637 is owed to each business as a result of this rebate, and yet the government continues to hold on to that money. And yet these businesses are still being impacted on the supply side with the increase of costs, the costs that I mentioned earlier. So we're here today, Mr. Speaker. I'm here today on behalf of the people that I represent in Barrie-Innisfil, who I know are going through a massive affordability issue. Seniors, single moms, people trying to keep a roof over their heads simply because of not just the carbon tax, but all factors. And all we're asking for today, on behalf of not just the people that I represent in Barrie-Innisfil, but on behalf of all Canadians in this carbon tax revolt that's currently ongoing, is to axe the tax and try to help make life more affordable for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. The honourable member for Beaches, Fort York.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. It's good to see the member. I appreciate his speech. He mentioned the PBO and asked if the PBO gets it wrong, why do they exist? And perhaps he could speak to the difference between fiscal and economic impacts. Because when I read the fiscal impacts, and that means cash transfers in, cash transfers out, the fiscal impacts are in fact positive for 80% of Canadian households. And then when I read the economic impacts, and I would disagree with the PBO here, I'm not the only one, the IMF disagrees, others disagree as well, but I'll say this, when you go to the economic impacts, those people who are lining up at food banks are still made better off, even on the PBO's analysis, and maybe you could speak to that.
The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
I have a tough time justifying in my own mind how anybody lining up at a food bank is better off than they are providing for their own family. Look, I mean, I'm dealing in Barrie. I know that there's been, in the month of December, there was a 150% increase in the food bank. We're seeing 2 million people a year utilizing food banks in this country. The expectation is this year that there's going to be another million on top of the 2 million that are going to be utilizing food banks. Is that the kind of country that we want? Do we want people lining up at food banks? Or do we want them producing for their families and trying to provide a secure future for their family? And I can't believe for a second, and look, I deal with the PBO, I deal with statistics as well, just like the honourable member does, but I also deal with those residents and those businesses in my riding who are telling me that the cost of living is way too much for a combination of a lot of factors, not the least of which, Mr. Speaker, is the increase in the carbon tax on April 1st, but also future increases that are planned that the government said would not happen, that they wouldn't raise it to a certain level, and in fact they are. So the cost of everything is going up, the cost of necessities of life, and I happen to think it's unfair given the affordability crisis that exists today.
Questions and comments? Questions commentaires? L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I listened closely to my colleague's speech, but he did not mention the fact that the PBO very clearly said that pollution pricing includes a rebate to middle-class and lower-income families, and that 80% of people who pay into this system, because it's not in all of the provinces, receive more money in compensation than what they would pay as part of the carbon tax. Of course, the Conservatives don't mention that. If my colleague is really so worried about the cost of living, why did he and his party vote against removing GST from heating costs? Why did they vote against dental care for seniors? Why did they vote against nutrition programs for our children?
Oui, je dis merci à mon collègue pour.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. The cost of living throughout the country is going up. Because this NDP has supported many Liberal policies.
I don't think perhaps he heard what I was saying before, and that is that, you know, there are families in this country who are paying more in the carbon tax than what they're getting back. And according to the data from the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and I have no reason to not believe the Parliamentary Budget Officer, he's an independent officer of Parliament. His job is to assess this data and give us the information according to the data he assesses. In Ontario, the province that I live in, the fiscal and economic net impact on a family is $1,820, which means they're paying more than what they're getting back in the carbon tax. The fact is that there are premiers in this province who are now calling on the government to stop the carbon tax, to axe the tax on April 1st. And if that, and of course they're listening to their constituents, as I'm listening to my constituents, 81% of them, who've told me that they don't want this carbon tax to occur, and they certainly don't want to pay for future increases that are going to happen under this government's plan. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is always an honour to rise in this place, and in particular in such an important conversation, because we are in a cost of living crisis, and this Liberal NDP government could not care less. And I can guarantee that the most common thing that every MP in this chamber hears when they're back in their riding is that the cost of living is out of control. From groceries to gas to home heating and everything in between, it has all become unaffordable for everyone. So what is the solutions in the minds of this costly coalition? It's to ram through a 23% carbon tax hike on April 1st. Mr. Speaker, how out of touch can you be? Nobody that I've talked to has said, you know what might help? What if we sent more money to Ottawa? Nobody believes that they are better off under the carbon tax. And this is why we are witnessing a carbon tax revolt. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has been crystal clear. Canadians are losing hundreds of dollars each year, which will turn into thousands of dollars if we do not stop this planned quadrupling of the carbon tax. Across this country, thousands of ordinary people are going to rallies to axe the tax. These are young families, seniors, veterans, small business owners, and new Canadians who are all showing up en masse to add their voice to the growing chorus of discontent. They can't afford to live a decent quality of life anymore, never mind actually get ahead. And their Liberal and NDP MPs have turned their backs on them. They will no longer sit in silence. They are tired of being told to shut up and just take it. They refuse to be lectured by this Prime Minister because they dare to oppose his carbon tax. And the good news is they are not alone, Mr. Speaker. 2/3 of Canadians oppose this 23% carbon tax hike. And it's no wonder why people are mad. This Prime Minister and his NDP coalition partners sneer at people who drive long distances to go to work or to pick up their groceries. They ignore the legitimate concerns of seniors who can no longer afford to heat their home on the coldest of nights. And from their ivory tower, they disparage anyone who points out the obvious. Their carbon tax plan is a tax plan, not an environment plan. And for my Liberal colleagues who don't believe me, just look at the order paper question where the Minister of Environment admitted that they don't even measure the annual amount of emissions that are directly reduced by their carbon tax. And even he admits that they don't know if the carbon tax is reducing emissions, then why are we paying for it? But the ridiculousness doesn't end there. The same minister went to a conference of municipal leaders and proclaimed that Canada doesn't need any more new roads or highways. And while it took a couple of days to clean up the environment minister's mess, the damage was done. And the people living in communities like Carman, Sandford, Brunkhill, and Sperling, they heard that message loud and clear, that this Liberal government doesn't think that Highway 3 should be twinned, for example. Municipal leaders immediately started calling me. furious with this new Liberal plan to stop building roads in this country. And what should really worry the Liberals is that given their track record, nobody was actually surprised by such an out-of-touch and...
All right, everybody. Thanks for joining the channel. Like and subscribe. I'm going to be shutting down the stream now because I have other arrangements. Everybody have a wonderful night, and we will see you tomorrow. And I'll post what time.
From the eyes of farmers. And what's sad is I don't think this Prime Minister even loses a wink of sleep about how his carbon tax is punishing farm families. Those who live in places like Altona, Rathwell, Roland, Elm Creek, and Oakville. These farmers are paying thousands and thousands of dollars in carbon taxes to stop their grain from sprouting or spoiling in the bin. And when grocery prices are at record highs, who thinks it's a bright idea to make it that much more expensive to grow and produce the food that we all eat? My constituents will also never forget when the Prime Minister gave a carbon tax carve-out to 3% of Canadian households and left the other 97% out in the cold. People living in places like Winkler, Morden, Portage, and Plum Coulee, they didn't get the carve-out on their home heating. They, too, were ignored. It wasn't until the Atlantic Liberal caucus was on the brink of a full-out revolt that the Prime Minister thought he could placate them by giving a temporary reprieve on the carbon tax to those who use home heating oil. And while he may have stopped the insurgency within his own Liberal caucus, he reminded Canadians of how politically calculating and motivated he can be when pushed into a corner. And Atlantic Canadians aren't the fools that he took them for. They saw right through his hope of buying their vote before hiking their taxes again after the next election. We only have to look to the words of the Liberal Minister of Rural Economic Development for why some people got a carve-out and others did not. It was because the good people living in communities like Morris, Rosenfeld, Starbuck, and Mariapolis, they don't vote Liberal. And the sad reality is that this Prime Minister only cares about the people who vote for him, rather than doing what's right for all Canadians. And now, on the verge of April 1st, we have 7 of 10 premiers who have publicly called upon this Prime Minister to cancel his 23% carbon tax hike. And I don't recall the last time we had 7 premiers come out openly opposed to the federal government policy. And in my province of Manitoba, the NDP premier, he isn't really saying much about the carbon tax hike. He said he has had private conversations with the Prime Minister on the matter, but is telling when an NDP premier won't publicly defend this carbon tax hike. And who knows, maybe he will see the writing on the wall. Maybe he'll talk to our constituents, and he might even join the coalition of the common sense. But amongst those 7 premiers who opposed this 23% carbon tax hike, one just happens to be a Liberal premier of Newfoundland and Labrador. That Liberal premier did something rather brave, which was to stand up to this Prime Minister. It wasn't easy for the premier to go against the grain of his own party, and for doing so, the Prime Minister accused him of being a short-sighted thinker. But unlike most of the Liberal MPs from Newfoundland and Labrador, this Liberal stood up for the people that he represents. And before the Liberal MP from Avalon was placed in the Witness Protection Program, he agreed with our Conservative caucus on the carbon tax and went as far as to call for a leadership review of this Prime Minister. And in response to his comments, I called for every Canadian to have a review of this Prime Minister's leadership. Mr. Speaker, it's called an election. It's time. Obviously, the Prime Minister wants this carbon tax election, so let's have it. And it would seem wrong not to mention what the Liberal MP from Avalon summed up when he said, people are thinking maybe it's time for a change. I tell everybody, every leader, every party, they have a best before date. Our best before date is here, and we couldn't agree more. The reason why people are opposing this carbon tax hike is because they have no more nickels and dimes to give. Close to 50% of families are $200 away from declaring insolvency. Just look at the skyrocketing numbers of people visiting food banks to get a clear picture of what is going on in our country right now. Every day, I, and I assume all of my colleagues, get emails from our constituents who are struggling to get by. Just last week, I received a letter from a senior who can't afford to put gas in her car just to get to her doctor's appointments. She can't afford to buy fruit and vegetables. And due to the high food prices, she now does the bulk of her grocery shopping